Call to order this meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors for Tuesday, January 12, 2021. Madam Clerk, will you please call the roll and establish the quorum?
Yes, Supervisors Frost. Here. Kennedy.
Here.
Natoli.
Here.
Desmond.
Here.
Cerna.
Here.
And you have a quorum. This meeting of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors is cablecast live on Metro Cable 14, the local government affairs channel on the Comcast, Consolidated Communications, and AT&T Uverse cable systems. The meeting is closed caption and is webcast at sacmetrocable.tv. Today's meeting will be repeated Friday, January 15th at 6 p.m. on Channel 14. This meeting is also broadcast live on KUBU Radio on 96.5 FM. A DVD copy is available for checkout from any local library branch.
Very good. Thank you. Supervisor-elect Desmond, will you do us the honor of leading in the pledge this morning?
Well, thank you. Please begin. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Very good. Thank you very much. I do have an announcement to make. In compliance with directives of the County, State, and Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, the CDC, this meeting is live streamed and closed to the public. Temporary procedures are subject to change pursuant to guidelines related to social distancing and minimizing person-to-person contact. Of course, we welcome public comment today telephonically. To do so, please call 916-875-2500 and follow the prompts to be placed in queue for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter. Please refer to the agenda and or watch the meeting to follow along to determine when is the best time to call to be placed in queue to make your public comment. You may be on hold for up to an extended period of time, and your patience is appreciated. When I open public comments for a specific agenda item or off-agenda matter, clerk staff will begin transferring you into the meeting. Each agenda item queue will remain open until the public comment period is closed for that specific item. Of course, we also welcome written comments. To make a written comment to the Board of Supervisors, you can send it via email to boardclerk@saccounty.net, and that's Sac County, SACCOUNTY. Your comment will be routed to the board and filed in the record. Again, we want to thank you for your patience. And Madam Clerk, I think with that, I would just also remind viewers that expect to address the board, please turn down the meeting in the background when you are delivering your 2-minute or 3-minute comment. That way we can avoid any feedback problems. Thank you.
Okay, so we are taking things a little bit out of order. We are going to start off with item 34, which is the swearing in of elected officials. We are swearing in Rich Desmond with the 3rd Supervisorial District by Susan Peters, and then we are also swearing in Sue Frost with the 4th Supervisorial District by Mr. Jack Frost. You can please come down to the podium, Mr. Desmond.
Hello.
Hello.
Well, a happy day, and we're all glad you're here finally. A lot of work to get here, and good work on your part. So I know residents are going to be very excited to have you here.
Thank you.
And I know you're going to do a great job. So we begin. You are hereby being sworn in for the office of Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento, State of California. On behalf of the County of Sacramento, I, Susan Peters, am hereby swearing in Rich Desmond to the Board of Supervisors of the 3rd District, County of Sacramento. Please raise your right hand and repeat the following statement. I, Rich Desmond, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States.
I, Rich Desmond, do solemnly swear that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
You are hereby sworn before me, Susan Peters, this 12th day of January, 2021.
Thank you. And thank you all so much. I especially want to thank Supervisor Peters for taking the time to swear me in. I know I have very big shoes to fill to live up to your legacy of dedicated service to the residents and businesses of District 3 and all of Sacramento County. I also want to thank my staff, Vanessa McCarthy Olmsted, Mark Colum, and Terry Conde Ortiz, and the clerk of the board and her staff, and everyone who has made me feel so welcome here. Thank you all very much. Most importantly, I would like to thank my wife, Lisa, my wonderful wife who's here with me today, and our children. I couldn't be here without their love and support. I'm truly honored and humbled that the residents of the 3rd District have the confidence in me to serve as their new supervisor. I'm a 5th-generation Sacramentan and lifelong resident of District 3. I'm passionate about our community and look forward to being a public servant to all the diverse neighborhoods in District 3. I also look forward to working closely with my fellow supervisors to make sure Sacramento County remains a great place to live and do business. We face many challenges and issues in Sacramento County, and my first priority will be to make sure the county does all it can to keep people safe from COVID-19 while supporting working families and businesses that are suffering disproportionately. As we emerge from the worst of the pandemic, I will be focused on safely reopening our businesses, getting our children back to school, and returning to normalcy. Throughout this recent election, the number one concern I heard was the desire for more meaningful ways to address our region's homelessness crisis. We need a multifaceted approach to address homelessness with compassion and dignity, and I will work to make sure our resources are used effectively and efficiently to provide supportive housing and mental health and addiction services. I will also make sure we consider the impacts of homelessness on our residents, our neighborhoods, and our businesses. Working to house and help our homeless is not bound by city limits, and I look forward to partnering and working with the City of Sacramento and other cities in the county on this complex issue. I support the idea of a master plan to identify appropriate locations where we can humanely house homeless and work to get them the resources they need. Another priority for me will be to be a strong advocate for businesses and residents in the unincorporated parts of the county that I represent. The 3rd District is unique because it is composed of nearly 95% unincorporated areas, and I will work to make sure the county provides these areas with high-quality municipal services. The older unincorporated suburbs of Arden Arcade, Carmichael, Fair Oaks, Foothill Farms, and North Highlands have a great deal of potential, but they need the county to support their economic revitalization. I will work hard to bring new life to these areas by supporting property and business improvement districts, economic development, and job creation. The unincorporated areas of the county also face challenges from the condition of our streets and roadways. Each year, the road maintenance backlog continues to grow, and now the county faces a nearly $800 million maintenance backlog in just the unincorporated roadways. As a former California Highway Patrol chief, I know firsthand that poor roads are not safe. They also discourage private investment and job growth, and they're a constant source of frustration for people in District 3. I will work hard to make sure our transportation tax dollars are dedicated to fixing our roads. Yes, we face enormous challenges, and I've only listed a few of them, but I'm convinced that if we face them together with openness, fairness, goodwill, and dedication, we can overcome our challenges and make Sacramento a better place for everyone. I am extremely grateful and honored to be elected to serve on this board, It is a public trust that I will cherish and will exercise to the best of my ability for the next 4 years. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Supervisor-elect Desmond. Do any members of the board want to make any comments?
Just to say, Mr. Chair, that it's no longer supervisor-elect.
Oh, that's true. My bad.
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Natoli.
Yes.
Yeah, I wanted to certainly extend congratulations to Supervisor Desmond and thank him for his comments this morning, and certainly, welcome him certainly to the board and to the work that lies before us. And today will be the first day in the saddle as it relates to that, and we've got, a pretty full agenda, but I know he'll be up to the task, and I look forward to working with him. And I just want to take the opportunity to thank once again Supervisor Peters, who did the swearing in and, served as a colleague with me for 16 years on this board, and wish her well, and certainly thank her for all her good work as well. So anyway, Rich said he had big shoes to fill, and at any rate, I think you'll do well. And again, we look forward to working with you. District 3 will be, I think, well served. Thanks.
Mr. Chair, this is Sue Frost.
Yeah, go ahead, Supervisor Frost.
Oh, I just first want to say thank you to outgoing Supervisor Susan Peters, who has tirelessly fought for the quality of life in the suburbs. I want to thank you, Susan, for mentoring me along the way as I got through my first term, and we'll miss you, but we hope you enjoy your retirement. I also want to say to Rich, I know that was a hard-fought fight, and you had a great opponent, and I want to congratulate you on a campaign well executed, and I'm thrilled to have you here and look forward to working with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, this is Patrick Kennedy.
Yes, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I will echo what has been said already. First, regarding Supervisor Peters, I didn't get the chance to roast you like I had intended. You ran out on us. But I want to thank you for your service. It's a long time, and thank you for your friendship. And we're going to miss you over there in the corner. But welcome to Supervisor Desmond. I think your uniquely qualified background with what you've done with the Highway Patrol and other things that you've done in your life, and the deep roots you have in your district, I think will serve this entire body and the entire county well, not just the people of District 3. So, welcome.
Very good. I'll conclude. Supervisor Desmond, of course, you know that I did not support you. I supported your opponent. However, the people of District 3, the voters of District 3 spoke, and having a chance to get to know you and share our thoughts about the future of Sacramento County, I am confident that you're going to do a fine job in your role as supervisor, and I really do sincerely look forward to working with you to address some of the challenging public policy issues you mentioned in your speech there. And moving forward, again, I look forward to a partnership with you that will last for years. So thank you. Okay. Madam Clerk?
Yes, please. Now, if Supervisor Sue Frost could come down to the podium.
I'm going to have to take my mask off because my glasses will fog up and I won't be able to read the I'm very honored and I'm very proud to swear you in for the third time into public office. You are hereby being sworn in for the office of the Board of Supervisors, County of Sacramento,
State of California. On behalf of the County of Sacramento, I, Jack Frost, am hereby swearing in Sue Frost, Board of Supervisors of the 4th District, County of Sacramento. Please raise your right hand and repeat the following statement. I, Sue Frost, do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support and defend the Constitution of the United States
I, Sue Frost, do solemnly swear that I will support and affirm support and defend the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
against all enemies, foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
that I will bear true faith and allegiance to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I take this obligation freely without any mental reservation or purpose of evasion,
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties upon which I am about to enter.
that I will well and faithfully discharge the duties of which I am about to enter.
You are hereby sworn before me, Jack Frost, this 12th day of January, 2021.
Thank you. I just want to say that I can't believe that 4 years went by already and I'm starting my second term. It's an honor and a privilege to serve District 4. I'm looking forward to the coming 4 years, and I think that's pretty much it. I don't have a long speech prepared. I want to thank my husband. Without him, I would not be here. So thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. Any comments from board members?
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Natoli, just wanted to congratulate
Yes,
our
Supervisor
colleague.
Natoli.
Yeah, thank you. Congratulate our colleague, Supervisor Frost, on her second term. And again, we've had the opportunity to work together now for 4 years, and I look forward to the opportunity to work with you going into the future. And as many have said, we have many challenging issues facing us, and certainly today we'll have some of those on the agenda later on, but look forward to working with you in the months and years to come. Congratulations, Sue.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay. All right, thank you. All right, Madam Clerk.
Yes, and so the next item that we're going to take out of order is item 35. It's the election of the 2021 chairperson and vice chairperson of the Board of Supervisors.
Okay. Open it up for board discussion or motion.
Mr. Chair, Supervisor Natoli, I'd like to move that we appoint, by virtue of the election in a motion, Supervisor Frost as the chairperson for the 2021 year.
Okay. Is there a second?
Mr. Chair, this is Supervisor Desmond. I second the motion.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, will you please do roll call vote, please?
Yes, Supervisor Desmond?
Yes?
Frost? Yes. Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Mr. Cerna?
Aye.
And the motion carries by unanimous vote. And we will also need a motion for the vice chair.
Okay. Any motions by my colleagues?
This is Supervisor Kennedy. I'd like to nominate Don Natoli.
Frost will
All right.
second. Frost will second.
Okay, very good. There's a motion and a second. Madam Clerk, please do a roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Okay, and that passes by
All right.
unanimous vote.
With that, I believe my duties are concluded as chair today. So I will hand the gavel over to Supervisor Frost.
Virtually.
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 Should I come down there? Or?
Yes, and Supervisor Frost is going to come down to the podium. She has a few words for you.
Yes, and at this time, I would like to invite Supervisor Cerna's Chief of Staff, Lisa Nava, who has graciously agreed to accept our gift for Supervisor Chair Cerna. So I just want to start by saying that 2020 was quite an exciting year, and we would not have made it through without Supervisor Cerna's extremely competent ability to manage meetings. He's one of the best, and I aspire to be that good at managing all the details of the meetings, and there was a lot going on in 2020. And so Supervisor Cerna, we want to thank you for all your work as chairman in 2020 on behalf of the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. We have collected a donation for Washington Neighborhood Center, Inc. in the amount of $200 in your name to be donated, and I wanted to present this check to you, Lisa, on behalf of Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I'll let Phil speak.
Well, thank you, Chair Frost, and thanks to my colleagues. I feel like I really drew the short straw in terms of the year that I had a chance to rotate in as chair for the second time, and I think it was probably one of, if not the most challenging years for all of us, not just the chairperson, but all five of us. And we had our struggles at times, but I think ultimately we persevered, and we did what is right by the citizens of Sacramento County. And one of the worst conditions that this county has faced in terms of the pandemic and economic challenges. And I really do want to thank, first and foremost, all of our dedicated staff. We would not be able to succeed one iota as elected representatives for the county of Sacramento without dedicated public servants in every realm of county governance, but especially in 2020 in public health. And so I really feel that the credit is theirs, and we're only as good as that commitment to public service by those that dedicate their lives to it as public servants. And I really am very humbled by that commitment to serve. I'm also very appreciative to my colleagues for the very generous contribution to Washington Neighborhood Center. That's a very near and dear organization in the district I have the privilege of representing. And now the challenge will be yours, Supervisor Frost, to continue the leadership in the face of great challenge in 2021. But I'm very confident that as a board we're going to succeed. So again, thanks to everyone for your support in 2020.
Very good.
Thank you for Supervisor Cerna. At this time, we are going to recess for 10 minutes. And I guess our DTEC has a little bit of moving around to do. So thank you, everyone, and we will adjourn for 10 minutes, recess for 10 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors. We are back from recess, then this meeting is called to order, and I'm going to ask our clerk to please call the roll and reestablish quorum.
Yes. Supervisor Kennedy? Here. Natoli? Here. Desmond?
Here.
Cerna?
Here.
Frost,
Here.
and you have a quorum.
Well, I'm excited to be here, and I just wanted to thank my colleagues for nominating me for chair this year. I will work hard to try to do a good job. I also wanted to say a few words about 2020. It was quite a challenging year, and we were in good hands with Supervisor Cerna. I want to thank you for your leadership during 2020. I also want to thank all of the county employees who were courageous and nimble and smart. And it's really amazing the work that you did in 2020, and what you did in 2020 is you positioned us to have a better 2021 financially in so many ways. And it goes to every single department. I want to especially acknowledge Flo Evans and the clerk staff who have done an outstanding job in trying to manage public comments during a time when we couldn't have people in the chambers. People may not realize it, but behind the scenes, the clerk staff has 5 or 6 people managing phone calls on different agenda items and switching them off. They actually had to become like technical operators, phone operators. And it was complicated and hard, and it required a lot of extra hours to manage that, not to mention all the public comments. I think we probably had thousands more this year than we've ever had, and the agendas. So, Flo, thank you for your leadership with the clerk staff, and thank every one of your staff for all their hard work.
Thank you.
I also want to thank our executive team who have basically done an amazing job through very difficult circumstances. First, I want to thank Ann Edwards for stepping in the midst of a storm to act as our county executive, and thank you for all of your good work. You're doing a great job. And I want to especially thank our county council, who has, we throw questions at her, and she always has, 99.9% of the time she has the answer, but we always know we can count on her to steer us in the right direction. And Lisa Travis, thank you for your leadership and your hard work. 2021. I have a lot of exciting things that I have in my mind that I want to accomplish. I'm going to be advocating to safely reopen California and put small businesses back to work. One of my top priorities immediately is going to advocate for economic recovery funds. If there's funds available, I want to try to figure out how we can help those underserved businesses that got left through the cracks, and help all the businesses who were shut down. I won't go into all my goals. It'll take too long, and I'm not sure my brain can organize it right now, to be honest with you. But I do want to finish my opening comments by saying that I'm really proud to have the honor of using a very special gavel this year during my year as chair. This is a gavel that was hand-carved or lathed by one of my constituents in my district. It was a tree limb in my district, and is now my honor to use it as my gavel. It's a reminder for me that I serve the people, and it's a reminder of my beautiful district. So it's an honor to have this from Tim Rauscher, who's one of my constituents who carved it for me. And with that, I'll ask our clerk to please read the next item.
Okay. So now we're going to go back to our consent calendar. That would be items 1 through 33. The only note that I have for the board is that the Sacramento County Water Agency header, this is right before items 29 through 32, it should reflect Supervisor Desmond as one of the members. It had the Supervisor Peters listed on there. So we're correcting that. We've already published the corrected agenda, and it will definitely be reflected in the action summary. And that's all of the clerk notes.
Thank you, Flo. And do any of our board members have any comments or items to pull? Supervisor Natoli, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to pull item 32 and actually continue that for 2 weeks. I had a chance to, during the intermission, to speak with our Director of Water Resources. I have no problem with the reimbursement agreement, but I do have some concerns about the level of aesthetic improvements that we're putting into these drainage basins. These are very permanent facilities. They have certainly a significant utility as it relates to flood protection and water quality. But I also, and we've had this discussion over the years as it relates to once they're in place, if it's just a big hole in the ground with a cyclone fence around it and nothing more, it serves the utility, but it really is not an aesthetic component to neighborhoods and other areas that are developing. And as I looked at the contract on this one, the reimbursement is for, basically the excavation and the installation of a 6-foot wrought iron fence and some head walls and rocking. And I spoke with Mr. Peters, as I said, during the break, and we've got a couple of other existing facilities where it was my understanding that we would have, the improvements in, and in one case, obviously there's been some delay, not because of our staff, anything that they have or haven't done, but that's an issue. And there's another one where we wanted the neighborhood wanted to put an amenity up along the rim, and then there was some determination, at least initially, that couldn't be incorporated as well. And so an opportunity to have a briefing with staff to talk about this particular one and other ones in the Florin Vineyard and North Vineyard Station area, and to have this come back 2 weeks from now. So that's the basis for it. Again, I don't object to the reimbursement agreement. This is how we work with the development community in the installation of these facilities, but I want to be sure those amenities are included and that there's provision for them as these are developed, because they are permanent components of neighborhoods. This one sits right off of Florin Road in the developing area there, and so I think with 2 weeks, it should be sufficient time to address any concerns about other ones that are already in the works, but also this one as well. So that's my reason for asking for a continuance. Thanks.
Do we need a motion?
We do need a motion, and I'd like to read that item into the record
Okay,
so the
I'm sorry.
public's
Go ahead.
aware. Okay. Item 32 is approve a reimbursement agreement with Lennar Homes of California, a California corporation, in the amount of $620,694 for trunk drainage facilities in Zone 11A, and authorize the Director of Department of Water Resources, acting as the agency engineer, to execute the reimbursement agreement.
So I move to continue this till, I guess, is January 26th?
January 26th.
Yes.
So we have a motion by Supervisor Natoli and second by Supervisor Kennedy.
And I'll take a roll call vote.
Thank you.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye, and I apologize, Supervisor Kennedy, you had punched up to speak on this,
No,
on
not
something.
on that.
Okay.
On another item.
Did you have other items?
No, that's all I had on consent calendar. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you. Could the clerk please read item 17?
Item 17 is the authorization to execute an agreement with Kyle McDonald for legislative advocacy services from February 8th, 2021 through February 7th, 2022 for a maximum amount of $93,408.
Thank you very much. This gives me heartburn because, we have an aggressive government affairs program here at the county. Matter of fact, we're going to be hearing about it later. And I find it unusual to have one arm of the county having their own legislative agenda or priorities that could conflict with something that we've put a lot of thought and discussion into over the year. So I just don't think it's appropriate to have a separate legislative advocacy services contract for one department, which very well could, conflict with what our priorities are as a county. So I will not be supporting that today.
Okay, I will
Chair
record
Frost?
that vote.
Yes, are you finished? Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you. So I too had some concern about item 17 and had a discussion with Ms. Edwards and Natasha, our legislative advocate, about it, and was hoping that they could, one or the other, assuming they're in chambers, could speak to some of the questions I had about the means by which we'll ensure that we're not going to have any potential conflict between what this contract would be responsible for versus the county's overall legislative intent.
Good morning, Ann Edwards. We did have a conversation. Natasha is not in chambers, but she has worked. Oh, is she?
Natasha's here.
Couldn't see because of the chair.
That's
It was the
okay.
it was the mask.
Hi, good morning. Yes, we did have this conversation, and a few things that I had mentioned to Supervisor Cern is that I have no oversight over the positions that the Sheriff's Office takes. However, we have always worked collaboratively with that office. One of the things that I offered is to reach out to the Sheriff's Office and ask that they share any position letters with our office, and I'd be happy to share those with the board if you would like. And then to the extent that there are positions that the Sheriff's Office takes that are inconsistent with county policy, we can ask that the Sheriff inform us of that, and then we can certainly then inform you of that as well.
Okay, I'd like to ask.
So-
Oh, excuse me. Go ahead.
So, Natasha, this is Supervisor Cherna. What I'm hearing you say is that it's largely a trust issue, correct? I mean, there's no guarantees here.
Again, my office has no oversight over the positions that the Sheriff's Office takes. So
Right.
if the position that the sheriff takes is inconsistent with county policy, again, in my tenure, which has been 7 years, I haven't seen that. There's no control that I have over that.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yes, I just, a couple of related issues. So many years ago, we had a number of legislative advocates before it was kind of under the umbrella. We had an umbrella office, even certainly prior to Natasha's service in that capacity. And Department of Transportation had a legislative advocate, at least on retainer. Obviously, the sheriff. It may have been other departments as well. Are there any other departments, either elected under the electeds or under the authority of the department heads, that actually have separate legislative advocates, or is this the only one?
That's a good question. I would need to double check that, but I know the district attorney's office has in-house folks that do their legislative work. Whether or not they have hired a contract lobbyist to do anything for them, I would have to check. To my knowledge, there are no other departments that have a separate advocate. As you aptly described, the county executive's office some time ago made a decision to pull all the advocacy work in a centralized function under the county executive's office, and that's where it sits now.
Okay. And just as a follow-on, again, and this has been in place for, not with this particular consultant contract, but obviously they've had a legislative advocate for all the years that I've been with the county that I can remember, which is a few now. And the one thing that I think to the questions asked here that's really important, and it sounds like it has not arisen, but in the event that there was a conflicting position legislatively, obviously the sheriff, as elected and the office holder there, can take positions that he chooses. But again, this is still being paid for with county dollars, and so if there was any sense that there's a conflict on an issue where this county board certainly has taken a position, and/or it's in contrast to policy directives under something we're going to talk about here in a few minutes on another item, then I think that's something that obviously through Ann as the county executive, and I think to the chair, we should be apprised of that, because I think that's it sounds like it hasn't been a problem, so I don't want to anticipate there's going to be any, but I think that some of the comments this morning were certainly in extraordinary times, and there's certainly a lot of concerns in different elements relative to funding, to policy positions, and so forth. And I think it's really important that, if in fact the county is going to pay for advocacy, that we not be advocating against ourselves in any realm, and whether it's in law enforcement arena or in any other realm. So I think I have confidence certainly in Natasha, certainly in Ann, and working through the chair that under this contract, this is a 1-year annual. That if there is any conflict, though, that you would let us know quickly, because I think then it becomes a different issue. And so I'm prepared to support this morning. It's been fairly routine in the past, but I do think it's important that, as we called it out here today, that we make it clear that if it conflicts with county positions, then you'll make sure that we know it. And then, like I said, it raises a different issue. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Don. And do we have public comments on this item?
We do have, not on this particular item, no.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. I'm sorry. Before we go any further, I too want to register my no vote on this item for the record. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, any other directors who wish to pull any items? Okay, with that, I will ask, and we do not have public comment?
We have public comments for item 11. May I ask the chair if we could go ahead and take a separate vote on item 17 to keep a cleaner record, since there were two recorded no votes?
Okay, chair will move it, move item 17. Do you want to read it into the record?
Yes. I sure will read that. Okay, item 17 was the authorization to execute an agreement with Kyle McDonald for legislative advocacy services. So we need a second.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Second by Supervisor Natoli, and if you'll please call the roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Supervisor Kennedy?
No.
Supervisor Natoli?
Aye.
Supervisor Cerna?
No.
And Supervisor Frost?
Aye.
And the motion carries, and let the record reflect that Supervisor Cerna and Supervisor Kennedy are recording a no vote.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and so could you please transfer the public comment?
And we did have written public comment on item 11 as well.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hello. Hello?
Yes. Please start. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Oh, great. Thanks. I've been waiting for almost an hour. The tech is horrible today. Anyway, on item 11, I hope that's the one we're talking about.
Yes.
I am baffled as to the low price of this property. It's in a very upscale neighborhood, and the price seems way out of proportion between the adjoining parcels, which come out to approximately $23 or $28 per square foot on assessment. And but they're proposing to sell this property to somebody for about $1 per square foot, and it just seems again way out of balance. It's got sewer to it already. It does have access to the street. If the assessor's records can be believed, the pictures that they're showing, and presumably there's been some plan for electricity if it was going to be a well. I just don't see the reason that this sale is being rushed through like this to try and make the sale. Maybe you could clarify. I understand it's an odd parcel, but even some of the other parcels that I've looked up in that area that are, landlocked have been assessed by the assessor for like 5 times the amount. What's the deal here? I don't get it. If I have any time left, I would ask all you supervisors to look at the closed captioning that accompanies these meetings. It looks like it's either in a foreign language or a mix of foreign English and Pig Latin. It's just incomprehensible. And for a deaf person, or nearly deaf anyway, like myself, I can't hear anything that's going on in these meetings anymore. People got masks on. We're forced to sit at home and do this from a distance, and then this is put up here. I mean, it's really, really difficult for your constituents to know what's going on here. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, next caller.
That concludes your comments.
Okay, and so at this time, we need a motion and a second for...
Madam Chair, I'd like to speak.
Oh, yes, Supervisor Natoli, please.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just on the issue of the closed captioning, I know obviously we have a contract for that. Does somebody monitor that? Because, again, it maybe if it's jumbled, I think that's...
I'm sorry, what?
The closed captioning.
The closed captioning is managed by the Metro Cable 14.
Okay, so then if somebody could maybe take a look at that, because with us wearing masks, maybe it's difficult for the captioners to capture what we're saying.
Sure.
But again, I'm not being critical. I just think if that's an issue, people are relying upon that in some cases, and there's a purpose, and they don't do it, and they don't provide those services pro bono. So there is a contract. So I think we ought to have somebody take a look at the captioning. I just wanted to point out, and I know the caller wrote us a letter, and this is in Supervisor Desmond's district. It is a remnant parcel. I guess the question I wanted to ask, though, it was valued at $4,000. It was offered to 6 property owners, and the parties that are being proposed to execute the agreement with were the ones that responded. Is this a buildable parcel? It has it runs behind, I guess, to the rear and side of 3 properties, and it has access to the street. Obviously, the intended purpose is no longer needed. And so I guess I just would ask that question as the issue's been raised here, because if it's buildable, that may present another issue, and I don't know whether, and these folks may want to incorporate their parcel, but there's no prescription in the sale and purchase agreement. It's going to stand alone as a separate parcel.
I see Jeff and Gasaway in the audience. Maybe you can come down and comment.
Jeff Gasaway with General Services. It's a remnant parcel. I believe it's 1/10 of an acre, so I don't believe it's buildable.
And I appreciate your response, but do we know for certain it's not buildable?
I do not.
Because again, that affects valuation, but it also affects the potential for then somebody taking a driveway access off of that and putting a structure behind. Well, it touches all the parcels. There's 5 or 6 parcels there, as you mentioned. Again, I'm not reading anything into the intent of the prospective purchasers here. And again, Supervisor Desmond may be more familiar with it than I am, but I think it raises the question because it does come in, in a developed area, and if somebody could put a small accessory dwelling unit in there or something, again, there are other caveats in some of those neighborhoods that relates to development standards and such, but we're selling the parcel that's been in public hands for decades, I guess. So.
Right. According to the notes from the appraiser, the property has no potential for independent development when it was appraised, and Patterson and Associates appraised the parcel.
Okay.
I can't definitely say that it's not developable, but
it might, and I appreciate that, Jeff. It might be worth confirming that with planning department or land survey and improvement section to make sure that people may take that from an appraisal standpoint, but if it meets some minimal lot requirements and has separate status, which it does, I'm not saying it has minimal lot requirements, that meets those, it might be to get a confirmation, or that ought to spell that out in the contract of sale, I guess, Jeff. It's one thing about the valuation, but it just seems to me that we're trying to, dispose of a remnant parcel that has no utility for the county or the sanitation district, but on the other hand, we don't want to create another problem for the neighborhood. And I'm just nothing had to do with the people that want to buy it. I just, again, in the past, if we have certainty around that, then I'm fine with it. And again, I would defer to Supervisor Desmond, but I just, I think it's a fair point. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments from the board? Do we have a motion for approval of consent?
Madam Chair, can I just ask, Supervisor Desmond, are you okay with proceeding with this today? If you are, I'm supportive. We went through the staff review.
Yeah, no, thank you. I appreciate it. I had some questions about this item that I spoke to county exec about yesterday.
Okay.
I actually had a couple other questions related to this item that I'm curious. I know there was a lot of staff time spent on this item, and it indicates that approximately $30,000 in staff time was spent working on this to prepare for this transaction. And I'm just curious, do you ever take into account the cost of that staff time in the sales price of the property? Because I mean, that's something, it feels like we're spending a lot of taxpayer money to get this ready to sell to somebody, and is it worth it?
We do take that into account. This particular parcel we had to clean up some of the quit claim deeds, and there was also, we had to bring SASD into the conversation because there's a sewer easement through the property and other utility easements. So that's what took a lot of the staff time. And remember, that's county council time and others to make sure this goes smoothly. So
what would the cost of the county, what's the annual cost of the county of retaining this parcel and not selling it?
And that's that question. I need to get back to you on that.
Okay. When I read this, the thing, I appreciate Supervisor Natoli's points. Those are all very good points. My concern is the amount of taxpayer money being spent to facilitate this transaction. And it seems like none of that money was included in the appraisal process, right? I mean, these folks are getting this for a very good deal. And then my next question is, what's the process? I know you notified all the adjoining property owners, and if say two property owners both want to purchase it, does it become a bidding type situation?
I believe at that point, yeah, it would come down to the highest bid at that point.
Okay. But I do appreciate Supervisor Natoli's points, because I don't think anybody anticipates that this would be a parcel that you could build on, put any kind of structure on. I mean, maybe it seems like it could affect the purchasers. They could maybe expand an existing structure or something on the property, but I think I'd like to, unless it's too late, could I make a motion to pull this off consent so we could get a couple more answers to these questions before we proceed with this transaction?
Yes, we can do that and move it until the 26th.
Thank you very much.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Okay, do we have a second? Chair will second, and if the clerk will please.
Just for clarification, are we continuing, or are we?
We're continuing to the 26th. If the clerk will please call the roll call vote.
Okay, Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Unanimous vote. This is continued to January 26th for item 11. And so the balance of your consent is items 1 through 33, with the exception of 11, 17, and 32.
I move the consent calendar.
Second.
It's a motion by Supervisor Natoli, second by Supervisor Kennedy. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Okay, so your next item on the, before we do that, I do want to make a note on the record that we do not have any public callers for off agenda at this time.
Okay,
Would it be okay to close that, or do you want to keep that open?
we'll go ahead and close it
Okay.
and move on to item 36, I believe.
Yes, item 36 is the report on COVID-19 response.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Welcome, Mr. Hunt. Thank you for being here, and Dr. Cassirier.
It's good to be back, believe it or not. It's a great crew, and I worked with Ann and Bruce years ago when we had a great friendship and a great working relationship, and it's delightful to be back with them working again. And we've got some tremendous challenges, but we've got some tremendous opportunities. I'm glad to be a part of that.
And when was that? Was way before my time. When was that? It was.
I left the month that Supervisor Cerna came onto the board.
Oh, okay. It's before most of our times, except for
that's correct.
Supervisor Natoli.
Wasn't Don here in 1850 when the county was created? It was either him or Toby Johnson, right?
That's right.
Well, and I want to congratulate Super Desmond on joining the board. It's good to have you on here, and I love your opening comments, especially the mentions of programs that we in health services are responsible for. I think we'll have a wonderful relationship, and I look forward to working with you. When you get these COVID-19 reports, most of the time what you're getting is bad news. So I want to preface my remarks with some good news. Yesterday, the Department of Human Assistance submitted an application for emergency rental assistance funding with the Department of the Treasury. The National Association of Counties informs us that Sacramento County is in line to receive $31 million for rental assistance. That is just tremendous. It will pay for rent, for utilities, and other energy costs, and it may be available as soon as the end of this month. So that's just tremendous news. When we get the approval of the application and the fixed dollar amount, the item will be brought back to your board for implementation. We look forward to that.
Madam Chair, just, Jim, if I could ask, is that under the stimulus bill that was passed in December? What does that reflect, and from what pot of money is that coming from?
The funding would end December 31st of this year, although that can be extended on individual cases for 3 months.
Okay, so, but I mean, it comes from the package that was approved by Congress and signed by the President in December? That's or was it the previous stimulus bill that it comes from?
I believe it was that most recent legislation.
Most recent one?
Correct.
Okay, but the clock is running already on it, and they haven't given us any definitive time about when we're going to receive it. We hope it's going to be soon.
We had a very short time frame, and DHA really came through, got that thing in on time, and it was a very short time frame. So the staff's done real good work, and I'm stealing their thunder, but it's such good news I wanted to let you know. And it was COVID-19 related. So.
Right.
So the application was due today, and it was submitted yesterday.
Oh, okay. Well, very good. Well, good work. And so then you'll be back to us maybe as soon as the 26th with some at least framework for how we would begin to, once that's received, to...
I believe Supervisor will at least give you an update at that time. Okay. The guidelines on this are fast flowing, including this morning. We got some additional guidelines. Last night we got some additional guidelines. So this is moving pretty fast. But as Jim said, we're very enthusiastically excited about this. It's a real opportunity.
No, and again, I didn't mean to interrupt a presentation. It seems to me from what we went through in 2020 as it related to deadlines for expenditure of dollars and getting those out the door to support the efforts under both stimulus but certainly COVID related issues, testing, and all the things that went with that. I just wanted to be sure that again, good work by DHA, so I don't want to get ahead of it, but that whatever we need to do to make sure that we're not confronted hopefully with the same situation we were a couple times last year or so. Okay, well, good. Congratulations. That's good work. Sorry, Madam Chair.
Okay. Some more good news. We have expanded the population that we are vaccinating. You can see that in Phase 1A, we have been doing Tier 1. Now we're gone down to Tier 2 and Tier 3, which includes many more workers and gives us flexibility at our immunization sites to immunize a lot more people. Now, as I looked at the news this morning, our information may be out of date very soon. Keep in mind that we follow the recommendations of the Centers for Disease Control and State Department of Public Health. But in the New York Times today and the Washington Post, this is what was reported. Administrative officials, the federal administration, will recommend that the vaccines be made available to anyone 65 or over and to adults who have a persistent pre-existing condition that puts them at greater risk for severe illness, sharply increasing the number of people who will be eligible for shots.
That's great.
So once that information is actually formally announced, the State Department of Public Health adopts it, and I see no reason why they wouldn't, we may be greatly expanding our vaccinations, and that actually will make the administration of vaccines easier because many of the people just need a driver's license to show us that they are 65. And of course, documenting the medical conditions may be a little more challenging, but greatly will expand things once we get that approval to go ahead.
Excuse me, Supervisor Kennedy has a question.
Thank you, Chair. What I don't see on here is personnel in schools, education. Where's that in the scheme of things? I mean, because that's what we're hearing, as much as small businesses, we're hearing try to get schools open. I'm not a supporter of opening schools until we start getting those vaccinations in people's arms. So I hope that we're looking at that as a priority.
Okay, Dr. Kasari?
Yes, we are. And schools are part of Phase 1B, which
Okay.
would be the next one after we finish this one. And we're actually already starting conversations with SCOE.
Yeah, I spoke with the superintendent, and he actually was complimentary of the work that you've been doing with him, so I appreciate that. When we do that, the question came up is how is it going to roll out? Are we going to expect the staff of the schools, which there's several thousand, to go someplace, or are we going to take it out to them? I mean, is there a plan for that? I mean, for example, I'm dating myself, but when I was a kid, they'd just run us through the cafeteria and give you your polio shot, and you're out the back door. And it was very efficient. It was very easy. Do we have any kind of a plan to take the mountain to Mohammed?
We do have a plan, but we still need to hone in on the details. And part of the reason is that we're still ramping up, and there are a lot of logistical difficulties with handling this vaccine that don't lend itself easily to just grabbing a box and going out and vaccinating people. So what we're really trying to do is get as many of our providers on board so that we can provide multiple places where people can actually go and get vaccinated. You probably heard that we opened Cal Expo. We're planning to expand that. We have additional providers like Cal North State, Sac State that are coming on board. We have all of the hospitals working with us, so they will also be able to assist. And pharmacies and smaller clinics are also coming on board.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Of course, one of the challenges we face is educating and informing the public, not only on what's available, who is eligible, but on the efficacy and safety of the vaccines. And so that's a real challenge for us. And I'm really pleased to announce that Dr. Kasiri has begun a series of online forums for vaccinations. She had the first one last Thursday. And she and Rachel Allen, who's our vaccination leader, were online. We advertised this through our public information officers, our websites, on social media, through email. But what was nice about it, it was translated simultaneously into numerous languages, including American Sign Language. It afforded viewers an opportunity to ask their questions, and Dr. Kasiri and Rachel answered all those questions. And we will be working with a stakeholder group that we're putting together now to further the outreach and see how we can get out in the community to those people who don't have internet access, or that's not their preferred method of getting information. I loved a news report I heard this morning that the Latino Economic Council has a good publicity effort down in the South area to reach the Spanish-speaking population and many of the people down there to do the same thing. And we've got other community partners, and of course the State Department of Public Health are doing the same thing. We've got a lot of work to do there, but I want you to know that that's high on our list of things to do, and it's definitely on our radar to get that message out there.
Okay, and also I do have Supervisor Desmond queued up, but Supervisor Cern, I want you to know we haven't forgotten you, so just shout out if you want to say something.
No, I appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor
It's okay if you don't.
Or were you done, Supervisor Kennedy?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, and thank you, Mr. Hunt and Dr. Kasiri. I haven't had a chance to meet with you yet. I look forward to it, and thank you for the kind words. I want to underscore what Supervisor Kennedy said about the schools. I mean, obviously, it's such a critical thing to make sure our frontline educators and frontline staff of the schools are vaccinated. And it seems to me, I mean, I hope you'll be working with the County Office of Education and the school districts on developing a plan, because they do have, it seems to me, some logistical structures already in place. I mean, there's a lot of nurses at a lot of schools already that could help with this, and I know they're very eager to develop a plan with you. So we appreciate an update on that next time we talk, and also appreciate your efforts for outreach. Something I didn't see on the presentation, and maybe you have it in your notes there, is where we are with vaccines today. How many has Sacramento County received? How many have been administered? Just kind of a snapshot of where we are today with vaccines.
Sure, and we've been working on a summary to provide to the CEO, but there are a lot of moving parts. So, and I haven't forgotten you, but I do have some numbers here that I can provide for you.
Great.
So, so far, Sacramento County has had 44,825 doses allocated. 16,000 of those have been to Public Health Department, and we've been working to get that out. Actually, our goal is that by the end of this week, we will have either used that all of what we have on hand through vaccination, or giving it to our partners. As I mentioned, the hospitals, pharmacies, and some of the clinics are able to take on that vaccine. The state has a goal of 1 million doses by the end of this week, so that's what we're trying to do, is make sure that we use up all of what we have. We did get an additional allocation of 15,000 that should be coming in sometime this week, and that is going to be redistributed to all of our partners. The hospitals are taking a large part of that, and they're helping us with not just vaccinating their own staff, but we're able to send folks that belong to Phase 1A to them and get them vaccinated. Where we are having a little bit of a delay in being able to provide a report is we're able to see our numbers and what we've been able to vaccinate, but there's a delay in getting what the hospitals have given out, so we're looking at different ways of getting that. And also, there is a contract between CVS and Walgreens with Centers for Disease Control to vaccinate all of their long-term care facilities, and there's a delay in us getting the reports as to how far they've gotten with that. So that's what I've been trying to work on, so that I can give a fuller report. But at least that gives you an idea of where we're at.
No, I appreciate that. Thank you. And I understand that must be confusing, because you say 44,000, almost 45,000 doses allocated to the county, but you don't know what other efforts are being, what's being given to other third parties by the federal government. So it's hard to get an accurate picture of what has been done in the entire county. That out of that 44, almost 45,000 allocated, I think you mentioned 16,000 to public health. But so just so I understand, that's 45,000 allocated, and so that means 22,500 people will actually be vaccinated with those because it's 2 doses. Is that correct?
That's all first dose, actually.
Okay.
Okay, just a couple more things.
Supervisor Natoli also has a question. Sorry.
Just, so in our allocation, is that all Pfizer or is there Moderna? And if so, because there's different protocols, obviously, for handling some of the vaccines. May not be those 2, but
It's a combination of Pfizer and Moderna. For the 44,000, 18,000 of it was Moderna, and 26 was Pfizer. A lot of that actually went to the hospitals, because the hospitals actually started getting vaccine before the counties did. And part of it is that for the Pfizer, you need to have an ultra-cold freezer, so only the large institutions really are able to handle it. And then once we got Moderna, that's what we've been using to be able to, for example, send to our partners as well as use at CalExpo.
Okay, and both of those require a second shot. Is there any problem if someone got shot A from one of the manufacturers and then went back and got shot B from, Moderna, Pfizer, and mixed the 2? Does it affect the effectiveness? Is there any repercussions for the?
Preferably, the FDA prefers that you actually get the same one. If you started off with Pfizer, you should get Pfizer.
Okay.
And part of that is because with the second dose, you're actually boosting the immune system. So if you introduce a different one, then it's like it might not be as effective. I know that in some countries in Europe, they're looking at that and seeing if they can mix the 2, but the guidance we have here is that it has to be the same.
Okay, and I think the reason I asked the question, and I know you got more presentation here, probably more questions too, but for the general public, where they are able to access, and we aren't down to that phase yet, but when we get there, and then you get this delay in time, and so folks will have to make a second trip to wherever it is they get it. Hopefully it's going to be close by, but this is a large county, and even if you have outstations in multiple locations, there's still distances. And so I think that ought to be a clear message, certainly with healthcare workers and others. I think the understanding is probably, well received, but for others who come in and get the initial vaccine, and that, you need to follow up, blah, 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 but that, you need to take from the same supplier that you got. And I don't know, again, maybe you're thinking through some of those things, but I think that message, particularly on the initial shot, for those that are subscribing to that they know, the follow-on needs to be with the same manufacturer of the vaccine. So,
absolutely, that's going to be important. And right now, because we're dealing with the healthcare population, it's a little easier, but we do understand the challenges as we go further down. And as Mr. Hunt mentioned, we are in the process of developing our stakeholder group that will help us in being able to do outreach and looking for partners that will help us to overcome some of the challenges you've mentioned, such as transporting people back and forth to get their vaccine.
One other follow-on question. I think the question was asked a couple presentations ago. Where did farm workers fall did they fall into the essential category? I know they're not in phase 1A, but are they in the 1B? And we've talked about the schools, but I think you have some window of opportunities with that population too, before you get into the early plant season, and certainly into, where folks may have some availability in their time with employers and such. And, and I think that's important up and down, not just in Sacramento County, up and down the valley. So.
Yes, farm workers are in phase 1B. So phase 1B is really large because that's law enforcement, that's teachers, that's farm workers, and other additional essential service workers. So a lot of work ahead of us in terms of being able to ramp up and get to all of them.
Okay, all right, thanks. Thank you, Pedro.
Yeah.
Supervisor Cerna, you still okay in the airways?
Yeah, I had a bit of a connection problem earlier, but I'm good, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Supervisor Natola, you have asked frequently about Wi-Fi in the park.
Yeah.
Let me give you an update on that. We have concluded the contract with AT&T, so that's put to bed. We have developed the memorandums of understanding with the parks, and they are now at the parks for their governing board's approval.
Okay.
And when those approve, then we can move forward with construction.
Thank you for your work, to Sir Dr. Kasiri and you, Jim, and all the folks that worked in DTEC. I know Dave Valenzuela was in the audience. I know it's taken a little bit of coordination, but since it's been prolonged, I think as we get into good weather again, this is still an important element as we open up schools and have opportunities for people to be outdoors, but certainly in separated situations. So thanks, very good.
Okay. In the category of not so good news, we remain under the state's stay-at-home order. Our capacity on Sunday was 9.7% of ICU beds available. We have been under that 15% level for some time, and it would be nice if we had our county's numbers, if they were better than that, but we're a region. We can't be separated out. We are going to be part of that region, and we don't get out until we have exceeded that 15% level. And there are specific criteria for when that happens and what happens if we go back below 15%, where we get dumped back into a stay-at-home order. And the state is using a forecasting model to determine where we will be in 4 weeks to assign us to the stay-at-home order. And we are expecting the surge from Christmas and New Year's, and with that anticipation, that's the forecast model that's being used. And I suspect that we will remain in the stay-at-home order for some time until we see the impacts of Christmas and New Year's.
Jim, I have a question. I heard that it's like a federal regulation that hospitals have at least a 25% surge capacity built into their everyday business model. Is that true?
Dr.
I don't know about that, but right now the hospitals are beyond the surge, and that is why we are at this critical point.
Beyond the surge or at capacity?
They are within the surge right now. Many of the hospitals are using their surge beds.
But this is an average of all the hospitals in our region.
Correct, but Sacramento County in this region is the largest, so we have a large impact. And again, speaking to our hospitals, we know that they are using their surge beds right now.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we hope for the best and plan for the worst. And with the announcement over the weekend that we have seen over 1,000 deaths in Sacramento County related to coronavirus, the tragedy continues, and we'll see what happens after the Christmas and New Year's surge. So let's get into
Supervisor Frost?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I think most of the board is, or all of us are aware that the sheriff has been fairly outspoken about what priorities he foresees or he advocates for in terms of vaccination and the vaccination queue for different parts of our population. Most notably, the fact that my understanding is his position is that he wants to see all law enforcement personnel be vaccinated before any of our incarcerated residents in both jails. And he cites the fact that he's been able to keep the virus transmission minimal, and there have been no outbreaks in both of our jails. So I'd like to hear from Dr. Kassiri whether that's still the case and what's the status of either prospective outbreaks or number of cases and severity of cases in either the main jail or RCCC.
Want Sandy to answer that?
Yeah. So Sandy Damiano is here, the deputy director who oversees correctional health, and she and I can give an update on that.
Okay. Good morning, Sandy Damiano, Health Services. I'm here to talk a little bit about the jail facilities. We do have some not so good news today. Starting with December 30th, we did identify an outbreak at the branch jail of about 55 people. What we did when we looked at it was the sheriff had transported some inmates from the main jail to the branch jail. There was a series of 3 transports. After the transport, several days occurred. Some inmates had some flu-like symptoms. We tested those inmates. There were positive for coronavirus, which led to tracing all of the contacts that they had at the branch jail, which is a dormitory-style jail. So from there, we had large-scale housing units tested, and our numbers have really increased. So we went from 0 people with coronavirus at the branch jail to 58 to 100 plus, and now we're going to be over that. In addition to that, we also traced people back to the main jail, and we were able to start testing last week. So on January 7th, we identified pods that were also positive in the main jail. What I do want to share is that people are doing well. Almost all of the patients are asymptomatic, meaning they have no symptoms. So there are some that have some mild flu-like symptoms. No one has been hospitalized. There have been no deaths that have occurred. But as a result of the contact tracing, we are testing large-scale groups of people, and we are identifying cases through that process. For those of you who aren't familiar with the jails, we've had very, very stringent COVID protocols, including testing all of our intakes. We have quarantine tests. We have quarantine pods. We have close contact pods. We have pods for suspect, meaning they have symptoms, they're pending testing. And then we have coronavirus case isolation pods, and they're all on different durations of quarantine or isolation. We were very fortunate. I reached out to Dr. Kassiri the day that we had our outbreak, and we consulted about everything that we've been doing. We had some good news. We have begun testing, or we've become vaccinating all of our healthcare staff in the jails. We should be done with all of our medical staff this week. We also began to vaccinate sheriff's officers that work in the jail. They are responsible, as well as the medical people, to go into all the COVID housing units and have to work with inmates on a daily basis. So we began vaccinating them on the 4th and doing large groups this week. Additionally, we are prioritizing a list of our medically vulnerable inmates, and we will begin vaccinating inmates based on the vaccine availability with Dr. Kassiri. So the sheriff is correct. We've had 0 transmission of the virus through 10 months of the pandemic until December 30th, and then we have identified these cases. We are still in the active outbreak mode, and we are still testing. I think we have 300 or 4 more to test. That's in addition to our intake quarantine daily testing at the main jail.
Are we giving them vitamin D, C, and zinc? They say that's boosts your immune system.
No.
Yes?
No.
No. We should. Those vitamins boost your immune system, they say.
Mm-hmm. Now,
Can I ask a follow-up
Yes,
question, Sheriff?
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So, Sandy, for those prisoners that are about to be released, and if we know that they are positive and still within that 14-day window, is there any specific protocols that we are directing or advising that they follow upon release if they're still contagious?
Yes, so we haven't had that happen very often. The sheriff did get approval to have some 90-day early releases. So we are working on that court order right now in partnership with the Sheriff's Department. We look at anyone who's in any of our COVID housing pods. We do patient education, but prior to release, we will be talking with the patient some more about all of the precautions and or the family member. If people are homeless, we have Project Room Key. We're working with Sacramento Steps Forward on placement of anyone with COVID suspect or COVID confirmed cases as well. So we are taking those precautions.
Good.
And then I assume for the main jail for pretrial holds that we're coordinating with the public defender's office too to make sure that their personnel clearly understand who might be contagious, and so they take the measures necessary to limit and minimize their exposure.
Yes, we have a pretty elaborate system. Our Sheriff's Department handles our COVID housing. People cannot go to court. The County Council has notified public defender and our federal defender when we've had these outbreaks. We do work with the court on people that must remain isolated to mitigate any spread of the disease that way. And that's been ongoing throughout the pandemic.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Sandy.
I'd like to thank Dr. Damiano. She has the responsibility for the medical care in the correctional facilities and has just done a tremendous job. Okay, financing. In order to give you the most recent information, we have been funneling the numbers to flow on Monday, so you haven't had a lot of time to go over that. We are going to give it our best shot to get it to you Friday afternoon so you have a little more time to review that. But that's the price we pay for wanting the most recent data. Also, with your board's action on December 30th of last year, within the Department of Health Services, we no longer have that COVID-19 money, the CARES money. It has been transferred to other departments, and I understand that as of Friday, all that revenue has been recorded. So in fact, there is no more CARES money available. It's all been recorded as revenue, which is a good thing. That means that the county has received all of it, they have recorded the revenue, and there's nothing left on the table. Within the Department of Health Services, it means that we are now operating with general fund revenues, which is fine with us. But it means that there's no need for the artificial division of the funding between the 42 million and the 23 million. So future reports will just be a consolidated total of the 65 million. But for today's report, we have it broken out, and you can see that the 42 million we have spent a total of 13.7, almost 13.8, and we have encumbered 15.3. Those encumbrances are executed contracts that we're legally obligated for, so that's why it's encumbered, and that leaves a remaining balance of 12.8, almost 12.9 million. On the 23 million, we have pretty much expended or encumbered all of that. We have expended $16,500,000 and encumbered another $4 million, which leaves only $2.8 million. But in total, we have the $65,400,000 that has been allocated. We've spent $30 million, a little bit less than half, have $19 million encumbered, so we have a balance of just shy of $16 million. This concludes my portion of the briefing. What are your questions?
Supervisor Natoli.
Yep. Thank you, Jim. I wanted to ask about under the report, and thank you for, again, I know it's a scramble to try to get this to us in advance with current information, but on the food and meal assistance, on page 3 of the report that you brought forward, where is the dine at home program? How is it reflected is it reflected in those numbers?
The dining in program?
The dine at home.
I don't know, Olivia, that those are included in those numbers?
Is that the 1 million that was allocated during the last board hearing?
Well, no, not just that. We have the ongoing program to, provide meal support to folks that qualify, that are, senior and or whatever the qualifications are. But I don't, you have the bullet point here, food and meal assistance, and it doesn't call that out specifically. It has, I don't know if it's DoorDash delivered, or you have the Sacramento Family Meal Program, which we talked about that, but where is the dine-in-home program in this status?
I think we'll have to provide a separate breakout for you on that, Supervisor, and we can do that.
Because we're doing more. That's my point, is that it doesn't reflect, it's not reflected here, is that we're continuing to serve, 700-800 people daily, and we've had the discussion about when that money may run out. That's the contract with Area 4 Agency on Aging, but it doesn't reflect that we're actually delivering meals to seniors who, many of them are still under a stay-at-home order and have been for months on end. So I just want to, because again, as we look at opportunities for funding going forward, that's been a real critical element, and I know it's been well appreciated. I've heard from a number of folks. In fact, I heard from a restaurateur yesterday who, had known about the Great Plates, didn't know about the Dine at Home program. And I told him that, we're still, a period of time here. We don't know how long we're going to sustain funding. But he had heard from some of his customers that, how successful the program been and how they'd appreciate it from their family members had that were, in some cases, the elderly. I just didn't see it. I wasn't able to extrapolate it. So it's not here, Bruce, in this chart.
We'll provide a full update on that in the next report.
Okay, that's fine. Again, because I know we're doing it. It's just, again, we've done thousands and thousands of meals over, going back to April of last year, or whenever it was, May. Okay. All right. Thanks.
Okay, we'll do that.
Okay.
No? Okay.
Good. So I'll try to go fast through this. This is basically,
I know that.
the information that we're providing, and we actually provided you a handout that shows you the notes. This is information that Supervisor Frost asked about. How do we determine the at-risk populations? So I'm hoping that I can go through this pretty quickly to just give you an idea of the surveillance data that we have and how we utilize it. And this data goes through the end of December 26th. I guess I can do it myself. So this slide shows you the cumulative cases by age and race ethnicity. And a few things to point out in here is that approximately 60% of the cases are in the age group 18 to 49, and that's been consistent throughout. Less than 10% of the cases are in children, 0 to 17. And then when you look at by race ethnicity, you'll see that about 40% are Caucasian, but also to note that that information is only available in about 61% of the reports that we get. So some of them, that information is not available, but we provide information based on what we have.
Dr. Kasirier?
Yes.
There was an email that went out that had these two. Was that part of your report as well, or was that just to me? Did everybody get this?
Initially, I sent it only to you, but I understand it was sent to the others as well, so we could go through it.
It should be sent to the others.
It has been.
Okay, okay.
So then by age, again, you can see the breakdown, and and this actually shows you the data plotted by week, so it shows you the surges that we've had over time, the one in June, and again, the one that started in November. And it shows you by age, and the table on your handout shows you the rate, which is per 100,000 population. And again, pointing out that the young adults 18 to 49 have the highest number and highest rate. This one is by race ethnicity, and in the handout you will see that the rate per 100,000, and it does show you some of the disparities that we've been talking about with the Hispanic having a rate of 3,000, about 3,000 per 100,000, which is among the highest. And then Pacific Islanders also 3,500. You'll note also the difference with the cases, that even though, for example, the Pacific Islanders, it's a small group, but because it's a small population, you end up with a very high rate. And so at the beginning of the outbreak, we actually had an outbreak in that particular community, and so we worked really hard with the leaders to put an end to the outbreak. This shows you cumulative deaths, and as Mr. Hunt pointed out, recently we surpassed 1,000 deaths in Sacramento due to COVID-19, which is kind of a very sobering number to look at. And this shows you the cumulative deaths by age and race ethnicity. And one thing to point out, about 86% of our cases are, or 80 to 86% are in those over the age of 65. So when you hear about the federal government saying that we need to move and start vaccinating all those over 65, that's where that is coming from. And as Mr. Hunt pointed out, once CDPH or the state adopts that and gives us the directive as well as the vaccine, we will move to be able to do that as well.
How does the COVID stack up with the flu, deaths from flu?
According to the CDC, COVID-19 is, by rank, it is the third highest cause of death in the United States.
Do we have any flu statistics?
Actually, this year we've had very few flu cases reported to us. It's possible that because of the measures that we're taking to prevent COVID-19, it's actually worked to be able to also prevent the flu. The other thing also is that a lot of people took advantage of the flu vaccine this year, and I think those two factors have helped to make this a very mild flu season. This shows you again the by week, and I want to point out something real important. Because we have to wait for the healthcare providers to certify the deaths and send us the death certificate, we also receive the hospital reports. There's usually a delay. It could be as long as 4 weeks for us to get information. So you see the numbers for December we seem to be going in the right direction, but that's probably because of a delay in reporting. And over time, that's probably going to go up. I think December has been the worst in terms of deaths, not only for Sacramento, but it's been the case for the state as well as the United States in general. And in your handouts, you will see the rate per 100,000, and you'll see that it goes from 0 for those 0 to 9, it goes all the way to 764 per 100,000 for those over the age of 80. So you see that it's not uniform in terms of the impact of COVID-19. The risk of severe disease and death markedly increases by age. By race ethnicity, you also see the differences for the different races, and in your handout it shows you the rate per 100,000. And you will see, as I've pointed out, that the Pacific Islanders, even though we have noted 22 deaths, but their rate is 142, which is much higher than any of the other race ethnicities.
The numbers, the statistics on race, deaths by race, ethnicity, unless we know what percentage that ethnicity occupies in our overall population, it's hard for us to know what those numbers mean. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it looks like there's a large amount of Hispanic and Black, but I don't know what percentage of Blacks and Hispanics are in our demographic. And so it's difficult to understand the data without knowing what percentage of the population they represent.
Sure, we can provide that, but also when you look at the rate, actually that does take the population into account, and that gives you a good idea.
Okay, so the percentage rate is, say, it's that percentage of the overall population of deaths, but what percentage of the overall population is Hispanic or Black or white, or, you know what I'm saying?
Sure. Yeah, we can provide that as well.
I'm just saying, I'm trying to wrap my head around who is they say the Black and the brown are the most at high risk. Is it brown, the Hispanic and Black that's...
And the table on your handout actually shows you the rate per 100,000, so that really shows you the difference. For Blacks, it's 62.5 per 100,000. Hispanic, it's 45.9 per 100,000. Asian, it's 48.
Yeah, but if there's only, 62 Hispanics per 100,000, and that means 100% of them died. You hear what I'm saying? It changes the way you look at the data.
Sure, we'll add the percentages as well.
Thank you.
And the next one is another important statistic that we follow, which is the case fatality. And the difference is with the case rate or death rates that are provided, that is the number of deaths in the population. But when you're looking at case fatality, you're looking at the number of deaths due to COVID-19 over the number of cases in that population. And so when you look at this table, it shows you overall 1.3%, which is something that you've probably been hearing a lot about, which actually means about 1 in 100 people actually end up dying. And then you see the difference by age group. It goes all the way from 0 for those children, 0 to 17, and goes up to 8.6% for those over the age of 65. And then by race ethnicity, again, it shows you the case fatality for each of the race groups. And it does again point out, shows that for the Pacific Islanders, it's much higher than for the others. It's at 4%. Congregate facilities are also at high risk, and this just shows you a quick table of the outbreaks that we have had in congregate facilities or long-term care facilities. So that includes the assisted living and skilled nursing facilities. We've had cases in a total of 186 of the facilities, a total of 5,250 cases. and a total of, especially among the residents, 407 deaths. When you look at case fatality in the congregate facilities, that's 13% case fatality. So again, you can see that for long-term care facilities, when they, because of the age and also conditions that they have, they're at very high risk for severe disease and death. And then this one shows you a map showing you where the, what we call a hotspot map, showing you where the cases are. Again, it shows you mainly in the northern part and downtown Sacramento. Part of that, then there are several reasons for that. One is the population density, but also this is where we find a lot of our disadvantaged communities, low-income communities. And in your notes, it shows you the top 10 zip codes and 95823. I know you've heard that being talked about a lot, and it is one of the highest zip codes for cases. So these, go ahead.
Excuse me, Dr. Supervisor Natoli had a question. Sorry.
Let her finish the presentation on it. It's regarding this chart, but go ahead and finish your.
Sure, I'm done, so you can ask your question.
Okay. Yeah, this is really helpful, the visual behind it, and you were explaining on the zip codes. And I don't know that my office got it over to you yet this morning, but we got a thoughtful email yesterday, and looking at the zip codes, and it was in reference to 95632, the Galt zip code, which is much larger than the city itself. The city encompasses probably roughly 25,000 people. But in that zip code, you probably have another 5,000 or 6,000 folks. And by the way, the city manager did say he very much appreciated, he and his council in Galt appreciated you and your staff getting some additional information out to them. I spoke with him yesterday about another matter. But what I wanted to ask about in the specific question that I received or comment was that for the purposes of the calculation, because you see the hotspot there, and I think in some of these other areas where you have assisted living, board and care, skilled nursing facilities, hospital facilities where the deaths are actually recorded. This doesn't take into account the address in which they may have had their permanent residence, or does it? I guess that's a question, Dr. Kassiri. So if I lived in the Delta area, but went to Methodist Hospital and died there, would the death be recorded in the zip code by which my permanent residence was, or is it at the hospital?
It will be recorded as their place of residence. So if they were at a skilled nursing facility, it will be the skilled nursing facility.
And that's where some of those hotspots are, right? I mean, in these concentrations, you obviously have a population to the point you're making. But the question I wanted to ask, and again, I don't need a response today, but I think it's a fair one, is that because obviously some of the concerns about how deaths are being attributed to certain zip codes and hotspots and so forth, that there's an acknowledgement in your statistics as well as obviously in the information that's reported that, as you said, some of the facilities for folks who are there longer term may already be in a state of health that is compromised in some way, and then obviously the number of deaths that you reflected for that population in some of those attributable facilities is, it's nearly half of the total of all the folks that have died from this thus far. The question is, though, is that if we're using the zip code 95632, it could apply elsewhere, that you would use the population in that entire zip code versus using the city of Galt population, which is, that has a attributable to the municipality, but then the zip code takes in, outlying areas, a lot of them, children attend schools there and so forth. So I don't know if there's a way to adapt. I did see some of the back and forth between some of the reporters that were asking the questions and also our PIO for the health department, and Brenda's been very responsive. But it may be that there's an adjustment that, well, again, it doesn't change the numbers, doesn't change the number of deaths, but the total population by which the comparison is made, 25 versus 30,000, take the number of deaths and cases, it doesn't lower the percentage significantly, but it certainly does adjust the calculation. So I think that's fair. And it may apply to other areas in the county where you have either overlapping zip codes, large areas, some of them may be more rural or less, dense. And I don't know, we don't just take the city into account though. So if it's a city of Rancho Cordova, you have areas that are, a corporate area around it that may be in the same zip code, but not in the city. So.
Yeah, we do also provide it by cities, but I hear what you're saying. It's a bit of a challenge, especially when the data that we have with the zip codes and trying to make sure that we give information that's as accurate as possible. So we could look at what you're asking for and see if there's additional.
I'll send the email over to you. And again, it was very thoughtful, and it said either calculate one way or the other, and I think there's kind of a mix there, but it's not intentional. It's just that, as you said, there's the data and the way it's reported and how it's tabulated. So, but I did want to thank you and your staff. But just as you conclude your presentation, again, I know that folks throughout the public health department and all the related entities and partners have been working extremely hard, many long hours, weekends, nights, to help address this, and I hear many comments. Obviously, there's a frustration out there regarding some of the things that have impacted, lifestyle and conduct of business and so forth. But I don't think there's any lack of appreciation for not just our public health folks, but all those in the health realm, and certainly others who have labored so long and hard to help us combat this. And obviously, there's a lot of work that lies ahead, and just want to pass those comments on. And I know that Supervisor Kennedy shared it, but I also shared it with you last week. Had commentary from some of our leadership in the schools, public schools, who again were very complimentary, and certainly really appreciative of the effort that you and your staff are making as we begin to roll out vaccines, as you and Jim have addressed here this morning. And I think it's going to challenge us. When I hear 1 million vaccines, the goal of our president-elect is to have 1 million vaccines every day administered in this country. It's a big country, and that's a lot of people, though. And I trust we'll be a part of that overall tally. And if we could just do a quarter of that number for 4 days straight, we'd have it all done in Sacramento County. But obviously, it's going to be a bit. And I guess I look forward to the last comment. Look forward to, in the subsequent presentations, some additional information, as we all do, about how you're going to staff up for administering the vaccines. I mean, it's one, getting the word out and getting people in line, but then with the deadlines that folks have as it relates to administering it, and the shelf life for some of those vaccines once they're taken out of the frozen condition. I think it's going to be challenging. It's a big county, and there's a lot of moving parts, but. And Madam Chair, if I could, and maybe others will address it, we received some correspondence. I know I've talked with the county executive in my briefing yesterday, and I think, again, you, Dr. Kissary, and others have been involved. We've had, representatives of the business community, a couple of different coalitions of folks have stepped forward, and again, it's not so much from public health dollars, but it's that they're, I think, making the case for why small businesses, should there be other monies available to the county, in line with other priority considerations, should be considered for some relief and recovery efforts. And some of that's yet to be seen, what comes out of subsequent bills. And it was good news on DHA today. But I know that coalition of some of the chambers, both the ethnic chambers, but some of the chambers represent communities throughout the county of Sacramento, have reached out. Some of the PBIDs and other organizations that help promote business and support businesses. And I would just say that the points have been made, and I think it's certainly left an impression on me that if, even something as small as $1,000, it may not sound like a lot in the scheme of things, but for a lot of businesses, some of them have received relief either through City of Sacramento, City of Rancho Cordova, or other efforts that some of the chambers have collaborated on, has meant a tremendous amount of difference to some of those folks, keeping the lights on and sustaining the hope that better days are ahead, and they'll be able to reopen and return to normalcy on their whatever the business and services are that they provide, or goods. And so I think, as we've talked about many times, we scrambled recently as 2 weeks ago to meet the end of the year deadline. But I do think that as we embark upon the vaccinations and all the things that complement what we're doing on the public health realm, that's going to be a key piece. And the rental assistance is that's great news. I still think this business piece, and so I would hope that as we see how the dollars line up and are able to maybe to juggle some of those numbers, we actually have that for consideration, because I think a number of the initiatives that public health has partnered on through our partners, both in the health realm, but in some of the other support services, the Wi-Fi, and some of the other things that we've done, it's going to be important, I think. And again, I think as little as it might seem in the scheme of things, when people talk about trillions of dollars in Washington, D.C., $1,000 can mean a heck of a lot to a mom and pop business, or to helping them do something still remotely or whatever. And so I would hope that in the ensuing weeks, as we look at this public health and keep our focus and don't lose focus on that we are able to, really take into account some of the concerns as we hopefully begin to, move towards a reopening at some juncture in the spring. So.
Sure, and definitely we'll be working with the CEO's office with whatever money comes.
Okay, because you have some very thoughtful leadership out in the in the business realm, and they've kind of coalesced. So I think it's not all the. I know you've gotten tremendous amount of correspondence from individuals and individual providers and so forth, but I think they've really coalesced, and there's a couple, I think, a handful anyway of some strong leadership that's focused around that. And I think it would give us good points. I know Troy Gibbons, I think, has been working with you, Ann, and others, and certainly public health, to try to bring that to some understanding, so we can know what the requests are, but also then we can see what what we have available to us, and there's some money hopefully frees up. So.
Yes, and as we did discuss, we have received numerous proposals from chambers and combinations of chambers and a wide variety of others regarding small business. We don't yet know what our new allocation is for the new CARES money, but we will be looking, once all the public health needs are met, we will be looking at all of those proposals. And additionally, there's a lot of new state and federal money for small businesses as well. So we'll be factoring all that in and likely bringing something forward to you in the coming weeks.
Okay, thanks. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Supervisor Cerna, are you okay? No.
Yes, I appreciate the presentation, and want to stress that I too am hopeful that we can continue to look at what resources come our way with the new federal action. And I will say this, and I mentioned it to Dr. Pasturi yesterday during our briefing. I understand that management within public health have limited access or no access to overtime compensation, but having heard from them directly and having had some one-on-one conversations recently, just like our line staff, our public health nurses, management is being incredibly taxed right now. I mean, the number of hours that they're putting in is very remarkable. And, I don't necessarily want to open up a Pandora's box and have long debates about management versus non-management and what should be done to fairly compensate. But I think with the new allocation that's coming our way, I think we should have a well-informed discussion about how we can find some pressure relief for managers that are putting in 100 hours a week. So it's something that I think in the long run, as we continue to look towards months of trying to deploy vaccinations, especially, the prospect for burnout I think is very real. And we should be planning now so that when the resources do land with us, we can think carefully about how to, again, try and relieve some of that pressure on them, putting in the kind of hours that they do day in, day out, on weekends and evenings. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes.
Chair Frost, may I comment?
Sure.
I've been working with Mr. Devine and our labor negotiator. This is a labor schema contract issue. We will be bringing to you in closed session some recommendations to address this issue. I can't recall, I apologize if it's the 26th or February 9th, but we will be bringing some options to you that we will then take to schema to negotiate with them.
Okay. And I also want to say I appreciate that Supervisor Natoli and Cerna are on the same page I am as far as economic recovery and hoping that we can find a way to support businesses. I believe they've probably made the rounds to all of us and talked to all of us about some of the proposals, but the chambers, Citrus Heights Chamber, East Sacramento Chamber, Elk Grove, Folsom Chamber, North Sacramento Chamber, Rainbow Chamber, Rancho Cordova, Sacramento Asian Chamber, Sacramento Black Chamber, Sacramento Hispanic Chamber, Metro Chamber, and Slavic Chamber have all come together with a proposal for an incentive program, which COVID Public Health Order Compliance Incentive Program, which I thought looked really great. And also the Asian Chamber had a really great proposal for minority business assistance and recovery. And I know that there's probably more that I'm not aware of, but I'm really hoping that we can carve out some of our next CARES Act for a respectable portion for economic recovery. It's because the businesses are at the end of their rope. They need help. So, Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to go back just for a second to the comments that Supervisor Cerna made relative to, I think, the tremendous efforts being put forth and certainly resulting in, hundreds and hundreds of hours by a combined number of employees. And I'm encouraged that you're going to, be bringing something to us. I would ask, Ann, if at all possible, maybe have it to us on the 26th. When I think about it, we've been in this now since March of last year. If we were talking February, we'd be 11 months in roughly, and I just would echo the comments that I know it's a contract issue, and I spoke to it the last session we were here, and I know you've been responsive in trying to work through this, but in my view, I'll say it one more time, we're in extraordinary times. This is a battle to save lives. And for all the elements of it, there's folks that have to carry out so many of these duties, and it's up and down the line. And again, I, said a moment ago, certainly the appreciation is not lost, certainly on me and on, a whole host of folks in our communities for the, just the yeoman efforts. But I do think that there's folks who have been on those front lines, for months and months and months, and they're both in the public sector and in the private sector. And I just think it's important that we get some resolution to the issue. So my point being that if at all possible, we could see that on a closed session, Madam Chair, on the 26th. I think it'd be helpful so we could then give whatever guidance you need from us to try to get some resolution to that issue.
We'll do our very best to.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, Madam Chair.
I'm sorry for the delay. Are you finished? I had a couple questions if you were finished.
Sure. Okay.
On this, I love this. I love these heat maps because they really do. They're so helpful in helping us wrap our head around it. But I noticed on the state website, it's all purple. All of California is purple. Is this what it is now, or I haven't looked at it recently, or is this a different?
This is different.
Data?
This shows you the cases, number of cases. What the state website shows is positivity, and yes, you're right. Almost all of California is purple right now.
Okay, so it's different. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And I wanted to ask a couple questions about the statistics because I had requested, and first thing I want to do is thank you for taking the time and the energy to do this. This is very helpful. And I know it seems like it's come to my realization that you're not really maybe privy to the statistics, and you're having to work hard to try to figure out how to provide what I'm asking for. Because I remember in November we talked about, you, Dr. Cassirier, and I think it was Dr. Bielenson actually that's definitively stated that restaurants represent 7% of the overall COVID spread. And when I asked about gyms, he said it's less than half that. I mean, it's probably 4% or less for gyms. And so he definitively had an understanding of what those business classes represent. And so what I was asking for is that number. What number, what is the COVID by business class? And this looks like this information that you gave is based on if someone has COVID, where were they in the last 14 days, I believe. So that's a different number. That's a different number. So I'm wondering why we didn't get COVID by business class, those percentages that
Sure.
that you seem to know.
Sure.
How can we get that?
So I can explain that. What Dr. Billingson was talking about was data that the state had put together, but they're also using the same database that we do. And the database has certain questions that they ask. And when they ask, where were you in the last 14 days? The last 14 days is the incubation period. And that's how we're able to determine where a person could have gotten exposed. It was very helpful earlier on when we had fewer cases, and that's why, if you recall, we talked a lot about gatherings because people were mentioning gatherings they were at. But when we got to the point where it's so widespread, it wasn't as helpful. That's one of the things. The other is also that in the comments that we on this page, we do mention that even for individuals who respond to our survey, many of them will either not provide the information, say I don't remember, or oftentimes, as I mentioned, they will just give, for example, the name of a place they were at. So that's why it took so long to get this data out, because we had to go and extract it. Say if somebody said, oh, I went to such and such restaurant, then you have to extract that and categorize it in order to give you the table that you have right now. So a lot of work goes into doing this. And you will find variation from time to time, both by county and also by at different times. You'll notice, of course, that our restaurants have been closed for a very long time. So when you find that, I think it's like, okay, for bars, for example, they've been closed for a long time, and now it's at 1.4%. Yes, because people aren't able to go to bars. The other also is that they will list these places, but it doesn't necessarily mean that that's where the exposure occurred, especially when you have it so widespread. So that's why when you're looking at this where it says grocery stores and pharmacies, 48%, now that's because all of us go to grocery stores. Basically, that's the only place that we have that we're able to go anymore. So it doesn't necessarily mean that grocery stores are the place where everyone's getting it, but it's because of the circumstances we're under. So that's why when we sent it to you, we said has to be interpreted with caution because of some of the difficulties that we have with the database. It's not possible to say, except in certain situations, for example, if there was an outbreak, then, or if somebody went to a party, for example, and then they got a call later on and they were told, oh, you better go and get yourself checked because so-and-so was positive and they were at the party, then of course you know for sure where the exposure occurred. But otherwise, we're trying to work it out, and that actually shows you some of the work that our nurses do is they get this whole slew of questions and trying to figure out, okay, where did the exposure occur, or where's the most likely place that it occurred. And I know I'm kind of rambling a little bit, but
That's okay. No, I know you're trying to help me understand. I wonder if only a quarter of the people are, a lot of the people, you said, I think a quarter of the people respond. The rest of them say they don't say where they've been.
Right.
Do we even have a large enough sampling to be able to rationalize anything from this data tracing that we're doing?
At this point, actually, with the data tracing, our most important point when we are contacting people is to ask them to isolate and then also to find out who their contacts are so we can contact them. The one of tracing back where they could have been exposed, as I mentioned, it becomes a lot more difficult when you have this.
You can't even
widespread.
possibly know where they picked it up.
Exactly.
So the
Because it's
data
so
what is
widespread.
the data tracing telling us? Because we're spending a lot of money
The
on data tracing.
Basically, the data tracing is telling us that it's still widespread. And again, it's not the only thing that people do. They also identify people who are exposed. So there is a lot of value still in contacting people and telling them, okay, you're positive, you need to isolate. If you can give us your contacts, we will contact them and make sure that they quarantine as well.
So, okay, so that kind of gives me an idea of what they're using this data for. And then on this blue, on the blue one,
Yes. That's another way that we were trying to see if we could get at the information that you were asking for, because we do get occupation as well. But it again, if a person works in an office, that doesn't necessarily mean that that's where the exposure occurred, but it does give us an idea of where the cases are.
yeah, it was a little bit surprising to note that there was a high percentage among office workers and people who had been laid off, basically, who were unemployed. Do you think that you know they're going home? So do you think they're getting it from their family, or
It's likely they're getting it from their family, but also what we have found, especially with those who have become unemployed, and especially when their living situation becomes unstable, is that when they're moving from one place to another, to, some of them are couch surfing, they end up getting more exposure, and that might be the reason why they end up getting exposed to COVID-19. And so that's why the efforts to try and make sure that we stabilize that.
I think early on in March or April, early on in March, we were quarantining people, and then it came to the point where we could not contain it, and we learned that it was highly contagious, and now we are testing and we're data tracing, but there's probably 10 or 50 more times more people that have already been exposed to it. I think my line of questioning it goes to, what is, should we begin to question what we're getting from the data tracing, and what if it's actually helping us? Because someone who has symptoms will come in and get tested. If you know what I'm saying.
Right.
What is the value of this information? And the other question that I have is, we're closing down businesses, destroying people's way of life, eating away at their retirement, and they're not making their house payments because they can't. And so we're basically, it's a taking. We're there, and so how do we justify the taking? How do we rationalize that and prove I'm sorry, your business is the spread, so we have to figure out how to either change your business model or shut you down.
Sure.
A lot of the businesses that are being shut down don't appear to represent the spread. I mean, like outdoor dining. That seems like an area that they could continue based on statistics that we have, that outdoors is there's less of a spread, and yet I think the most dangerous place I go on any given day is probably the grocery store, where I'm walking right near people. There's tons of people, so I think this is helpful because it tells me we don't have, I still don't have information to quantify the rationale around who's essential and who's not essential. And I think that's the rub for the people that are losing their livelihood and their future, you know, and their past. So it's not your fault, because I know you're going by the rules, and you've been extremely gracious in taking calls and appointments and trying to help. And I really appreciate this information, and I'm still going to ask for information because I think it's my job as a county supervisor to do that. But I do want to thank you for the effort that you went to, Dr. Kassirier, in providing this information. It's, even though it's not exactly what I thought I was asking for, I think it's informative. It does tell me a lot.
Sure. So I'll try to answer all your questions. The first question you asked is there value of continuing to gather this information? And I would say absolutely yes, because in public health, we're dependent on the data to help guide us. It's going to be the data that will help us to know that we're actually getting past this surge, and that, you know, and also as we go into vaccination, our hope is that as more and more people are vaccinated, that we'll see these numbers drop even more, and that we'll get to a point where it's safe enough for us to be able to, for example, open our schools and the businesses. A lot of the decisions that have been made, for example, the stay-at-home order, were made at the state level, and they are based on an assessment of the risk of certain places and certain activities. And also we're dependent on the state and the federal government in terms of determination of what the critical infrastructure or essential services is. So our role is, we've been trying as much as possible to help explain what the order is and what people need to do in order to be able to comply with the order, and also through the money that we're getting, being able to assist as much as possible. I wish we had more so that we could assist more, and with the hopes that we're going to get additional money coming down. We've discussed it a couple of times that as soon as we know for sure that we will work with Jim Hunt and the county exec and be able to figure out how we can have more of that money go to the communities.
So if last question, if we know the spread far exceeds our testing capacity, we know that far more people are exposed beyond what we can test. So why are we testing? We've never tested for the flu and for other things,
Actually,
other pandemics.
We do test for the flu. It's just that because we do have treatment and we do have a vaccine, we only do what we call sentinel testing, which helps us in determining how severe the flu is, and that's by looking at the cases that are hospitalized, and also some of the hospitals actually send us data on the testing that they do. And as far as testing, again, when you have a novel disease, it's very highly important that we're able to test as much as possible in order for us to be able to track what is going on, because that's the only way that we're going to be able to know what the next steps should be and to know that actually what we're doing is effective.
Thank you, Dr. Kassirier. Supervisor Cerna, you're in the airways. Do you have any comments?
I don't. Thank you.
And I do not. Oh, Supervisor Kennedy.
Thank you, Chair. We also do test for tuberculosis quite a bit, and you can't even walk into a classroom unless you've been tested for tuberculosis, and it's proved to save many, many lives. So that's an aside. The couple things. One is I appreciate your answer and regarding when the next funding round comes, that we're going to look closely at the proposal that's been put together by the business community. I appreciate Troy's work on that. I understand that he has made some very valuable suggestions, and so I'm glad to hear that's still on our radar, because I think it's important if we have the resources. The other thing that I continue to harp on before you were sitting in that seat, and that's, I want to make sure that with our own employees, being that we're the second largest employer in Sacramento County, that we are not over categorizing as essential, and to continue to look at that. And telling people they have to go to work when it could be telecommuted. And as an example, my staff's essential, but they work from home. I choose to let them, and there's been no hiccups in service to my constituents or my ability to get my job done. With technology, I think that we can narrow our definition of essential employees and keep our employees safe. And I also think that would go a long way to help some morale issues that we're having. So I hope we'll continue to consider that.
Thank you, Supervisor Kennedy. Does that conclude your presentation? Thank you so much. Thanks for all your hard work.
Thanks, Jim. Thanks, Dr. Zuri.
Okay, next item, please.
Chairperson Frost, we have public comments. We have about 8.
Thank you. Okay. I knew you'd keep me on task.
Please,
I need help.
Please send the first caller.
Here I am.
Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. Alrighty. I'm calling. I want to first note that it might be handy if you guys try to do something about callers on hold, because we can't hear the meeting when we're on hold unless we're stuck at home with a computer or something. So it might help if we can, instead of playing music, maybe play the meeting so we can hear what exactly is being said and going on. And my concern about the COVID thing is most of the leaders and around the state, not all of them, are stuck in this thing that they have to control us. That they think that we, the people, don't know how to take care of ourselves. So all the money's been earmarked in ways that, to me, are control factors or ways that aren't proven. And what I mean by that is I don't see funds being truly earmarked towards the therapeutics or other ways to truly help people, or help people who've gotten sick from COVID or other ailments and need true help to recover. The other problem is I have not seen any leader yet, state, federal, or local, county, that has shown at their board meetings or elsewhere true scientific evidence that the masks work. I have read too much evidence that they don't, that it's just fear-mongering, that masks would seem to make sense, but masks only help to stop the bacterial type contagion. That's why doctors like to wear them around people that are sick with the virus or something in the hospital, so that they don't give people the virus bacteria, because that's what's going to kill you, not so much the virus, but the infection, the bacterial infection that may set in. The other, there's so much I'd like to talk, I only got 2 minutes, but the fear-mongering is a problem. I can tell the majority of the board supervisors, not just in Sacramento but elsewhere, watch the media, watch CNN, play that game all the time, living in this paralyzed fear that they have to think they got to adapt a whole new system of government, as though we can just throw away our Constitution because the people are also watching CNN or living in that kind of fear. There's nothing but taking advantage of this fear and tearing our country up, tearing our state up, tearing our county up. And it's like, do you really think we're going to make any kind of reasonable recovery if we don't
Can you
completely
please
open
wrap
back
up your
now?
comments, please, sir?
Okay, wrapping up my comment, Phil Sherlin, you're a jerk. Calling everyone dead to you that are Trump supporters, calling them irreverent.
Can you please
traitors.
wrap up your comments, please?
You're a scumbag jerk, and you should resign for sure.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon. My name is Jim Lofgren. I'm the Government Affairs Consultant for the Folsom Chamber of Commerce. I am speaking today to introduce and request your support of a program that would provide immediate economic relief to businesses affected by the pandemic. And this is the program mentioned by Supervisors Frost, Natoli, and Kennedy. We call it the COVID Public Health Orders Compliance Incentive Program. This program is supported by the broad coalition of 12 chambers of commerce that operate in Sacramento County, and Supervisor Frost mentioned who we were. As the name implies, the COVID Public Health Orders Compliance Incentive Program would reward businesses that comply with public health orders by reimbursing them for expenses incurred as a result of their compliance. For example, many restaurant owners rented tents for outdoor dining just prior to the holidays. Shortly thereafter, outdoor dining was prohibited by a public health order. Under the proposed program, these owners could seek reimbursement for the expense of the tents. The process needs to be simple. Just fill out a form, attach receipts, certify that you're complying with applicable health orders, and get a check, perhaps up to $2,000. Our local chambers encourage our members to comply with public health orders. This program provides a carrot rather than a stick approach to encourage and reward businesses to comply with these orders. More details about the program are in a one-page summary that I believe each of you received. I assure you that the local chambers are ready to work with county and city staff to make this program a success. I will close simply by asking that you please approve funding for this incentive program as soon as possible, and or direct staff to begin working with us now so that we are ready to roll when the funds are available. On behalf of the small businesses struggling to survive in your district, I thank you for your support.
Thank you, Jim.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, I'm calling in again, and once again, I am shocked but not shocked by the behavior of this Board of Supervisors. Denying people access to government is very, very shameful, particularly in times such as this, when people are losing their businesses, their children do not have school, and I hate to break the news to you, but your pharma fascist agenda is showing. 1 million vaccines by the end of the week. You people are out of your minds. I'm not sure whether I am in Nazi Germany or Red China. And LA schools are now going to compel children to get this untested, unregulated shot. This is not even a vaccine. This is an experiment on the people of California. And we do not submit to this. We will never consent to this. And even the leftist rag newspaper, the SAC-B, reporting front page news yesterday about hesitancy in many, many populations to take this untested, unregulated medical product. You people need to look up Simone Gold. She is an MD. And she is a JD. You need to look up Scott Atlas with the Hoover Institution. This is all about a virus with a 99.8 to 9% survival rate. And you are killing California over this. You are killing Sacramento over this. Placer County ended the emergency long ago. You need to step in line with a reasonable opening to this county. There is no reason people should be losing their livelihoods. There is no reason children should be 10 months without school.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please? Can you please wrap up your comments?
I'm not interested in wrapping up. I'm interested in being the room, exercise in the room, in the chamber.
Ma'am, can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Open the door, let us in.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Gabrielle, District 2. I sent an email with a copy of the white papers from White Pine County, Nevada, who just declared a local health emergency, declaring a state of economic emergency due to COVID-19 state-mandated regulations and orders. And I'm going to read part of that to you because we have been asking for a hearing on PCR testing, the poor efficacy of it, the high false positive rates. That's all falling on deaf ears. So there are other counties that are taking other stances. So here's what White Pine County did. That it is in response to the declaration, the following will take effect immediately. The individuals and businesses will maintain positive and productive relationships with the White Pine County Public Health Officer and will kindly take into perspective recommendations into account when setting policy. That due to an additional risk of exposure to COVID-19 caused by routinely visiting non-compliant businesses in more densely populated parts of the state, government officials and agents from agencies outside White Pine County shall, with the exception of routine health and safety inspections authorized by Title 40 of Nevada revised statutes, be required to quarantine for 14 days prior to conducting official business. That the sheriff shall be directed to use his discretion not to enforce or respond to complaints related to violations of the governor's emergency directives. That the district attorney shall be directed not to prosecute. That in an effort to avoid irreparable economic damage, the Board of County Commissioners hereby recommends that businesses continue to operate within the governor's emergency directives in good faith. However, the board condemns all infringements on individual liberty and accordingly respects the right of each business and organization to determine how to implement these directives, et cetera, et cetera. You all have a copy of this. So we're at a point where something has to change. There's no amount of money that you're going to throw at us businesses that's going to keep us afloat. I just visited a business on Saturday that I was at 2 weeks ago that is now closed. It's never coming back. Something has to give. When you have a 99% recovery rate in certain parts of the population, 96% in the other, CDC is not tracking flu.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Yes, people are only testing for the flu when they hit the ICU. Something's got to give. So take a look at this. There are possibilities. There are solutions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Ethan Evans. I'm a member or a resident of District 3, so I'd like to welcome Supervisor Desmond to the Board of Supervisors. I appreciate that you're representing our district. And I may be redundant, so I hope not. I wasn't able to listen while be on hold. So thank you for having this possible. In the public report in attachment 1, it looked like that there was a budgeted $20 million for outreach, which could include food and housing. And it also looked like $12 million was encumbered, about 2.6 spent, leaving $5.4 million. I'd like to recommend we need much more work to ensure food and housing for those who are currently living on the streets during this pandemic. On my mile strip near my house along Folsom Boulevard, there are 50 people living in various tents and cupboards. And I hope that we could use some of that $5.4 million for more of a command-style approach to humanitarian aid. There are a lot of volunteer efforts going into that, and more resources are needed. And I just wanted to shout out to Christy Correa, a state worker who gave written comment, and I read them and were quite touched by them, and just echo her sentiment towards the need to do homeless primary health, but also outreach for food and housing security. Supervisor Desmond, I look forward to hopefully meeting with you soon. I've put in a request to do so and just appreciate your work and look forward to the next meeting that will focus on homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Veronica, and I've been listening to your meeting, and all I hear is inaccuracies. Please correct me if I'm wrong, but there's a lot of inaccuracies when it comes to the health data from Dr. Kasiri, inaccuracy in the data. From what I understand, in October, Dr. Kasiri said there's a health equity metric that's been used to figure out the cases and other details. If that program isn't working, are we paying for it? Why? And if we need a new program. But from what I heard today that the tracing program is well. Numbers don't lie. They tell us where to send our funds and to help those that are in need. The COVID-19 California website states that this public tracing program has been used for decades to fight the spread. However, Dr. Kasiri is confused today. She did not answer many questions that were confusing when it comes to data. I would please ask to revisit why are we spending millions of dollars for a program that is not accurate. And the last part from Dr. Kasiri's comments on December 30th. She said, quote, that the homeless shelter was able to quickly respond and isolate and take COVID under control. If this is possible to take COVID under control, why are we still on lockdown, and why are we not on our path to softly reopening? And that's my question for the Board of Supervisors, to please look into the data and Dr. Kasiri's contradicting comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, Supervisor Natoli. I appreciate that you are wearing your mask along with your colleagues, but I just want to point out and ask you to please bring your mask up above your nose. That is how to make it most effective. I know you're trying, and I just wanted to make sure you remembered that, and I'll encourage every supervisor to do that. Which brings me to our latest chair of the board, Sue Frost. Where is your mask? You see an entire room with everybody, save for some reason the CEO, Ann Edwards, who are wearing a mask, and yet here you are, willfully just flouting that. You live, like, you're sitting right now in an enclosed space with what I assume in a county building has a centralized air system, and you are literally a human aerosol can just spraying particles all into it. It doesn't matter if you're healthy or you're not experiencing symptoms or haven't caught COVID yet. It's an example. That's your job as an elected official here in Sacramento County, is to set an example that you and nobody in county government, elected officials, even if they're the president of the United States, is above the law or above protecting the well-being of our communities that you serve. The fact that you are not only the only supervisor on there that's not wearing a mask, but are actively making joking about giving inmates in the jail vitamin C when they're dealing with a deadly virus that has killed over 350,000 people is an insult. It isn't just insult, it's goddamn fucking ridiculous. It makes me furious. How you can sit there and sleep well at night knowing that there are constituents in your district who are fighting.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please?
Follow CDC guidance.
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Fuck you, Sue. Wear your...
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. This is Tracy Shaw, and I'm calling on behalf of the Sacramento Inclusive Economic Development Collaborative. a 15-organization-strong program that has been providing technical assistance to small businesses in the city of Sacramento. First, I'd like to start by thanking Dr. Kashiri and our public health team for all of your efforts. We very much appreciate you. And I'd also like to thank Supervisors Natoli, Frost, and Kennedy for recognizing the struggles that our small business owners are currently having. Today, I'm calling to ask for your support for a proposal to provide one-on-one technical assistance for minority and small business owners in Sacramento County. We have worked extensively since the start of COVID-19, and SAC IEDC has worked with many small businesses and have concentrated our efforts primarily in disadvantaged commercial corridors where these businesses have faced additional challenges even pre-pandemic, let alone now. The Sacramento Inclusive Economic Development Collaborative stands ready to provide the same resources to the small businesses in Sacramento County to help them be prepared for reopening and to take advantage of any of the additional programs that are available to them. Please invest in our small businesses. They are truly the lifeblood of our communities, and we stand ready to work with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. I believe this is the last public comment. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Hi, this is Glenda Marsh, and I'm a resident in the city of Sacramento. And I want to thank all of the health professionals at our county and throughout our cities for all of the amazing work they're doing and for helping save us. And I just want to say that I feel there's just too much bullying going on around mask stuff. I want to be safe. I will not do business with a business that is not enforcing mask wearing so that I can be safe as a customer. I feel really insulted by the supervisors in the dais that are not fully wearing a face mask. I feel like they need to respect all of us constituents and the public and their colleagues. And I'm not alone. There's more of us out there who feel this way. And just really want to let you know that I do not feel safe when our elected officials locally are not modeling and conforming with the behavior and the practices that will help keep us and our families safe. So that's what I'm concerned about. That's safety to me. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chairperson Frost, we have one more caller.
Great.
Please transfer the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
To Sue Frost and all of the callers from her district that are complaining about these ongoing lockdowns, I just want to say, if you're so concerned with the economic impacts of COVID-19 in Sacramento, then you should be doing the bare minimum to follow frontline healthcare workers' guidance on how to prevent COVID spread. Because here's the fact of the matter. The reason that we keep lurching from lockdown to lockdown is because people like Supervisor Frost and all of her sycophants in District 4 literally refuse to do the bare minimum to minimize the spread. This is your fault. We're suffering the economic, social, and political impacts with a fucking insurrection because you all, for selfish reasons, purely selfish reasons, have no regard for the well-being or the rights of your fellow Americans. You don't care. You think that you are the exceptions to the rules and therefore do not have to follow them, while millions of other people across this country are doing it. And Sue Frost, you in particular are especially egregious when you can't even recognize the racial disparities that are being brought to light by this pandemic and actually recognize racism as a public health emergency. You're the only supervisor on that day that seems to not be able to. The jury's still out on Rich Desmond. I'll trust your actions. But the fact that you continue to sit there and call into question peer-reviewed data that has been meticulously studied upon by public health staff who have been working, as Supervisor Cerna says, hundreds of hours a week without overtime pay, and you're still up there playing stupid with this, playing politics, being selfish. You can't even put on your fucking mask. This is absurd. This is all on you, Supervisor Frost.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please? Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
I'll wrap up my comments by saying that if you can't follow the CDC
Can you please wrap up your comments, sir?
Okay, that concludes your public comments.
Thank you.
Okay, for your next item, you're acting as the Board of Supervisors and the Sacramento County Tobacco Securitization Corporation. And we also have your sixth board member, Miss Betty Williams, on the phone, because you do have that board for tobacco is a 6-member board. This is to approve the issuance by the Tobacco Securitization Authority of Northern California of refunding bonds related to the sale of the county's tobacco settlement revenues, approve previous meeting minutes, approve the form of and authorize the execution and delivery of the first supplement to loan agreement, approving the form of a letter of representation and the offering circular.
Good morning, Colin.
Good morning. Thank you. Colin Bettis, the county debt officer. Today, the first item that is included in this action is the minutes of the prior meeting of the corporation, the Tobacco Corporation of Northern California. So I'd like to ask if there were any amendments or any questions on the minutes provided.
Seeing none in the room here, Supervisor Cerna.
I'm sorry, did you call on me, Chair?
I was just asking if you had any comments or questions.
No, I don't.
And Betty Williams, welcome.
Thank you.
No questions.
Okay, great. The second item is that I'm presenting is the recommendation for the opportunity to refund the current outstanding bonds for savings. Within this item, there are two actions that you will be acting on, one as the Board of Supervisors and one as the Board of the Corporation. Joining us today on the phone are also Jenna McGann with ORIC, the county's bond counsel, Bob Gamble with PFM, the county's financial advisor, and Simon Wyrecki with Jeffries, the senior underwriter for this transaction. Today, we'll start with a short presentation that will show the primary reason for recommending the approval of this refunding transaction. So if we could go to slide 1, please.
You can actually do
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Sorry.
No, that's quite all right. So this slide depicts the current outstanding 2005 securitization bonds, along with the projected revenues that have been estimated by IHS Global as an expert in econometric forecasting. The current projection is that there will be a draw on the reserve in 2023 in order to satisfy the debt service, and there would be payment defaults beginning in 2039. The red on this chart signifies the final maturity date of each of the series of bonds, and as you may see, the Series A1 2038 maturity and the 2045 term bond have payment defaults. And the 2005 C bonds will likely never pay off. Moving on to slide 2, this table shows what may occur if the pricing of a refunding transaction is successful. The numbers are a good faith estimate provided by Jeffries, also aligning with the revenue forecast provided by IHS Global. As always, this cannot be assumed to be the end result as markets do fluctuate. However, current interest rates suggest that we may be able to complete a full refunding of the 2005 bonds. Again, the final maturity date in the red, but also as shown here, most of the maturities will be paid off prior to their final maturity. There will be a potential for the corporation to grant residual tobacco revenues back to the county in 2051 and on. As is shown in the tables included on page 4 of your board letter, the plan structure of the refunding bonds includes Class 1 senior serial bonds, Class 1 senior term bonds, Class 2 senior turbo term bonds, and Class 2 senior turbo capital appreciation bonds. The final desired result would be to net savings and have revenue available to the corporation that could be granted back to the county starting again in 2050, 51, and on. The good faith estimate provided by the underwriter shows that we anticipate a net present value savings of 23.18%, calculated through the year 2080. At this time, I'd like to ask if there are any questions.
Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Colin. First, I want to know, how did we get in a position where we were going to be potentially in default?
So the tobacco revenues have been declining,
right?
Primarily based on the fact that consumption of the cigarette has been declining, and that's
which is a good thing.
Yes, yeah. It is a good thing. There are many reasons for that. You know, the new Juul doesn't pay into the tobacco revenues. So items like that, or the smokeless tobacco products, aren't included within the settlement, which is another reason why the decline in revenues has been more severe than was originally anticipated.
But when you say default, neither the authority nor the county is on the hook. It's not for no fault. People, that was a risk that was assigned to the bond holders.
That is correct.
And if I guess they're going to make out better under what's before us, as we will under what's being proposed here today. But that risk, there's no presumption that we in any way in bad faith entered into bond arrangements. There was risk, and that's part of the risk. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And now, and I guess the other question I have is then with, the restructuring and repayment of the 2001 bonds. It's encouraging that in 2051, I guess the Board of Supervisors at that point in time be able to request, is that $11 million potentially, shows in the green, would be available, projections, and then going forward up to 15, 16, 18 million. I don't know what the value of the dollar will be at that point in time, but that's encouraging. But how do we get out to 2080 on this? Are these available in perpetuity, the revenues, the settlement revenues?
So, the reason why they go out through 2080, the revenue is actually going to be in perpetuity of the settlement, right? But in order for providing estimates and calculations, the further out you go, the less reliable the numbers are. And so that's one of the reasons why we only get through 2080.
So the funds never exhaust as long as cigarettes are being sold and purchased and the settlement agreement remains in place, there'll always be revenues behind that.
Correct. Now,
whether they're bonded or not.
Right. Now, if we don't do this refunding, that money would continue to flow to the bondholders of the 2005C bonds. So, because the principal amount will never be repaid, they're going to continue to receive all of the revenue.
The 2001 bondholder?
The 2005.
Oh, 2005.
2005C bonds that are currently outstanding. If we do not refund them, they will continue to get the tobacco.
Oh, they'd
payments.
get that. So
Yes.
this for the long term, then without this and making sure that we don't default, but secondly, then this would assure us that in mid part of this century that the monies will be available potentially for general fund uses. That's what they were used in the past. So, are there any restrictions on those?
I believe there are restrictions.
Capital?
I'd have to go back to that. I believe they're restricted to capital. Capital.
So that would remain that covenant as it relates to capital expenditures versus operational.
Yes. I believe that to be the case. I'd have to confirm that again.
Okay, but whatever we're doing here doesn't change that. Whatever was in place in the original bond covenants remains.
Well, I believe it would go back to the settlement agreement.
I mean, the settlement
Yes.
agreement. Okay. Okay, very good. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions, comments? Betty, did you have anything, and Supervisor Cerna?
This is Betty Williams. I did not. I carefully reviewed the materials and I corresponded with Colin Bettis, and I don't have any questions or comments.
Nor do I, Chair.
Thank you. So we'll entertain a motion to approve.
Is it doing one motion? Or
No, we'll actually need two motions. So do you want to do your tobacco corporation first?
Okay.
Okay.
So do we have a motion to approve the Tobacco Corporation?
So moved.
Moved by Supervisor Kennedy, seconded by Supervisor Natoli. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Williams?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you. And now we need a motion for the second item.
Board of Supervisors resolution.
Correct.
Okay, so moved.
Second.
So moved by Supervisor Natoli, seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you. And thank you, Betty, for your service on this board.
My pleasure.
I just want to point out that our 2021 bonds are making an obscene gesture at us right now.
I'm sorry? Oh. Don't jinx it.
They're number one. That's what it is.
Yeah.
Next item, please.
Okay, for your next item 38, this is to consider adoption of the 2021 federal and state legislative priorities.
Hi, good afternoon, Madam Chair and members of the board. I'm Natasha Drain, your Governmental Relations and Legislative Officer. Before you today are your proposed 2021 federal and state legislative priorities. These priorities came together working in collaboration with county departments and our federal and state legislative advocates who are instrumental in reviewing this document annually and providing recommendations on what should be included given the department's needs and their outlook for the upcoming year. This package brings to you new priority statements that speak to the following that are outlined also in Attachment 1. First, we're seeking additional funding and other supports related to the pandemic response. We're also seeking additional funding for Delta activities, ag programs, emergency services, parks programs, and public guardian offices. We're also seeking an exemption from liability for any airport that is required to use firefighting foam that contains PFAS. We're looking for direct service from Sacramento International Airport to Ronald Reagan Washington National Airport, or DCA. We're looking to support efforts relating to ensuring the safety of public officials, such as the protection of personal contact information. And we're looking to support for seismic resiliency activities that take into account the impacts to county building divisions, among other things. This concludes my brief summary. I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Questions from any Supervisor Natoli, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Yesterday in our briefing, I had an opportunity to talk with Ann Edwards and with Natasha about issue that's emerged, and it affects certainly the entirety of our county, but in particular some of the rural areas. And over the course of the last 24 months or so, there have been proposals to relocate or locate sexually violent predators to rural locations. And there are currently 2 pending, and the criteria by which those judgments are made, they're made in the courts, obviously. State hospitals, along with their contractor, look for placements. But as I'm sure my colleagues are well aware, and others that track some of the conversation in the Wilton community, but we learned yesterday now there's a proposal for just outside the city limits in area west of Galt, and previously in the Vineyard area. And I think there's maybe some reasoning behind it that relates to requirements in the law for separation from schools and daycare centers and parks and such. But nonetheless, in rural areas, without getting into too much detail here, you do have limited, certainly broadband capabilities. You have lengthier response times just because of distances, and in a lot of cases, response times for emergency providers. And yet we have, neighborhoods where folks certainly enjoy a host of outdoor activities as they do in neighborhoods, whether they be in suburban, urban, or rural settings. But I'm concerned because it looks to me, at least from my take on it, that there's maybe a trend for out-of-county placements into Sacramento County, again, because we do have obviously availability of health services within proximity, certainly within travel distances and so forth. And so I guess my comment, and I don't think Natasha's had time yet, would be to have us take a look at this issue, whether it's reflected in our legislative program or not, I don't know. But I do think that, the responsibility, obviously, they would bear through the criminal justice system shouldn't be unfairly borne in this county as it relates to some of these placements. And again, I know that our law enforcement officials, whether they be, the city police and or the sheriff and the DA, are certainly tracking these matters and responding accordingly. And again, they'll be adjudicated. But I do think that criteria that allows out-of-county placement for folks that do not have connections to our community and in placing them in rural areas certainly poses an issue that I would, at least like looked at by our staff. And so certainly with the concurrence of the board would, like some direction around having our folks and maybe even county council take a look at this issue, again, as to how from a more policy-directed standpoint, we could approach this. And I know that our constituencies, because it may not just be in rural settings, it may be in other suburban, urban settings as well. And these are different than registrants. Again, I'm not an expert in the law, so I don't want to go too much in detail, but these have been deemed through the judicial system sexually violent predators for the nature of the crimes, and they've obviously served their sentences, but now they're looking to place them here in Sacramento County. And so without any more explanation, I would just ask we take a look at that. And it, again, may or may not be appropriate in the legislative program, but I think it's an important issue and one that certainly affects our communities that we represent.
I'm happy to look at that. And should we find that it would be appropriate to amend the legislative platform, we can bring that back to you.
Okay, good. Thanks. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Don. Supervisor Desmond.
Thank you, Natasha, and I appreciate you taking the time to kind of educate me about the process a little bit that goes into creating this list for our priorities. One thing I would ask is, I don't know if we could consider maybe for next year and in succeeding years is having a process for maybe the board to also support adding an additional item to this list of legislative priorities. So maybe getting us involved in the discussion earlier, something you and I talked about. And the other thing that I talked to you about is this year during the pandemic, we're going to be talking about an item I know this afternoon relating to a state mandate that the county has to comply with. What I would ask if for consideration of looking at maybe in conjunction with CSAC and UCC, looking at any other state mandates that are going to be coming down in the midst of this pandemic, mandates that are going to result in additional costs to consumers and renters and residents of Sacramento County and the state of California. So anything that can give relief in terms of maybe a delayed implementation in legislation, or maybe even explore if there's an administrative remedy, engaging with the administration to see if certain enforcement or certain fine structures can be delayed for a year, again, during the course of this pandemic, because I don't think it's a time to be adding any new fees or expenses on anybody. So I'd appreciate you considering that as well.
Absolutely. And I will just maybe note that our policies absolutely support that position, and we will make that a priority and make sure our advocates know that it's a priority for this board. Yeah.
Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I mostly just want to agree with Supervisor Natoli. I'm glad you brought that up. There was a case, and it's not just rural, as you said. I mean, there was a case in District 2 a year or two ago in which just a monster of a person was going to be placed in the district in close proximity to another. And I believe it was Ventura County. Absolutely no connection with Sacramento County whatsoever. It was a private contractor, found a place to place them, and they were going to place them. If it wasn't for the Herculean efforts of our district attorney's office, that person would have been in our community. And I just don't see the logic or the fairness in that.
Good. Thanks, Patrick.
Thank you. Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. So I had a question for Natasha as it relates to the, I guess it's labeled as number 16 on the matrix of changes.
Yes.
And this is the intent to support legislation intended to protect public health officials and elected officials. I think it's always to everyone that this is of interest, especially now because of recent events due to the pandemic and some unrest over how some segments of the population think we ought to respond versus others. But given the unfortunate realities of what happened last week at our nation's capital, and the fact that there is likely, at least for the foreseeable future, to be, I think, great unrest relative to other matters, namely the transition of power in Washington. I would hope that this intent is not just going to be to protect elected or administrative officials as it relates to just the context of the pandemic and our response, but relative to any reason why there would be threats made or intimidation leveled at any civil servant or elected person, regardless of what the issue is.
Supervisor Cerna, this is Natasha. I would say that the statement is broad enough to do exactly what you just said.
Okay, good. I just want to make sure that that's obvious to all of us. Thank you.
Okay, and Natasha, after reviewing the legislative priorities, I just had a couple of items in probably consistent with my history with you. Item 2, general, state, and federal priorities. Item under E, pandemic response and recovery. I like the language in this, and I was happy with the funding and flexibility to address the impacts of the pandemic. But beyond that, I'm wondering if it might be good for us to put language in there that's supporting legislation that better enables our county to have more local authority in response to future pandemics. And then item 3, federal priorities, C, transportation. Number 2, protect and enhance transportation revenues and expenditures. This item explicitly states support for an increase in the federal gas tax, which I oppose. Item 4, state priorities. Number A, major county programs and issues. 1, public safety and administration of justice. And this item, under subpoint D, this item supports the reduction of the vote requirement to approve the 2011 Public Safety Realignment Implementation Plan as proposed by the Community Correctional Partnership from 4/5 requirement to a simple majority. And to me, the lowering of any vote requirement for the board is a direct aim at reducing the influence of certain board members, and I want to oppose that. And then item 18 under transportation, subpoint B, it states support for SB1, support for preserving SB1, the gas tax. I did not support SB1, and so I would like to go on record as opposing the gas tax. And then beyond those points, I just wanted to add that, or I guess express my wish that we could have any items that would be in the form of a tax increase, any letters that go out that would support tax increases would not be done without board approval. I know that's not our process, but I wanted to go on record as saying I wish it could be. And I thank you so much for all that you did on this. This is great.
Yeah, I should say thank you to my staff, Alicia DeBoard, who did the bulk of the work. So
Okay.
thank you for that.
Okay, so I guess we need a.
Madam Chair, just a quick question.
Oh, yes,
Yeah,
sure.
sorry.
Supervisor Natoli.
Since you raised the issue, I guess I just wanted to go back on the state priorities to the one relative to the community correctional partnership. So what's the genesis of that? I mean,
This
it seems that you
statement,
can read this two different ways, so I'm going to get some understanding behind
this
it.
statement predates me, so I'd have to do some looking at that to give you a good answer.
In the community correctional partnership, that's local though, is that not?
Yes.
That's our that includes our criminal justice cabinet members, it includes our district attorney, our sheriff, our public defender, probation officer, and they're the ones that are, at least sounds like they may have been, whatever time in 2011, the ones that may have suggested this. Is that correct?
Yes, I think that's right.
Okay.
But like I said, without going back to do the research myself, I couldn't
Right.
confirm that.
Right. Again, because this isn't new, and I think certainly to the point the chair made as it related to, diluting, the ability for a certain number to influence this. But this, it sounds to me like the genesis of this comes from the community correctional partnership, which is made up. It's not solely of law enforcement. There are, there's Health and Human Services representatives, Mr. Wagstaff, and others. I think maybe Ann served in that in the past. But that's the action. So we might want to just do a refresh to see if that's still the position. I trust that it is. I mean, obviously, it sounds like it's been carried for several years in our legislative program, and it wasn't something that just cropped up. Obviously, we're in a little different environment these days, but I don't oppose it. I just I wanted to draw some attention because you made the point. So
Yeah, it's a good question.
okay, thanks. But I would move the. With the notations that the chair has made about objections, which I guess that could be just called out in the item. You can register no votes on certain sections below without having to go through.
Our staff has the notes, and we'll make sure it's reflected in the action
Let's go through
summary.
item by item. So then I would move the adoption of the 2021 federal and state legislative priorities, thanks to Natasha and all the staff that's contributed to this. And this just reflects a lot of work yet ahead. So
I'll second.
Second.
Okay, moved by Supervisor Natoli, and sorry, Supervisor Cerna, Supervisor Desmond got to it first. So,
Gotcha.
seconded by Supervisor Desmond. A roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Kennedy? Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, item 39. This is the authorization to participate in the No Place Like Home program for the On Broadway project.
Good afternoon, Chair Frost and members of the board. Cindy Kavanaugh, Director of Homeless Initiatives. I have a short presentation this afternoon to present our recommendation for the state No Place Like Home development co-application. This is a collaborative recommendation that is part of a collaborative partnership working on this process and these projects with Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Agency, as well as the Department of Health Services Behavioral Health Services Division. I'd like to recognize Jane Ann Zachary and Christine Weichert, having worked on this process and project. Just as a reminder for some and maybe new for others, the State No Place Like Home program was enacted in 2016 and approved by the voters in November of 2018. It is a $2 billion bond for permanent supportive housing for persons experiencing homelessness, chronic homelessness, or who are at risk of chronic homelessness, and are also living with a serious mental illness and in need of mental health and/or substance abuse use services. The bond repayment is from the diversion of County Mental Health Services Act revenue. There are two allocations in the state funding. Sacramento County was eligible to receive a little over $5 million in the non-competitive funding, and this application represents the remainder of that allocation, which must be committed by mid-February. And we are also eligible to apply in the competitive allocation with the large counties. The applications are due January 19th, and we are competing with 11 other counties. We issued a joint request to partner in June 29th in anticipation of the state's process. Also, as a reminder, we created a sort of a continuous and predictable process for a couple of reasons, or a few reasons. We want to identify on an ongoing basis new supportive housing developments for both funding allocations, and we wanted to create confidence within the development community that there would be some predictability so that they could expend the resources necessary to develop these permanent supportive housing developments. And to the greatest extent possible, we wanted to coordinate, which also creates confidence, the capital operating and services funding. Our local No Place Like Home selection process largely mirrors the state process. It ensures projects are eligible, feasible, and that they will score competitively at what has been a competitive state process. The competitive factors consider the leverage of capital and operating subsidies, the readiness of the project to proceed, and the extent of off-site and on-site resident and supportive services. To date, we have received awards of $24 million for 3 developments located throughout Sacramento for family and individuals. They are located in Citrus Heights, in the city of Sacramento, and in the unincorporated county. You can see some of the details here. In total, these 3 developments, when developed, will produce 137 No Place Like Home units, and a total of 308 units in the developments as a total. With this recommendation, we will be at 174 No Place Like Home units and 448 total units.
Quick question, are any of these completed yet, Cindy?
No. They are in the process typically of getting their other state funding. They are applying for tax credits, and if more detail may be available from Christine Weichert, who's in the audience.
So we've yet to see any units.
Correct.
We'll be into year 3, year 4 since the legislation, right?
Well, 2018 was when it was approved,
okay.
So not too bad. They are making progress.
Okay, thanks.
We're happy to present the on-Broadway development. EAH Housing is a new developer to Sacramento County in this region, but not new to affordable housing and permanent supportive housing development. Having acquired and developed 104 properties with over 8,400 units in California and Hawaii. I should mention that Daniel Ryan, who is the EAH Housing Senior Project Manager, is online if there are detailed questions. Now, this is a 1.25 acre property in the city of Sacramento at 1901 Broadway. It currently has a vacant site, office building, which will be demolished and replaced with the permanent supportive housing and workforce housing development. 37 of the 140 units will be No Place Like Home for No Place Like Home participants. It has received a commitment of 37 project-based vouchers from SHRA. The No Place Like Home units, we work with the developer on allocating the bedrooms to meet the demand and the need. Will be primarily 1 bedroom, but also have 2 and 3 bedrooms in that set aside. This project has been supported by the city of Sacramento, as evidenced by their commitment of $3.3 million for local gap financing, and the project-based vouchers, as well as as well as the entitlement approvals. My last slide just looks towards the dates going forward. We will submit this application, if approved, on January 19th, with awards anticipated in May. We do anticipate a 4th funding cycle. As we did with the previous cycles, we will evaluate our ability to participate, primarily based on the services that we will be committing to, and we'll be coming back to this board prior to if we do go out with a request to partner, and then as we select projects. I should mention this would be the 4th project, although in our round 2 we did submit 2 projects, with 1 having not received an award. With that, I am available for questions.
Seeing no questions at the dais, Supervisor Cerno, do you have questions?
No questions, Chair. I just want to make a brief comment, and that is the on-Broadway project is in the district I represent, and knowing the Broadway corridor very well, I think we get a twofer, if you will, in terms of the programming that will be offered at the site is, I think, going to be exceptional. But the commercial corridor along Broadway, I think, for a long time has really suffered from not having enough residential use, regardless of the type, whether it's high density or single-family attached or duplexes, what have you. But I think this is going to actually serve the added benefit of eliminating some blight at one of the major intersections along that corridor. So I think from a community development standpoint, as well as a social service standpoint and public health standpoint, this is a great project that I'm really proud will be accomplished in the district I have the privilege of representing. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. So with that, do we have public comment?
No, you do not have any comments.
Okay. And with that, I'll entertain a motion.
I'll move it, Chair.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. So moved and seconded by Supervisor Kennedy. Roll call vote, please.
Supervisors Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy? Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you.
Great. Well, I want to thank everyone. It was a good start to 2021. We do not have a closed session item today, so we will now recess to 2 p.m. Okay, good afternoon. Welcome to the Sacramento County Board of Supervisors afternoon session. We are reconvened, and if the clerk will please call the roll to reestablish quorum.
Yes. Supervisors Desmond?
Here.
Kennedy?
Here.
Natoli? Cerna?
Here.
Frost?
Here.
And you have a quorum.
And we have a special announcement by our county executive at this time, Ann Edwards.
Thank you, Supervisor Frost. We just got word during the break from the state that the Sacramento region stay-at-home order will be lifted effective immediately today. They are projecting that, looking at the projection out 4 weeks and anticipating that we will be above 15% ICU bed capacity, and they are thinking that the Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's surge is we're seeing the worst of it and it's getting better. I spoke with Dr. Kasiri during the break, and she will have a revised public health order in place before close of business today. We will still remain in the purple tier and all of the purple tier restrictions, but the stay-at-home order will be lifted today.
And will we still be working from that regional level or from our county level, purple tier?
I believe the color tiers are by county. The regional issue was based upon the ICU bed capacity.
Okay. That's awesome news.
So that would mean restoration of outdoor dining?
That's my understanding. We do want to wait to... Pardon me?
Salons.
Salons and, gyms with the restrictions,
right,
and churches with the restrictions.
All the restrictions in purple, but we come out of the deep purple into purple.
We'll be in purple, and all of the restrictions that were in place for purple will still be in place. But the actual, it's my understanding, we need to wait for Dr. Kasiri's health order, but that restaurants can open for outdoor dining, I believe. So all the things that were in place before the stay-at-home order.
How about the curfews? Is a curfew lifted too, or is it curfew?
I did not hear anything about the curfew, so I don't know.
Okay.
And I know it's been a concern over time with the restaurants because when we open and close, if they buy supplies, it can cost them $100,000 for a couple weeks.
Yes.
Food supplies, and then if it shuts down again in a week or two, it's hard on them.
It's very hard, and that is a concern.
That's not going to happen.
I totally agree with you. It is a concern, but it is, they are projecting that we'll be above 15% in 4 weeks, and so that's the call they made today.
Wow, that's great.
Good. Supervisor Frost, this is Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
My recollection was that the purple tier actually permitted, I thought, indoor dining with separation between 3 households maximum, right?
You know what, Supervisor Cerna, I do not have that information right in front of me. It was my understanding that purple meant only outdoor dining, but I could be mistaken. That's easy to look up online, and we can actually do that during the course of this meeting.
Yeah, it's hard to keep up with all of it.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you. Good news.
Good news.
That's wonderful news. Thank you. Well, we'll look forward to Dr. Cassirier's announcement and the details with that. And so at this time, let's go ahead and move forward to item 40.
Okay, so for item 40, this is the Cortland Market PCN. It's a request for a public convenience or necessity letter to change from a Type 20 beer and wine liquor license to a Type 21 beer, wine, and spirits liquor license for an existing store at 11711 River Road in the Delta community.
Okay, hello, Chris Pahuli. Thank you for being here.
Hello, good afternoon, Supervisors. Again, Chris Pahuli with the Office of Planning and Environmental Review. It's my pleasure to present this item, which is a request for a letter of public convenience or necessity for the Cortland Market at 11711 River Road in the Cortland community. The applicant currently has a Type 20 ABC license for beer and wine sales, which was issued in 1977, and they are requesting a Type 21 license, which would add distilled spirits. A PCN letter is required by ABC as this site is located in an over-concentrated census tract. ABC requirements allow for 2 off-sale licenses within this tract, and there are currently 12 licenses. As the applicant currently has a Type 20 license, approval will not add a license to the tract. Staff analyzed surrounding impacts, which is included in your report package, and found that there is only one other license within 1 mile of the Cortland Market, and there is 1 school and daycare located nearby. The request was reviewed by the Delta CMAQ, and they are recommending approval. Here is the census tract map highlighting the 12 licenses. This is the 1 mile radius map with the other license and school and daycare facility indicated on the map. The board letter contains the standard conditions of approval that will be added to the ABC license and business license. I should note that the applicant's current ABC license does not have those standard conditions related to single sales, so approving this request would bring their conditions in line with other recently approved licenses. Based on the applicant's concurrence with the conditions and an analysis of the request, staff is recommending the board approve the PCN letter. That concludes my staff remarks.
Thank you, Chris. This is.
Do we have the applicant want to say anything, Madam Chair? Do you have anyone on the phone?
Unfortunately, we don't have the applicant on the line. We've been trying to get in contact with the applicant for quite some time now, and we're trying.
Okay. Because again, I'm prepared to certainly move forward with the staff recommendation. There
is one person that is on hold, showing up as a public comment. Let me have staff just double check to make sure.
Because I just want to be sure that we're going to accept conditions. I trust they are, but before we take final action here. Thank you.
Okay, so it doesn't look like it's the applicant.
Okay. I would just preface my motion that this is a long-standing business in the core of the community, and for those who may travel the River Road from time to time, you can certainly, it's very prominent, but it does have a number of the items, obviously, that are important to folks for their daily household food and other needs. And I think, as pointed out in the staff report, this has had a license for a number of years. Obviously, it was for beer and wine, but without the restrictions relative to single sales and so forth. And I had a conversation with the owner-operator, and there was some concern, I think, they expressed at the Delta Citizen Municipal Advisory Council meeting relative to giving up that in order to get the distilled spirits. But it sounds like that from the staff that they've agreed to the conditions. I'm prepared to support the PCN, the letter of public convenience here, and the findings is outlined with the conditions. And I guess I would just say, Madam Chair, in the event that there was any heartburn by the applicant, I would assume that we could revisit this. But I think, Chris, you understand that the applicant was agreeable to the conditions?
That's my understanding.
There is a trade-off. I'm sorry, go ahead and flow.
Transferring the applicant in right now.
Oh, they are, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me, Mr. Savala?
Yeah.
Okay. If you can mute the meeting in the background while we're talking, that would be great.
I did, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. We have the applicant on the phone, and in the event you weren't watching the proceedings, Mr. Savala, I know that I had a chance to visit with you and the owner-operator of the core of the market, and at the time there was some concern last fall about the conditions by which this would be conditioned as it related to the single sales in order to be able to obtain the 21 license for the sale of distilled spirits. It's my understanding that whether you totally agree or not, that you concur with this. I'm prepared to move the item, certainly take into account any comments you may have on behalf of the applicant. It's gone through the review with the staff recommendation, but I just wanted to be sure you're accepting of the conditions as outlined in the report.
Yes. Thank you, Supervisor Natoli. That is correct. We did, after our meeting, we did meet with ABC, and we met with the Sheriff's Department, and we fully understand the conditions that are being proposed right now, or being set on the license.
Okay. Well, good. In the event you have anything else to offer, I'm prepared to move the item as recommended in the staff report, and thank you for your patience and work with our staff on this. So I move the item.
No, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli, and the chair will second. And if the clerk will please call a roll call vote.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay. Our next item is the Wild Hawk North Unit 10 project. Approval of a rezone, community plan amendment, comprehensive plan amendment, tentative subdivision map, and a design review for a property located approximately located in the vineyard community. And the environmental document is an addendum to prior environmental impact report.
Okay, we also have a PowerPoint presentation for this item, and I'll be providing the staff remarks. Just give it a second to come up. Okay, so the site is comprised of 2 parcels along with portions of three others, and is located in the Vineyard Springs Comprehensive Plan area. It was originally part of the Wild Hawk Northwest project approved by the board in 2006. The parcels were to be used as a detention basin and park site. However, subsequent drainage studies determined the basin was no longer necessary, enabling the property to be developed. This slide shows a composite map of the Wild Hog North area with multiple subdivisions that have been approved or are in progress and represent about 1,000 single-family lots. The project before you this afternoon is the Wild Hog North Unit 10 site. Staff is also actively working on the Wild Hog North Unit 9 map, which is on the right side of the graphic, which should be before you in a couple of months for consideration. The entitlement package requested for this project includes a rezone, community plan amendment, comprehensive plan amendment, a tentative subdivision map to create 34 single-family lots and one 6.6-acre park site, and includes an exception to Title 22 and a design review. I should also mention that staff has concluded that the EIR prepared for the Vineyard Springs comprehensive plan is, in conjunction with the addendum included in your report package, is adequate for the project. This slide includes the tentative subdivision map. I'd like to point out that the site design of the map ensures visibility to the park site and creek corridor, which is planned to include trails and other amenities. I also wanted to note that if the package is approved, it will result in some minor split-zoned areas. However, the project is conditioned to complete some minor boundary line adjustments before the final map is filed, which are shown on this exhibit to resolve those issues. The Vineyard CPAC and Design Review Advisory Committee are recommending approval. The Planning Commission is recommending approval as well. I should note that during the Planning Commission meeting, there was discussion about Condition 70 regarding the fair share for a pedestrian bridge, linking the subdivision to subdivisions to the north. Following the meeting, staff met with the applicant in Southgate Recreation and Parks District to resolve their concerns. Condition 70 was modified to clarify that funding for the bridge would come from funds already allocated, as well as a soon-to-be-formed CFD for the Vineyard Springs District. Staff is recommending approval of the requested entitlement package. That concludes my staff presentation, and I'm available for questions.
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, just a comment. This is in Supervisor Kennedy's district. Well, when it was originally approved, it was in District 5, and so it's taken a while to get here. Obviously, figuring out the drainage in the area has been a challenge. I just would note, too, that the Vineyard Springs Comprehensive Plan, that probably goes back almost 25 years when we spent a lot of time when this area was first under development considerations, working through schools, parks, drainage. There were still obviously studies they had to follow, and as the build-out has occurred, obviously it's become a very desirable neighborhood in that Bradshaw corridor, and just would note that this certainly makes sense. It's a small piece of a much bigger puzzle, and I appreciate the graphics. I think it shows just in the south of Gerber down towards Calvine area, not quite that far, a lot of the development that's either underway, has been built, or contemplated. So, but that's only comments, and certainly it's in Supervisor Kennedy's district. So,
Supervisor Kennedy?
Do we have any callers or anything?
We do have Bruce Walters on the line, who is representing the applicant for this project, but we do not have any public speakers.
If anyone has any questions for Chris, for staff, otherwise we can go to public comment if you want, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, if we could go to public comment, and then I'll make a motion.
Sounds good.
So that would we have the applicant's representative on the phone right now. Mr. Walters?
Is he interested in speaking?
Hello, Bruce Walters, Walters Land Planning, representing the property owner and applicant. We've worked a good amount of time on this, first on drainage, then on some of the bridge financing that Chris described. At this point, we are in agreement with conditions of approval and are ready to answer any questions you may have.
I don't have any questions. I think that staff did a great job at working with the applicant on this, and it's conditioned in a good manner. So if there's no other questions, I will move for approval.
So moved by Supervisor Kennedy, second by Supervisor Desmond. Please call the roll.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Supervisor Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And unanimous vote.
Thank you. Okay. Next item, please.
On your next item, staff will be transferring in a group for the representatives of this project. For item 42, this is Aerojet Special Planning Area Amendment, a zoning ordinance amendment to add a light industrial zone property to the Aerojet Special Planning Area and to establish a landfill used for the property located at the northwest corner of White Rock Road and Grant Line Road in the Cordova community. The environmental document is a mitigated negative declaration.
Okay, so the item is a request from Easton Development Company to amend the Aerojet Special Planning Area to add a M1 zoned parcel to the industrial zone of the Aerojet SPA and establish a landfill use on the site. The graphic on the right of the slide shows an aerial of the property to be added, and it is located at the northwest corner of White Rock Road and Grant Line Road. This slide shows the Aerojet SPA boundaries and designations. I'd like to point out the Easton and Glenboro Land Use Master Plan area designations on the northern portion of the SPA. Specifically, the Glenboro Master Plan area contains the Aerojet landfill, which has a clean closure plan to allow for development of the master plan area. The red cross-hatched area to the south and outside of the SPA is the subject property for this SPA amendment. The site is owned by Aerojet General Corporation and is approximately 250 acres in size and contains an existing 100-acre inactive pre-regulation landfill, also known as the White Rock North Dump. The Aerojet SPA allows for land owned by Aerojet or their subsidiaries to be added to the SPA and for historic uses to be allowed. Both of these provisions enable this requested action to be before the board this afternoon. The applicant's proposal includes two phases. Phase 1 involves the construction of a 50-acre Class 2 landfill on the northeastern portion of the subject site. The proposed landfill is referred to as the Aerojet Waste Consolidation Unit, or ACU. Phase 1 would also involve the transport of 1 million cubic yards of transfer materials from various locations within the ACU service area, including material from the Aerojet landfill for disposal and closure. I should note that the service area for the ACU includes only unincorporated county land. Construction of the ACU would be completed in phases, starting with the 500,000 cubic yard sale. This would be followed by construction of additional sales in 100,000 cubic yard increments as needed until transfer material has filled the ACU's capacity. Phase 2 of the proposal follows completion of the transfer when the portion of the ACU would be closed and capped consistent with state requirements. Aerojet will be conditioned to an ACU closure by December 31st, 2035. This graphic shows the project site and phasing plan, which I mentioned. The ACU is located within the eastern portion of the site. The western portion of the subject parcel contains existing wetland and elderberry biological resources. At this time, there is no proposed plans for development for the western portion of the subject site. This is the conceptual site plan of the ACU, including the placement of proposed access roads and a landfill footprint. Some screening is proposed as part of the establishment of the landfill. A 6-foot tall chain link fence with barbed wire across the top is proposed around the ACU, and landscape screening is proposed within a 10-foot wide planter along White Rock Road. This exhibit shows a before and then the photo simulation of the landscape treatment. This slide shows an additional vantage point of that treatment. This slide shows the cross-section graphically and highlights the berm and dense landscaping that was shown on the visual simulations. Prior to initiation of the project, the Water Board, County, and Cal Recycle consulted and determined an approach to handle the environmental document. A decision was made for the Water Board to be the lead agency with the county as responsible agency for purposes of review and comment. The initial study and mitigated negative declaration were prepared by ECOR on behalf of the applicant and was considered and certified by the Regional Water Quality Control Board in October. And they also approved the waste discharge requirements in December at their December 10th, 2020 meeting. The initial study mitigated negative declaration concludes that all impacts would be reduced to a less than significant level with implementation of the identified mitigation measures. The Cordova CPAC and Planning Commission have both reviewed the request and recommend approval. Staff is recommending the board determine the mitigated negative declaration that was certified by the Water Quality Control Board is adequate and complete, and approve the zoning ordinance to amend the Aerojet SPA. That concludes my presentation.
Okay, Supervisor Natoli.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Chris, first, just want to thank our staff, a very thorough review, and I know obviously working with the applicant for information submittals, but fairly lengthy environmental document, but also obviously, again, a very thorough examination and planning staff report. Only had one question, and this relates to the screening. So will there be a elevation differential with the landfill, and what is that? How much mound will there be at the end of from that? You showed a couple of the slides there, and they may have been included in the packet. I didn't see those previously. They may have been buried somewhere in the environmental document. What is the elevation? And I assume there's going to be a working face with the first 500,000 CU or cubic yard opening.
There is definitely a grade difference between White Rock Road and the top of the.
What will be the future closed landfill?
Right. I'm going to have to look through that and get to it. The applicant is on the line. They perhaps might know some of the technical components of it, and they may be able to answer that question.
And it only occurred to me as you were going through the slides. I mean, again, I've spoken with them as recently as yesterday as well, and they answered any questions I had, and that was one I didn't ask. So I know, and again, I see Doug Sloan here in the next item, but certainly with Kiefer, again, a much different situation, but nonetheless, a landfill and elevation for folks that might be adjacent, certainly can be something that people raise as an issue. But I wasn't familiar. I didn't know how much from grade is going to be raised. But other than that, Madam Chair, I don't have any questions. I know you have the applicant on the line, and I think this is a logical approach. It has tremendous savings as it relates to truck trips that would be anticipated if the material actually were trucked off of site and off of other sites within the unincorporated area of the Aerojet property. So it certainly has trip reduction benefits, significant ones as it relates to those calculations. And I think it's, will provide for opportunity for the Aerojet property, which, as Chris pointed out, has a number of development entitlements already to allow some of that to move forward as they begin to consolidate this material and move forward with some of the development that's contemplated there that, abuts obviously District 4, but and I think has been anticipated for a number of years now. So that's the only question I had, and then if there's any public comments or questions by board members, obviously.
I think we have Roy Brewer, Chris Fennessy, and Mike LaFortune on the phone. I don't know if they wanted to make a comment.
Hi, this is Roy Brewer, representing the applicant. I would like to supplement Chris's staff report with a few points. One, approving this request benefits the environment in a number of ways. For example, by preventing heavy truck traffic related to this particular proposal on local and state public roads, we estimate 7 hours a day, 5 days a week. Allows for the use of larger trucks with a heavier carrying capacity on private roads exclusively on the Aerojet property. relying on those larger trucks and traveling 9 miles round trip rather than 120 miles round trip. As Supervisor Natoli noted, the truck miles driven are reduced from an estimated 8.5 million miles to an estimated 225,000 miles, which is a 97% reduction. And then as to greenhouse gas emissions, they too are reduced by approximately 98% from an estimated 19 million pounds to 350,000 pounds. So significant benefits to the environment arising from this landfill at this location. Secondly, approving this request also benefits the community. Again, as Supervisor Natoli just noted, allows for the repurposing and redevelopment of the Aerojet campus by way of one or more land use master plans consistent with the SPA ordinance. Creates an opportunity to plan for and extend local and region serving infrastructure through the Aerojet campus, for example, a southerly extension of Hazel Avenue. And as Chris noted, creates a schedule and a completion date for the closure of the existing White Rock North dump site. And then lastly, to reinforce something Chris noted in his report, just want to reinforce that no waste will be imported to this site from outside of the service area boundary, as that area is depicted in Attachment 6. So the service area includes only land in the unincorporated area of the county. And with that, and acknowledging the recommendations of Colfax and the Planning Commission, we ask for your approval of the staff recommendation. And Chris Fennessy, do you have an answer to Supervisor Natoli's question about elevation?
Thanks, Roy. Hi, this is Chris Fennessy with Aerojet Rocketdyne. The elevation of the final grade of the landfill is not intended to exceed a height that would cause any kind of visual blight. The landscaping plan that was developed is intended to be able to mask the entire visual site of the landfill. So from any area around the White Rock North dump, future ACU, you would not be able to visually see the landfill once the vegetation grows in.
Could I just follow on, Chris? I know there's a bit of a delay here. So just kind of to understand it, though, so is it going to raise, though, from, and again, ground level may vary there if it's undisturbed, but is it going to be 20 foot in height or 25 foot in height, or again, and obviously from line of sight and vision? I'm not, again, I don't think it's going to be an aesthetic problem. I just was curious as to what the height would be, and, maybe that's tough to describe because of varying elevations on the property already, but it'll be a mound, but I guess just what would generally be the height if you were sitting on White Rock Road, for example.
And perhaps maybe I can interject just quickly. In your report package, attachment 9 provides the visual. I did pull it out and put it on the overhead if you'd like to bring that up.
Got it.
And so Chris Fennessy can correct me if I'm wrong, but it looks like there's probably maybe about 100-foot grade separation between the frontage at White Rock and the top end of the ACU once completed. Again, that's quite a ways away in distance, and again, at full growth of the landscape screening, the hope is that provides a pretty significant visual buffer. So perhaps the applicant can add on to that comment.
Yeah, thanks, Chris. Again, this is Chris Fennessy with Aerojet Rocketdyne. The surrounding topography out there is rolling terrain with a lot of cobbles and whatnot, cobble piles from historic dredging operations. The intent is to essentially reduce the grade from where it is today in many places. So we'll be essentially be filling a low area with the material for the transfer material into the ACU. I'll confirm for sure what the maximum elevation will be. I believe that the existing ground surface is roughly 295 feet above mean sea level, and I believe that the maximum height is 330 feet above mean sea level for the ACU. So perhaps 30 to 40 feet above what the existing is.
Okay. No, and it will be planted with natural grasses then? Is that the intent, Chris?
That's correct, yes.
Okay. All right. No, I'm looking.
Yeah, I apologize. The text was quite small, so it's a little bit less than what
Right.
I
I had actually flagged the exhibit. I just hadn't looked at that closely, so that was helpful. So that's the only question I had. That's helpful. Thanks. Okay. Need public testimony, Madam Chair?
Do we have public comment?
We do have a public comment.
Okay, thank you.
Could you please transfer the public comment? The caller, sorry. Hi, caller. You have 2 minutes. Please make your comment.
I have what?
Oh, you have 2 minutes to make your comment. Are you ready to start?
Okay. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
My name is Gail Jones, and I'm kind of new to the neighborhood. I have 4 issues. I'll make it quick. One is that we have to start restricting water right away so that we have enough water to fight the fires. And second, we need to put children, teenage children and small children and their families in hotels, not separate them. That's very traumatic. And we also need public reporting on the policing oversight policy reform, because the public needs to know that. And you also need to make a policy that if government officials don't wear masks at meetings, they should be censored for going against the public good. Thank you for your service. Goodbye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, if there's no other public comments, then nothing else the applicant wishes to add. One more thanks. I did want to note that the staff person that worked on this, Kimber Gutierrez, was called out for her good work. Wanted to just note that. I don't see her here today. Chris, you're carrying the load with the report. But so with that, with the entitlements that are embodied in the report in the environmental document, I would move staff recommendation of all the items as outlined.
Thank you, Supervisor Natoli.
A second.
And second by Supervisor Desmond. And if the clerk will please call the vote.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
And that's a unanimous vote.
Thank you. Next item, please.
Okay, so for item 43, this is Proposition 218, public hearing regarding solid waste residential rates and resolution to increase solid waste residential rates.
Good afternoon, Doug.
Good afternoon.
They gave you the easy one today, Doug.
Real quick. Nothing meant, Chris. No, thank you. I'm pleased to be here today, Chair Frost and members of the board, to talk about our department. Both from a refuse and recycling standpoint, we're here today to talk about a rate increase that we've been proposing. Just as background for our department, we have been essential providers for the residential collection service in the unincorporated area of the county. We've been working every day. We never closed any of our facilities, all during the COVID. And if we do our jobs right, we are completely off the radar for all of our customers. That said, we do gain attention when we come before the board to get it to ask for a rate increase. In this case, we last were at the board in the spring of 2008 and asked the board at that time to grant us a rate increase, which they did, of $1 per month effective July 1st of 2008, 2009, and 2010. That's the last time that we have been before the board to request a rate increase. And I had a little bit of I know you have questions. I wanted to go through a timeline just a little bit, kind of a reminder to all of us. When I started with the department in 2010, we had lost $3 million at the operating line in the fiscal year that ended in June of 2009. And we made that up with the reserves. And so at the end of 2010, we had an unfunded fund balance, unrestricted fund balance of $23.8 million. And as we go through, that's kind of a significant number because it really calculates into where we're trying to go with our rate increase. In 2011, we made a number of routing changes and other operational changes, and we eliminated 11 routes. Really trying to clean up our operation, make it more effective, make it more productive, save money in the long run. We continued in 2011, organics processing changed from basically a free disposal. We had a vendor that would come in and take away our green waste at North Collections for free and use it in a power plant to generate electricity. That changed to where we had to initially pay the transportation fees. So we started out paying about $13.50 a ton, which was very manageable for that time. During 2012 to 2015, we changed operations and cell development, reducing operating costs out at the landfill. We made a number of different changes. We went to steeper slopes. We filled in some areas on the top. All of that was airspace that would have gone unused, but allowed us to really control our cost and provide a good, safe home for that waste material that we collected. In 2016, we came before the board and paid off the last of the bond financing that we had for the buffer lands purchases. As you know, we have several hundred acres surrounding the landfill, all designed to keep the environment and some of the things that we create, noise and smell, away from the public as much as possible. And maintaining those areas in the environmentally safe. So the part of that area is in a habitat conservancy. At the end of 2017, it was the end of the curbside recycling sales. Before that, we were able to use some of that recycling sale money. That program, the curbside blue cart, paper bottle cans, that program generated $1.5 million to $2 million a year in net revenue to the department. But that all came to an end with China enforcing the national sword, and we started having to pay for the processing of recyclables. 2018, right after I was appointed to the director's position, our reserve balance had been was fairly high at the time, even after paying off the bond. And we had always run our department thinking that we would need a $20 million operating reserve to continue going and continue our capital programs. We had conversations with the county CFO at the time. He was more in the mind that that number should be $10 million. And as we'll talk about, that number really needs to be much higher than that going forward. But it was one of my first experiences as the director, carrying a large balance, and realistically we had a large balance there because we knew we had some large capital projects coming. Also in 2018, 2019, we received approval from the board to put a road in around the northwest side of the landfill, and we started construction on Module 4. It's the new cell. It should be completed, I believe, this year, and it continues to give us capacity going forward. We're only building out what we need to for the future, but the road was significant in that it makes around the point and really defines, if you're driving down Grant Line, it really defines where the edge of the landfill is for us. Also in 2018, our CFO had retired. He was the only person left in the staff that had any rate experience putting together a rate package. In 2019, our peak of the unrestricted fund balance, we reached $74.1 million in 2019. So when we talk about the timing of this and why we didn't come before, as late as 2019, we had $74 million in operating reserve. We knew we had capital projects, the Module 4, the road project, that I think was $40 or $45 million. So we knew we had a source for using that money. And at that time, we started looking seriously at coming and needing a rate increase. In early 2019, we hired Tepa Banda, who is our new CFAO. He had experience putting together rate packages. We hired the firm of Hilton Farnkoff to help us. They're a consultant that only does work for government entities, and they help put together our rate study. And Tepa's main priority for that first year was the rate increase. 2020, our reserve balance dropped to $49 million, which really reinforces the fact that we need to be before you for another rate increase. So what's the driving forces for that? There's really two big changes that happened, starting back in 2011 with the green waste charging, and that cost has gone up to $75, $80 a ton. We have the curbside recycling material contracts. Those two contracts right now cost us about $8 million a year to get rid of the curbside material and the organics. Mandated programs, we have to send them to a processing. We have we have a very wide range of recycling materials, but to be honest with you, not all of those are recyclable and certainly don't have a revenue stream. We do have market contracts with the recycling, so if the paper market improves, we get the benefit of that, and the market does have a tendency to go up and down. And as the board is very aware, China has really clamped down. They were the biggest user of materials up through their Olympic time, and then after that, they have gone and really restricted. And in fact, I think as of January 1st, I don't think they're allowing any material in to China, and it's due to contamination. They simply, there's too much contamination in the paper and the plastics and things that were going in. That $8 million a year, just for comparison, equates to about $4.50 a month. So when we're talking about the $13 increase, $4.50 of that approximately is tied to those two cost centers. I do have a PowerPoint. That was just some background information I wanted to go through. I do, for the record, want to note that when I was here in December 8th, we had officially 1,767 protests received by Cubs. And the board hearing was not closed, so we've continued to collect hearing protests. We've added 26 since that point, so as of today, the total protest letters is 1,793, or 1.11%, well below the threshold.
Prop 218.
Thank you, Prop 218. So I went through a little bit of the history. We've been to the board 3 times. Great questions, great information exchange, and we're happy to come back anytime and answer questions. How much of the rate increase do we need to continue existing operations? We answered that in the board report as $10.98. That would keep us whole. The extra $2.43 in the first year would go towards SB 1383, equipment and facilities. What programs can we cut, and how much does that reduce the increase? So the question came up about reducing program services. And realistically, our trash and recycling and organics programs are mandated by the state. Under a variety of things, but especially with SB 1383 looming, we have to provide the service for the organic food waste collection. We have to provide garbage service and the recycling. Most of our programs are mandatory, and so let me. I think my slides are out of order. Really, the only 3 programs that we could cut that are not part of the 218 notice would be our appointment-based neighborhood cleanup, our illegal dumping cleanup programs, and the curbside used oil and oil filter collection program. And there's no one in this room that doesn't want to continue the ABNCU and the illegal dumping programs. In fact, the illegal dumping program is one that, frankly, we will probably need to ramp up more for as time goes on, but it is one of the programs that we could cut. The question came up about street sweeping and some of the other programs. They're all covered in what we put into our Prop 218 notice. So if we change any of our service levels or change any of those programs that are mandatory, and it was included in our Prop 218 notice, we would have to restart with the Prop 218 notice. We wouldn't be able to just cut that program.
Madam Chair, can I ask a question?
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, Doug, I don't want to interrupt the flow of your presentation, but just on that point, I appreciate you addressing it. And again, I know your department got assigned that back under a previous administration, certainly by board decision as it related to street sweeping, and I appreciate the frankness by which you answered the question that initially that was going to be paid through, it was paid through some other revenues, yes. And then became your responsibility because we contracted, and I don't know exactly if those contracts are up for renewal, I think next year or the year after, or maybe it's this year. But that got subsumed, and so, you basically carrying out the will of the board as it relates to that contract, but the funding source changed, and basically it became the ratepayer's obligation, and then got built into the 218. I'm not saying that was intentional, to kind of just roll it in, but I, for one, had issues at the time when we did that contract, not because I object to street sweeping in our commercial quarters or our neighborhoods, but some of the other elements of that, but it was always on the premise that it wasn't going to be paid. It wasn't on the premise anyway that the ratepayers in the solid waste collection system were going to pay that cost. It was coming from other revenues. I think DOT had a apportionment of some of those costs as well, if I'm not mistaken. But now we're basically, to your point, and it was clear in the staff report, we're here with this before us, and that's about $1 million a year, if I'm not mistaken, right? $1.2 million?
Correct. All right, so we're paying for the residential at about $1.2 million a year. DOT is paying for the commercial corridors, and I'm not sure what they're paying.
Okay.
We only pay on miles swept.
Okay, but we, as you're saying, unless we got to a 218, we don't have any choice here today to take that out or do anything different.
Well, let me suggest that from the county standpoint, we don't have a choice but to provide the street sweeping service. Because if Michael Peterson were here and he's talking about the stormwater programs and preventing waste from getting into the creeks that dump into the rivers, the county would still be is required to have those programs. Our street sweeping program is listed under his compliance for those regulations. So in my mind, we would have the street sweeping program.
But is it appropriate for that offset to fall to, because not all the people that pay the charges, which isn't very much, the stormwater utility charges, which is 8.5, and it's been fixed for 20 some years at that rate, that is it appropriate, and I appreciate in the staff report you called it out, because I can tell you roads that haven't ever been swept unless there was some spill of some sort, and they get charged the same rate and have been under the rate structure for all these years, and there's a lot of rural and probably some semi-suburban areas that never see a street sweeper, but they pay the same charge, either under the franchise or under our county collection, wherever it may be, because not all residential streets get swept, and I know that to be a fact.
No, and we don't sweep all the streets. And when we look at the program going forward, we're going to give a credit to those folks in the South County who don't get their street swept. The theory right now is that the non-core business revenue is paying for those costs, but it's a cost for our department, and it needed to be included in the Prop 218. But we have a way of crediting out the folks in the South County that don't get the street sweeping service, so they aren't going to participate in that fund.
And I appreciate that. And again, that was understandable in the report, and I mentioned in my briefing yesterday. I guess I would just ask one more question while we're on this, because I think it goes to the policy discussion, though, beyond solid waste and about who's paying for that. We never had, and it wasn't under Ann's watch, any policy discussion about how that would be beyond the initial contract award and the assumptions that were built into how it was paid for. Our previous county executive did not bring anything forward. I know I asked about this a year ago, and if water resources and DOT and solid waste utilities are paying for this, there should have been some policy framework for discussing how we were going to assign the cost. I don't disagree that it's an important service. It has environmental benefits. It helps us stay in regulatory compliance. But I do think it begs the question about, one, how we got there initially and where we are today, and then who's paying for it too. And again, this is not on your shoulders, but I think it was an appropriate discussion for this board. And again, and maybe Steve, you're pretty new to the game here too. So, and I think that should have been a discussion. And we're coming up to contract renewal, and before we build all this into rate structures or some assumption that it's always going to follow the solid waste ratepayers and or DOT or water quality, there ought to be a real frank discussion by this board about that going forward. That's not occurred since we did award the contract back in 14 or 15, whenever it was.
Right. Well, I can give just a little bit of information about the program and why it's assigned to, if you will, to solid waste. The state. Another state mandate is the requirement to have 100% trash capture and not have any trash make it into the stormwater system.
How are we doing on that?
There you had two options.
Check the American River Parkway.
Yeah, well, as an organization, you had two options. You had the requirement that you either assess, and I don't remember how frequently, it could have been as much as monthly. You had to do a trash assessment of how much trash was out there, and you had to have a program that was picking up every bit of trash, or you had programmatic line items that you could do, and then the water board would consider you to be in compliance. So street sweeping is one of the biggest ones to get you the compliance certification that says you're complying with the trash capture requirement. Michael can probably go into more detail, but most jurisdictions that I'm familiar with have put that street sweeping, had put it into the solid waste entity, whether it's through a franchise for a city that's doing a franchise solid waste handler, or those entities like the county that provide their own solid waste management. The bulk of trash that's presumed to be that might get into the system is presumed to be from the process of collecting solid waste and or illegal dumping. And so the street sweeping has tended to be that part of the program that's been assigned typically to the solid waste provider. And so we are mandated to provide that, or we would risk having to go through a much more expensive program to validate that we're meeting trash capture requirements, which I believe either require 100% capture by, it's either this year or next year. So we're in order to say that we're certified as compliant with that requirement, we have to provide this program to do that.
Why wouldn't water resources? Again, I know that they're not necessarily flush with
But they're not
dollars either.
generating the trash, though. It's coming from solid waste collection and solid waste operations.
Well, I think that's a stretch. I mean, there's some of that, but drive around the community, you can't, unless you got blinders on, it's not just from, it's not falling off our trucks or because somebody's, got their can over stuff that's, there's litter, there's debris, there's illegal dumping, and there's folks that are depositing materials that are, it's pretty apparent. And again, my point being is, why does it go to solid waste? It may be a solid waste issue where they can help, but if it's a water compliance, that's kind of a loose connection.
Because the generation of the trash isn't coming from the stormwater itself.
No.
So the stormwater utility is paying for programs that manage the handling of stormwater. The trash capture was deemed to be the generator of of the trash and debris. And you're right, there are a number of the ways that trash gets into the system that are done by illegal means, and we're trying to do the best we can at enforcing that and minimizing that, but it still tends to generate from solid waste handling and being able to get to dispose of it.
Let me pose one other question while we're talking about this, though, because it kind of goes to the way we take the Solid Waste Authority franchise fees, and some of that flows to the general fund. I touched on the issue in December, but I think it's even more highlighted now, and certainly, Doug has had a significant role in that, partnership with the city of Sacramento. But if that being what, the way you've characterized this, and the fact that we take general fund dollars from the Solid Waste Authority after we do a number of other things, including some of the enforcement and some of the, illegal dumping and so forth, that there ought to be some policy discussion right here before this board in the very near future about assigning, and I don't know, is it $1.5 million, $2 million a year that typically we return to the county and city, Doug?
Yes.
That has a general fund impact. But those monies are generated by franchise requirements on collectors that operate in the city and county. If we're going to make some nexus connection here, because we're now in this mode of where we're looking at significant increases on residential ratepayers, then I think we're well past the time. And now that we're having a divorce with the city relative to the Solid Waste Authority, which I happen to disagree with, but nonetheless, we're there. We ought to have a very frank discussion about that money going to help with the issue that's before us here today going forward. Because I just think it's critical. It's key. That's $2 million. And the street sweep is another $1 million on top of it. There's $3 million. You need $4. It's $8 million just to do the curbside and the green waste. You're getting pretty close to half of that annual cost if you take solid waste, franchise fees, and we found some other means. I don't know what that is, but certainly have a discussion around the street sweeping. And again, I don't mean to throw you off course on your presentation. You're here asking for a rate increase, and you got some situations you're describing, and I appreciate the history. But that's part of what I think we really need to bore into, and it's appropriate that we have that discussion, I think, if it's not today, real soon.
I look forward to being able to produce in the budget process, working with Mr. Hartwig and Ms. Edwards and Britt Ferguson on the SWA money and the excess money and how and where it's going to go. We have, as a department, some ideas. We would like to beef up, I think, the illegal dumping crew, but there's certainly other needs in the county. And so I look forward to those discussions, and we'll have that in our budget. We are coming to the board in the spring, spring being March or April, to actually introduce the new commercial franchise ordinance. Basically taking language that we have for the SWA in terms of how we manage the commercial haulers and putting that into county code so that we can still manage the commercial hauler program and the franchise fee program.
In fact, Doug, the Solid Waste Authority money is also what funds the Lifeline program. Is that
yes.
correct? Okay.
Yes.
If I might suggest, though, that one last comment on this topic right now is that if you have a revenue stream that's pretty reliable and you're looking to bond, that's the whole idea behind this ratepayer and front loading this, is that if you got to buy trucks and build a building and you're looking for a revenue stream, and we're treating this as an enterprise, and again, I would like to entertain some discussion later today about whether the enterprise in this case has to always stand on its own, because I know with the golf enterprise and the parking enterprise, much smaller ones, over the years we've intervened, general fund, in order to address issues in those relative areas. And again, with what's proposed here, it would seem to me that, again, I appreciate the ideas. I have some ideas too, and there's a lot of trash out there that could use picking up, and you do a good job of it, Doug. But I just think that those are the types of things that, as we're faced with a $23 a month increase over a fairly compressed amount of time, that we ought to be talking about those things. And again, I know you'll bring them forward as, certainly in your budgetary process, but I think they're relevant to today's discussion, because this is a big leap that you're asking this board to take. And again, certainly with all the history, and respectful of that, Doug, that's very accurate. But anyway, thank you, Madam Chair. Didn't mean to go so long.
Okay. Are you...
Any other questions?
You're still continuing your
yes.
presentation. Thank you.
So I touched on this earlier, how much, the question came up, how much do we need for existing operations, and that is $2.98 a month. You will see that we have a new chart, updated chart on the unrestricted reserves, and that deadline, the doomsday deadline, as I refer to it, got pushed out some, and that's because of the revenue that we're collecting on the facility side. We just talked about the illegal programs, which programs are mandatory versus non-mandatory. The impact of delaying, decreasing, reducing service. Again, I'm not standing here today and telling you that that I may not be able to start the program January 1st with the new trucks. Lead time on trucks could be as much as a year away. And if I have to start the program in basically 11 months, I may not have all the trucks to do it. And it depends on the other things, the financing and things that we'll talk about. But there is some urgency to getting a rate increase. It is tied, so this is really a two-pronged. It's what we need to continue operating, and it's what we're trying to keep in as a reserve balance. The target is 45 million. If you look at our receivables and do that analysis, it's maybe $50 million in operating reserves. But we're trying to meet the threshold that will get us financing on our own as a department, using Colin Bettis and the county finance debt team. And again, reducing the level of service, even taking out the street sweeping at this point would require a new Prop 218 notice. What other sources of revenue? This was an interesting question, and I kind of like the answers we came up with. Development fees. So there was a presentation here this afternoon about adding 1,000 home track into current housing. For every 1,000 homes that get added, that's 2 garbage trucks and probably 2.5 people. We pick up about 1,000 homes a day with a truck, and we're sending 2 trucks by your house each day. That will increase with 1383, but essentially it will cost us, for every 1,000 new homes, we have about $900,000 to $1 million in capital equipment just for the trucks to put them out there. So could that be a cost of that is attached to a developer? Potentially. Additional commercial fees. Certainly we could look as a county at increasing the franchise fees. And could there be a use of general fund money? Yes, there could. However, we're not recommending any of those approaches at this time. So I want to talk a little bit about the Lifeline program and the payment relief program that we talked about. The Lifeline program is currently at $5 per month. We have 5,759 people signed up for the Lifeline. That Lifeline program, 5,759. That program, it really mirrors the SMUD program. If you qualify for the SMUD Lifeline program, you qualify for this. We're proposing to increase that from $5 to $10. That will help offset the cost increase to those that are most needy with the program.
Yes, Supervisor Desmond.
On that specific, on the Lifeline program, Doug, could you just explain to me, I mean, that if you're a renter and you're not making your payment for trash collection, it's going to be passed down to you in terms of probably increased rent. So you wouldn't be able to benefit from this Lifeline program, correct?
I believe so.
Okay. Just want to clarify that. So there's a lot of low-income folks, working families, that this will not help.
Yes. Okay. Which could explain why the number is fairly low in a county our size, right? We have 160-some thousand customers, and basically 1% of those are signed up for the program. The other piece that we mentioned last time that I want to talk about was the payment relief program. And so there was an emergency ordinance with the board in June, and it authorizes CUBS to block the delinquency fees. There was no established payment plan. It's basically a forgiveness of the delinquency. To date, there have been 2,669 requests, with 1,001 specific to COVID. And I remember a discussion at the board at that time. It was more about how do we help people on the COVID, but there are other people taking advantage of that too. And that's a program that we don't have anything to do in terms of managing the program. That's all done with Cubs. So we were asked to come back with some alternatives, and I'll tell you, we went through probably closer to 18 different variations of different options, trying to look at proposed rates and the impact on the reserve fund, because from my perspective, again, they're not exclusive issues, they're tied together. If the rate increase is really low, our reserve balance is low, it's going to take us longer to get a reserve balance up to where we can get financing. So we came up with two alternatives. So the noticed rates are on top. Alternative 1 shows $6.40 increase in March, and then another $8.60 in July. Alternative 2 reduces that to $5 the first at March, and only to the $35.55 in July. And we did that in response to some concerns about that it's too much up front. Can we delay that money further? Again, trying to be mindful of trying to do the balancing of lowering the cost increases. This is the options that we came up with, and as a staff, I'm still advocating for the full rate, but I heard pretty clearly last time that was not going to be approved. So my recommendation would be alternative 1, because it does provide, it gets us still to a point where we can do our financing and have the best chance of success with SB 1383 as soon as possible. And here's the individual amounts. So we wanted to show you what the total would be, the individual amounts per month. You'll notice that alternative 1, we basically catch up this year. Alternative 2, it takes us about 2.25 years to catch up to the same point that we would be if we increase per the original department recommendation. I will note that you'll notice that all three have a total column there of $19.79. Per Prop 218, we cannot exceed that amount. So one of the things we looked at was spreading the money out, but we can't go more than the $19.79 total, or we violate the Prop 218. So that was one of the constraints that we had in this process. Again, a comparison to the city and city of Folsom and Davis, we do know if you take currently the city of Sacramento, $42.59. City of Folsom, we know that both of those entities don't have all the organics processing costs in there. Yes.
Supervisor Desmond, did you have a question, or was that from your last question at this time?
I have a few more questions. I think I'll wait till he's done with the presentation, if that's okay.
Okay, and Supervisor Natoli, did you want to?
Yeah, I was going to ask about this chart that is explaining it. I was curious about where the city of Rancho Cordova and city of El Grove fall here, because the comparison cities is nice that we compare ourselves across the river into the city of Sacramento, but where we have two cities, or you can take Citrus Heights if you'd like, but kind of where they fall in the scheme of things. I think you may have had it in December charts, but.
No, and I've talked with a friend at the city of Rancho Cordova, and they're in negotiations with their hauler, but they haven't come to any decisions. And I assume that everybody's waiting to see what we do in this process. But I have not. I don't have any information on Citrus Heights or Elk Grove.
Or Elk Grove, because Elk Grove, if you're on the north side of Calvine Road, you're our customer. If you're on the south side, you're Elk Grove. And so, that's kind of the comparison. If I'm talking to my neighbor, I'm not talking about somebody in Davis, I'm talking about somebody that's right, around the corner. So I was curious. You didn't have those in the chart here. Thanks.
So the other topic that we need to talk a little bit about is 1383. And Cal Recycle, if going back in this originally started with AB 32, it's an air law that was passed to clean up air in California. The CalRecycle was given the authority by the California Air Resources Board to manage two programs. One is methane gas generated by landfills, and the other was methane gas generated by cows, dairies. And so CalRecycle put together SB 1383, and in it, and I've made this point before, if you go back to AB 939, back in history, that was every entity was supposed to get to 50% diversion, and it was a good faith effort. And if you couldn't get there, but you were still doing it, the state said, okay. 1383 is not a good faith effort. 1383 is substantial effort, and substantial effort is in the in the eye of the enforcement arm of CalRecycle. We've gotten some positive information in the last 2 weeks. We've been under the gun on the SWA side for compliance with AB 1826. They're finally coming around to understanding there's a pandemic and there's a big impact to the economy and residents and businesses and things. But have they passed anything, or do they don't even have the ability to change the law to delay things. So we're trying to work with them, we're trying to plan. Enforcement process is triggered when a notice of violation is issued. They have indicated that if there's extenuating circumstances, as well as substantial efforts. And so not passing a rate increase and not having the funds available to a program would not be substantial effort in their definition.
Unfunded mandates are challenging.
Well, they are. Oh, they are. And penalties could be up to $10,000 per day per violation. And so I don't know what that means. Does that mean that as a county we would be in one violation, or does that mean that I have 160,000 customers and I have 160,000 violations? Again, the rules are not, I'm looking at it logically saying it's a $10,000 a day for the whole service area. So we're here today for some recommended actions. One, to make a request to the board, make a finding that written protest did not meet the majority threshold to prevent adoption of new rates. We'd request that you close the public hearing, adopted the recommended rates, and direct staff to increase the solid waste lifeline rate assistance program from $5 to $10. And as Mr. Hartwig pointed out, the lifeline funding is about $400,000 a year. It comes off of the SWA franchise money before the general fund distribution. Moving that to $10 would cost about $800,000 a year. And as Supervisor Natoli pointed out, there's $1.5 million, $2 million that typically comes to the county's general fund after that. So in my mind, there's money to do that. There is no restriction on the number of people that could participate. So we might have a really low number of people participating today. Again, it was 5,759 people. That number could jump considerably. But it does help to address the concern the board had in terms of trying to give some relief for the rate increase to the folks that most need it. And with that, I'd be happy to answer questions.
Chair Prost?
Yes, Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you. Thanks for the presentation, Doug. You just mentioned, correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe you just mentioned that the plan or the proposal by staff would be to look to the franchise fee revenue before it hits the general fund and use that in large part. But back to some earlier comments you made about the intent to continue an aggressive
Supervisor Cerna?
Hello? Supervisor Cerna? Ooh.
Supervisor Kennedy, are you on the line? Let me have staff get them back on the line. Can you
just take a?
Can we take a quick?
We'll take a quick 5-minute recess.
Yeah.
Okay. This meeting is in recess for 5 minutes.
Okay, we're ready.
Okay, our meeting is back in session, and Supervisor Cerna, you are up.
Okay, thank you. Is Doug Sloan still at the podium?
Yes,
Absolutely.
he is.
Okay. So I don't know when the call dropped, but I'll just repeat myself. So my question has to do with your mentioning of the franchise fee and how that will be employed to assist with this effort, and it will. And you tap into the franchise fee before it goes into the general fund. But what I said earlier was that the last time the franchise fee was adjusted, and fairly significantly so, was done based on the argument that the additional revenue, not all of it, but that with the additional revenue, there would be a more aggressive stance taken on illegal dumping and SWA's involvement in addressing illegal dumping both in the city and the county of Sacramento. So my question is, will the involvement of the franchise fee, based on your proposal, compromise our ability to continue to aggressively go after illegal dumping, as you had mentioned earlier in your presentation?
Thank you very much for your question, Supervisor Cerna, and I absolutely am on board with you with that. That's part of the budget request that I would be making from the department for the excess of funding, because we have some real challenges with illegal dumping and litter. And technically our department's not in charge of litter, but we do through the SWA have a couple programs with contractors that will go out and pick litter along a street. That is a limited fund program right now. And with the SWA dissolution, I'm looking for having a lot more control over that program, being able to build that program up. That at least would be part of our proposal for our budget. The other piece to that, as I referenced earlier in the meeting, was I believe we're going to need to add probably another crew of 2 or 3 trucks to the illegal dumping side of the equation. We're working with a couple other county departments on a program in Supervisor Kennedy's area that I think has some real merit. It needs some support from our department to, as people are taking material out to a street, it needs the support of our department to pick up the material at the curb. We're doing that now under their pilot program, but I could see that program going in a larger way in the county. And so we would look to be directing some of those funds for that program.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor Cerna. Supervisor Desmond, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And Doug, thanks very much. Thanks for letting me talk trash with you a few times. I've enjoyed it.
Love that.
You gave me a newfound interest in solid waste and recycling, and I look forward to someday being as knowledgeable as my colleague Supervisor Cerna and others in this topic. So in the meantime, I have some dumb questions, but this is a real challenging issue for me. I think you mentioned between about 150, I think it was between 150, 160,000 households that are affected by this rate increase.
Correct.
And I think I would say half of those are in my district, in District 3. So I agonize over this. Not, during normal times it would be hard enough, but right now, when people are at the end of their ropes, whether they're a working family hit hard by this pandemic or a business owner or whatever, a rate increase of $11 a month or more is going to really hurt people. It really is going to hurt people, and I think really appreciate the efforts to increase the lifeline rate, but I think the bottom line is there's an awful lot of people, probably the most vulnerable people, who, like I mentioned, who rent, who probably won't be able to take advantage of that program. And so this is not something I look forward to in my first meeting on this board. I have a few questions I'd like to go through with you. Number one, so you mentioned, just so I'm clear, I mean, you said that you need about $11 is just to kind of stabilize things and build up your reserve. about $250 really is to prepare for compliance with SB 1383. Is that
Correct.
generally accurate?
Correct.
But I'm a little confused because it seems like in your comments on the two alternatives, you talk about you need more money to be able to start gearing up to buy the equipment and for the capital outlay to comply with 1383. So it seems like that might be an oversimplification to say that 90% of this rate increase has nothing to do with SB 1383. Can you maybe help me understand that a little better?
Yeah, well, yes, I'll try. We are, if you look at a fully funded SB 1383 program, it's about $450 a month. If we look out 5 years. But the biggest thing for us is we're watching our reserve balance go, and it's going down. It will go down below the $40 million, which is the target for the financing side. And so, while we have roughly $4.50 for the organics and SSR processing costs, the difference in there, the $5.50 or $6, is really tied to the rest of our operating costs. Wages have gone up over the last 10 years. The fuel has gone up. All the other expenses that we have gone up. And so maintenance costs have gone way up. And so that $10 is really, that other $650 of that money is really for the other operating costs, just the general operating costs that have gone up. We have more restrictive landfill requirements. We're doing a great job with the gas collection system, but some of our infrastructure is older, does need more repairs.
Okay, and I appreciate that. I also appreciate the fact that you haven't raised rates since 2010. I get that, and that our rates are some of the lowest. I mean, that's all great. I'm proud of that in Sacramento County, but I think in this right now where we are with this pandemic, that's very small relief for people who are facing this rate increase. And something you and I have talked a lot about is SB 1383 and the implications of that, and whether we could, push Cal Recycle to withhold enforcement for a year, or maybe pursue a legislative remedy to delay implementation. And I talked about that a little bit this morning, and have talked to Ann about that. And something we talked about yesterday, Doug, is whether the legislation requires there to be a weekly pickup of green waste. And I appreciate you and your staff sent me some clarifying information that was actually a mandate from that was promulgated during the regulatory process by Cal Recycle, and I understand that. And it looks like we have some flexibility in Sacramento County if environmental management could grant a waiver. Now, I also understand what you wrote, that there's an issue with granting a waiver, because if you don't pick up that organic waste every week, you're dealing with vector issues, rodents, and things like that, and I understand that. Mm-hmm. I just want to throw out there that, I told you, I live in the unincorporated area. Most of the people I know in the unincorporated area, people are changing what they do in terms of the yards they have. They're going to drought resistant. They're not generating as much green waste. I know an awful lot of people, including myself, who don't even fill up that green waste can once every other week. And so I think what makes it even tougher and less palatable for this rate increase is that a lot of the 1383 cost is going to be because you're converting to a weekly pickup of this organic waste. So people are going to be paying for a service that most of them are not going to be using, in my opinion, at least in my district. So my question is to you is even though I know there are issues with asking EMD for a waiver, but just given the circumstances that we're under, can we at least explore that? And it seems like if we were able to get even a waiver for a year, it would alleviate some of the stress, at least for this year when we're in the thick of this pandemic. Is that something that is possible or we could explore?
We certainly could. I did talk with one of my staff members. There was a couple counties on the coast that was very active in trying to get this waiver. And for me, it makes more sense on the coastal because you don't get the 100, 110 degree weather that, basically cooks green waste in a cart during the summer.
Sure.
My understanding is that they've dropped their waiver request, and it has to do with Title 14. And again, the Cal Recycle. The easiest solution to this would be if the legislature could pass a law that says, due to COVID, 1383, you have an additional 2 years to start that service. That would be the best. But Cal Recycle doesn't have that power under the law.
Is there any, and maybe this is, I don't know, I'm just kind of, again, I'm the new guy here, so I'm asking dumb questions. And is there anything, just given that we're in an emergency situation at the state and local level, is there some kind of legal authority maybe we could rely upon? And I look to county council. I mean, have we really explored and turned over every possible rock to delay implementation or our expenditures to implement SB 1383 for another year? I don't know.
As far as the general question, the governor and the legislature could enact emergency orders or legislation. My understanding, and Doug can confirm, is that the state has not been amenable to that at this time, but I understand that the solid waste is probably still working on that, and as are other counties. But yes, the governor would have that authority, arguably, just like he has for the other things that he's issued executive orders on.
But we certainly wouldn't have the authority to do that on our own.
Correct.
Yeah, claim that, hey, we simply cannot comply with this state mandate right now during this local and state emergency or something. We wouldn't have that.
Right.
Yeah. And Supervisor Desmond, we do continue to push on two fronts: legislature to see if we can get some kind of emergency legislation, as County Council has mentioned, but also on Cal Recycle themselves on some ability to maybe delay the enforcement part of it. So we've been trying to work both fronts on that to look at whether we could ease that a little bit. And then, although that wouldn't eliminate our need for the rate increase because of operating cost, it would allow us to pare it back for a period of time that.
Or just because I think the other thing you mentioned, Doug, is you'd still be complying with Prop 2. You could, as long as within that 5-year period, you have that built out, increase, you could spread it out differently over those course of that 5 years without running afoul of Prop 218, correct? Is that
I can't go over the $19.79 total.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, I just think if there's anything even we can do, I know it's even these alternatives that you're not thrilled about, but boy, if we could somehow maybe support a smaller rate increase and it buys you some time to explore these other options, that may give us some relief. That's all I have.
I will tell you that we have worked very closely with Natasha Drain and her legislative group and consultants trying to get some traction on this. We're not the only one in the state, but you think about it this way. We enjoyed a lower rate with going to every other service on the recycling for the last 10 years. Other communities went to the 3-cart system, picking up weekly, and their costs, that's why when you look at the cost sheet that we have up there, the city of Sacramento has 3 services they're picking up. They're already picking up the green waste weekly, and that's just not something that we were doing. So there are communities that already comply, and that's why we just, in the big picture with CSAC, we weren't able to get a huge amount of traction because it wasn't everyone that was affected.
Understood. Okay, that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Supervisor Nuttall?
Chair Frost?
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Yeah, it was that Supervisor Kennedy. Were you waiting from earlier? Supervisor Nuttall, do you mind if?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay. Go ahead, Supervisor.
Yes.
Is that Kennedy?
No, it was. I think it was Sterna, but if Supervisor Nuttall is in the queue ahead of me, please.
Okay. Thank you. I'll come to you next, okay. Supervisor Nuttall.
Okay. Thanks, Phil. I would echo some of the comments of Supervisor Desmond that. It was uncertain times when you were here last year with this, and I just it's even worse this year as it relates to just the general economic situation, and certainly that doesn't take anything away from your presentation and the reason you're before us, Doug. But and I know you've thought a lot about this. You and your staff obviously have given a lot of thought to ways to address it, to obviously maintain the the mission that you're charged with, and you take it very seriously, do a good job. I guess what I want to ask about here, and some of this may go to you, some of it may go to county executive, is that this portion, this piece about front loading, and it kind of goes back to the enterprise and to the general fund. That's not for you to recommend. I get it. You're staying in your lane. You're trying to keep the enterprise healthy, keep the $40 million reserve so you can seek financing. But I do think there may be some opportunity here for us to at least have the discussion around, and it would mean choices by this board, that if nothing else, not unlike when you construct a home or so forth, you can get construction financing, and maybe the county stands up for that. Obviously, we have to stand behind that. If you need time to catch up, if we were going to try to soften a rate increase, whatever we settled on, that you're going to need to take out financing. You're going to need that money when those trucks arrive. You're going to need the money to get started on the building and so forth. And we've allocated, obviously, for the design and engineering already. And so I guess, Ian, kind of what I'm posing, again, I'm not a finance expert and don't expect an answer this very moment, but it seems to me if we're trying to, you got to get that reserve, you got to have the money to pay the debt down at some point in time if you stick solely with the enterprise. But where in the past the general fund was a beneficiary, actually, of the Kiefer enterprise at one time, back 20-some years ago, and we actually stood behind some of those bond covenants. Now, I know that wasn't preferred by the folks up in finance on the 7th floor, but it was there, and it basically backed up the ratepayers in the solid waste division with the good credit of the county. Obviously, we've gone through a lot of trials and tribulations in the recession and so forth, and I know we're trying to build some capacity because we've got other significant challenges, and one particular project is that's looming. But it would seem to me if we took some look at that, again, I'm not an expert in it, but to try to find a way to allow you to go put the order in tomorrow, to order those trucks if you haven't already, to move forward with the construction to the point where we take an interim loan arrangement so that you can have the reserve to meet that obligation. Because I'll say in all honesty that, and I said this in December, I am not there with you to put $12 or $13 over the next 6 months on the ratepayers. It's just, this is not the time to do that. I'm not saying there's ever a time you want to do that, but in light of where we are economically, but I also respect what you're, what you're challenged with and what you're charged with, and is to comply with 1383, and I want to be aggressive. I mean, we ought to seek legislation, and if nothing else, to try to get some relief. I also want to pose the question, and again, I don't expect you have to, because you got to deal with the folks, but we pay $1.40 a ton, and thank you for the information at the last meeting. We pay about $1.2 million in 2019. I know what last year to Board of Equalization or whatever successor agency is. Cal Recycle grabs that money. I don't know what they do with this. I guess they tell us we got to comply whether we've got an issue or not. And I'm not looking to make an enemy. On the other hand, if we have to work to comply, we don't want to bury recyclables. We want to make sure we're in compliance with regards to curbside pickup and doing the things to keep the litter out of the waters, in storm drains and so forth. Then I guess we could make an argument that, we've got some fiscal issues we encounter. Maybe we say we'll make good in a couple of years, but in the meantime, we need to keep that tipping fee to do the things we need to do right here at home. And again, that's not for you to have to recommend, but I pose that in all honesty, is that, we're giving a break to some of our customers because there's a situation and we're on an emergency declaration. Well, the state's on an emergency declaration. Maybe we need to hold some of those monies that we're generating out there to allow us to begin to implement some of these things, and maybe we got to pay it back in years to come. I guess what I'm looking for, and again, you've got this every day, you're looking at potential red ink dribbling into the equation here, but trying to find a way to deal with the front loading, to look at some of these other revenue sources, maintain certainly the charge that you have under the law, but also the things we know that benefit our community, and be creative and kind of not put it all on the enterprise. I guess that's my point, because I in all honesty, I'm not prepared to support what's before us today. I could go for a more modest increase that gets you, buys us some time here and allow us to look at some of these options, but to just approve a 5-year program, and particularly if it's front loaded, that to me is just, this is not the time to do that. That doesn't take away from what you're asking of this board, and I want to be creative about it. and look to ways, and again, the choices we make may affect other things that we have to do later on this budget year or subsequent years, but we got 160,000 people in the unincorporated area that rely on this service, that they rely on us to make sure that we comply, that we do the right thing, we pick it up, and you do a great job of that. On the other hand, because of all the things you cited historically, here's where we are today. I'll even accept some responsibility for that, but I'm also accepting responsibility to try to take a look at how we can soften the impact, meet our obligations, and find a way, certainly under the 218, and that's a little bit restrictive, but to try to do something here that allows us to be creative and maybe use some funding sources that haven't traditionally been the ones that have supported the operation. So I don't know, and I don't expect you to respond necessarily, but this is really challenging in my view, and again, I don't take anything away from the need, and we have an obligation. I don't want to ignore that, but we also have an obligation to the ratepayers to try to be creative in this respect.
I sincerely appreciate your comments, and you framed it very well. This is kind of the battle we're having right now on the commercial side with 1826, and we've gotten a lot of pressure from Cal Recycle to mandate from businesses that they comply today, even though the law doesn't kick in really from enforcement until January 1st of 2022. But we've had a lot of discussions with Cal Recycle, and so that's kind of the background of why we're trying to do this balancing act. Just understand that if the smaller the increase in over time in the beginning does affect our ability to order the trucks, because I can't order trucks if I don't have a way for paying for them, and if I don't have the capital for them, et cetera.
Unless you had another backstop that provided the capital that you could repay it. Again, that was my analogy. It may have been a poor one relative to construction or capitalization, and then over time allowing to catch up. You still have an obligation. It's a form of financing. Again, I'm not the expert in any of that, but again, because I would say you should have probably ordered them a couple months ago, but you need to know that you can pay for them when the goods arrive, and I get that. So.
I don't have the funding to pay for them, so that's why we haven't done it.
Right. Okay. Thanks, Madam Chair. That's all I have.
Supervisor Cerna.
Thank you, Chair. So, Doug, I don't know if this question was asked at the last time the board considered this, but do we know of any other jurisdictions in the state that are in a very similar spot in terms of, being extremely careful and sensitive to the timing of this proposed fee increase to cover the additional expense of to implement the legislation, and that may be actually openly defying and taking the risk at the $10,000 per violation penalty. I mean, is the state getting any kind of message that is trickling in from jurisdictions about how difficult this is in terms of the timing, given the pandemic?
The only entity that I know of that Cal Recycle indicated to some of the staff that would probably or most likely would not meet the January 1st, 22 deadline would be LA County. Apparently they're in a similar situation where they weren't picking up the green waste weekly. Or they have funding issues, and it's a big one, but that's the only one that I know of. Yolo County at one point was trying to get the waiver to pick up green waste every other week, continue that program, and that proposal, I believe, has been dropped. And the 2 or 3 counties on the coast, I think I know they gave up their waiver process, but I don't know if they're going to meet the deadline of January 1st. And I'm not, we're going to do everything we can to meet the deadline given the resources that we have, and we'll meet it as quickly as we can. That's a promise from our department team.
Sure. All right, thank you.
Okay, I don't see anyone else in the queue to speak, and I know we still have a public hearing, and we probably have public comments.
Yes, we do. Are you ready for the public comments?
Yes, please.
Okay, please transfer the first caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. You want me to talk right now?
Oh, yes. Go ahead, please.
Okay. My name is Stephen Rhodes, and wait a second. Let me turn this thing down. Okay. My name is Stephen Rhodes, and I was going to talk mostly about trying to move the date of the SB 1383 back a year from January 2022 to January 2023. I appreciate the discussion that has taken place right now. Delaying regulations, emergency legislation, waiver discussions, and all these other ideas that you've been talking a lot about should be on the table. We need to talk to the governor. We need to talk to our legislators, the environmental community, the staff, the unions, and look out for other counties because everybody has an interest in not hurting the COVID-19 people. And the small businesses, the low income, the minorities, and all those that have suffered terribly. And I think the board has that same interest. It's not in the governor's best interest to have us do a 57% increase in rates immediately. It's not in the environmental community best interest, and it's not in our own best interest. Someone talked about, I want you to stay in your own lane. No, we need to look outside those lanes. We need to maybe view some people as enemies and challenge them. And we need to be prepared, if we can get some changes, to really struggle hard in looking at our 2021 budget. The more we explore and the more we look at...
Can you please wrap up your comments, please, sir?
Yes, my comments are wrapped up. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Okay. Good afternoon, members of the board and Doug. My name is Paul Kasheka. First, Sacramento County rates are not some of the lowest. Look, folks, before we can even continue, the County Department of Waste Management needs to reissue the Proposition 218 notice. The original notice fails to reflect a true comparison between the city of Sacramento and Folsom. Both of those cities include the recycling and green waste cards, where the County of Sacramento failed to add that in to the comparison chart. In addition, the comparison chart shows the first rate of $36.96 for February 1st. Truly, it should reflect a July 1st rate of $38.65. Doug's alternative plans are nice. However, Doug fails to add in the recycling and green waste cards. What is going on with that? Folks, we simply just don't have enough information to come up with a true assessment in today's panel. By the way, Doug, and for the County Board of Supervisors, I've done my homework, and the City of Citrus Heights garbage, which includes the recycling and green waste, is $22.15 a month. Anyway, I thank you all very much, and please, look after all the community before we look after the Department of Waste. Thanks again. Bye-bye.
Thank you, sir.
Please send the next caller. Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. This is Kevin Williams, District 3. Thanks for listening.
I oppose this resolution and recommend that the board reject it and work with the Department of Waste Management and Recycling to provide a better solution. The alternative plans in the resolution do lower the initial increase, but at the end of the day, we're still talking about almost doubling rates by 2024. I'd like to see the financial data used to support this proposal be independently verified. If you're going to ask for such a steep increase for the cost of service, it makes sense to be absolutely certain about the information the increase is based on. And please don't buy into the idea that just because a small number of ratepayers mailed in a protest letter, that the majority of people out here are going to be okay with this increase. Most people simply just don't know these increases might be coming. Communication to ratepayers was minimal, in my opinion, and not well-timed. Also, if the procedure to oppose the increase rests on 50% plus one of ratepayers actually mailing in a protest letter, then I think that effective opposition was likely set to fail from the beginning. You'll likely never get 80,000 people to mail you a letter about anything. So why not allow other types of written communication like email? And I don't have to tell you how poorly timed this increase is coming during a pandemic. Sure, for some of us, it's going to be manageable, but for others, it's going to pile on to an already overwhelming situation. And finally, with all the time to plan and prepare for these expenditures, how can it be that the best solution available includes front-loading a huge rate increase on March 1? I urge the board to reject this resolution as it's presented, including the alternatives, and work with the Department of Waste Management and Recycling to find a better option for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
That concludes your public comments.
Okay, thank you, Flo. And at this time, I will close the public hearing and ask the board if they have further deliberations or a
Chair?
motion. Yes, Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, thank you. You know, hearing all of those comments and hearing Supervisor Natoli and Cerna's comments, as well as others, I'd like to hear from, if Natasha's still in the room, or even Doug, whether or not we have, in fact, what we've done to exhaust all of our potential options in dealing with through the legislative process, but also the governor's office, because I hope that we have, if we go down this road, unturned every stone. But with what we're going through right now, it's antithetical for the governor, with all of the executive orders that he has put out there, to decrease the burden of the pandemic on government and the citizens, residents. I'm just stunned that he would not understand our argument here to suspend this. So if either Natasha or Doug or somebody can convince me that we have actually exhausted every avenue, that would be helpful.
Supervisor Kennedy, this is Ann. It's my understanding that we have, in fact, worked very, very hard in all those avenues to try and get this delayed. Although in conversation with Natasha, she wanted me to reassure you that that is still a high priority. It's not something we have stopped working on. I do think we need to continue to work with the legislature. I think the governor's office should be reached out to, CSACT, our lobbyists. All those things I think have been done, but we intend to continue working that angle to try and get some relief. And I don't know if, Doug, you want to add anything to that.
I would just echo that. We've worked closely with Natasha, and Steve, and I can't remember her name at the state level, that works with Steve Cruz. But it's been regular conversations. It's something that's come up. Natasha and I have talked about it a lot. We've done as much as I think we can on the local level. We're not going to get an approval from EMD for the waiver process. That was made pretty clear to us, especially in the final SB 1383 language. And so I'm comfortable that we've done everything, but we've not given up the fight. I feel for the callers and the supervisors, because this is not a great position that we all wanted to be in. I just don't know that we have a lot of choice. Again, delay in the rate increase just delays the implementation of 1383 and exposes us to potential penalties down the road.
I also, this is Ann again, wonder if partnering with Los Angeles County would be helpful. I mean, Los Angeles County is very large, and sometimes they get more headway than somebody else does just because they're so big. And I don't know if we've reached out to them yet, but if we partnered with Los Angeles County in working with the legislature or the governor's office, et cetera, that might be helpful. And in light of that, I think there's several things that we can look at, and I don't know, Ms. Travis, if it's okay for me to make a sort of an alternative recommendation to what's in front of us that might be helpful. So several things were mentioned that we might want to look at. County finance, I am not an expert in that. I would have to talk with Britt and Colin to see if that's even something a path we would want to consider. Again, the tipping fees, working with Cal Recycle to figure out, we've given them several million dollars over the course of the last 5 years, find out what, if anything, they've spent it on and what alternatives there might be for some of those monies. I'm hearing Doug say the waiver is off the table, and with 110-degree temperatures, I can sort of understand why, but we could certainly at least ask that question. But if we do all of those things, partner with LA and look at all these other options, maybe we can look at alternative 1, and the first increase would be March of 21.
Can you go back to that slide, Doug? Or
sure.
Flo? Thanks. Sorry, Ann.
Oh, that's okay. So alternative 1, the first increase is, of course, in March of 21, and it really is critical that we get an increase in place fairly quickly. But then in July of 21, it says $8.60. What if we bumped the July of 21 date to January of 22, so it's not quite as much as fast front-loaded? So that would be an alternative recommendation that I think Doug thinks he can manage with, if we start working on all of these other things.
So you're saying instead of the 4-step, just go with alternative 1 with the recommendation for July 21 and then 22, and then
there would still be all 4 steps. In March of 21, and I'm looking at the 60-gallon service, which is the most common, it would be $6.50 in March of 21, and then $8.60 instead of July of 21, move that to January of 22, which just gives more time.
Yeah, that kind of gives everyone more time to recover from this and the vaccine to come out and us to start to get back to normal.
Right.
I think that seems like a reasonable. I feel the same way everyone else does. This is very onerous for everyone who's been under so much pressure for so long, and I think that could be a good compromise to slow it down. Do any of my colleagues feel like, how do you guys feel? Well, is there a monetary, do we know that there's a monetary penalty, or if we do not meet the guidelines of the state, the timeline of the state?
So there is a monetary fine for noncompliance. It's based on substantial effort. And again, the definition of substantial effort is really with Cal Recycle enforcement team. Do I think they're going to miss January 1st? No. And I'm not even sure that we're going to have a program ready right now with January 1st, given the lead time in trucks that we need to get. But we would first get, that's why, let me go back to that slide, because maybe this helps the discussion. Okay, where did I put it? Repayment. Sorry, okay, here we go. So the enforcement process is triggered when a notice of violation is issued. And again, that doesn't have anything to do with our department. That's Cal Recycle enforcement team. Cal Recycle can consider extenuating circumstances. We've gotten that in the last couple of weeks from Cal Recycle enforcement staff. But it's again, it comes back to substantial effort. And having the rate increase broken up as Ms. Edwards suggested doesn't mean that we're not in compliance with substantial effort. But I can't say that it's for sure that we're not going to be fined. I can't represent what Cal Recycle is going to do with it. But in my mind, it does provide an opportunity for substantial enforcement. It does give us a chance to look at the financing side of the equation and figure out when we're going to be able to order the trucks. Because again, ordering the trucks is really more when I can afford to pay for them, which is where Colin and his debt team will come in and help us with that process. Because as it stands today, even if you gave me the proposed rate increase, I don't have enough money to pay for the trucks if they were all delivered tomorrow. And again, we talked about the $10,000 per day. That's written in there, and that's up to whoever the enforcement person is. But I honestly don't feel like we're going to be fined January 1st of 2022. But I don't know how much time we would have after that. Certainly what we would do, just so let me go through that. What we would do on our side is we're going to take the rate package, we're going to go back to the financing group, come up with a plan in terms of when we can come back to the board and introduce a financing plan when we can afford to put in the equipment requests. And then at the same time, we'd be working with Cal Recycle, the enforcement group, to say, okay, here's our plan, here's what we've got, and work really hard on trying to get us to a level that it's substantial effort.
Could I ask
Supervisor Natoli?
Yeah, I'm going to make some comments to your question, Madam Chair, but I wanted to, so what's the total cost of the trucks, today's dollars?
I think they're about $450,000 a piece, and we needed a total of 18 trucks. That's like $9 million.
Okay. So, and that's the big thing about implementation. Obviously, you have to have crews in place. There'll be ongoing labor costs, but you're going to, you'll adjust that. So, and that number is not all big if you need to go borrow it for a county this size. Now, you got to have a revenue stream to support it. And that goes, and I appreciate your thinking on this, Ann. It would seem to me that, again, I'll characterize it different. Maybe it's bridge financing that, so you can order, I think it's imperative, if we're not going to get any relief on this, and I think we need to continue to push, and I think we need to push legislatively, but that you get the truck order. If it takes 10 to 12 months, and, the likelihood of getting fined on day one is probably slim and none, but that could provide some relief. Again, there's, you got to have some ability to pay, but it goes to what you suggested, Ann, and certainly, for the first year, at least from where I sit, 6.5, albeit that's impactful, it's certainly, far less than what was contemplated. The 860, though, just pushing that 6 months, that could be helpful, I guess, to people that are in dire situations, but it's still, that's a big jump in the course of 11 months, basically, or, it would be in the course of probably 10 months by the time this took effect. And so I guess in order to buy some time, two things. One, obviously, to meet some of the ongoing obligations with a rate increase. But the 860, it just seems to me that with the things that you kind of, again, in response to obviously some comments were made here, that between SWA, maybe some holdback of tipping fees, some financing, again, we got some pretty good creative heads upstairs. They don't make money appear out of air. But I would think to make an acquisition where there's going to be some revenue at some point in time to buy, that was part of it. The other part was building the NARS building, which is what, $100 million or $80 million, some big number?
No, it's 25
okay.
or so.
So again, those are significant numbers, but they're not, by county standards, when we do projects, you think about that. And I don't, do we take all the trucks one delivery, or are they going to be delivered over time? I don't know. Do they, when they're done, they ship all 18 of them to you, or do you get,
our chassis vendor would put them in line, so you'd have, say, 18 trucks in a row getting the chassis built, and then they're shipped off to the body plant. And
right. So you probably receive them about the same time, but that to me, again, the question I want to ask though of county council. So we have a hearing, we close the public hearing, we could still reopen the public hearing before we left here today. Could we take this might be a little out of the ordinary, but to buy us some time and keep the 218, because I get it, that, that has a cost associated with it and all the, sundry deadlines and so forth. Could we potentially, or just assuming what Ann recommended, at least the first part, the 6.5, I'm not good with the 860, but could we hold open then the hearing? Could we approve a partial rate increase, not out of line with anything there, hold a hearing open so we can come back and revisit the remaining 4 years of this? Is there a way to do that, to allow us to take some action to raise a rate, not to close out the item, and give us some ability to look at how we might do this differently over the remaining 4 years, but to allow us to do a rate increase? Or do you have to just, when the gavel comes down and you approve a rate increase, and it's all done and said?
Well, I was going to suggest something slightly different, as
okay.
I'm sure you and Supervisor Frost may recall with Regional SAN when they did their rate increase for the Echo Water project. They made a specific finding for each year of the 5 years, but then they had a commitment that they would come back if they were able to make it less, and I know that they did in fact make it less, the increase less in subsequent years, year 2, 3, 4. I don't recommend keeping the public hearing open because I don't think that would be allowable or advisable.
Okay.
But if the board was willing to pass the resolution with caveats or some kind of safeguards, that would be an approach that you could take.
So under that scenario, Lisa, just I guess using Ann's example, if you adopted the 650 effective March 1, but then you could pick a number. It could be the 860 as she suggested, because that's what staff's recommending, or it could be something less than that. It could be, and you could revisit it.
Less, yes. This can't be more.
It could be more. So if you picked a number, that'd be the highest number you could go with in a subsequent time frame, whatever that was. Whether you pick January 1 of next year or July 1 of next year, whatever that was. And you could, and it couldn't be any higher than the total amount over that same 5-year schedule. Actually, this wasn't a 5-year schedule; it was
Correct.
a 4-year schedule. So, because of all the time that's passed, so it would allow us to plug a number in there that would be not to exceed at least in year 2, and I guess you could do that for subsequent years, and soften it that way, and then allow us to revisit to look at these alternatives, which is going to require a lot of work, but it would provide some backstop for folks. Okay.
And again, I'm only opining on the legality of being able to do so, not the fiscal.
No, I know that. I know that's.
I'm not trying to commit Doug or
to
finance to anything, but just from a legal perspective, that could be an approach that the board might find more palatable today.
Okay, thanks. That's fine.
And I feel compelled to just remind us that it's $10.98 just for current operations. So I think we should keep that in mind as well.
Okay. So do we have to keep it on the 4-year schedule, or can't extend that out to 5 or 6 years?
Well, you can only, with Prop 218, you can only go 5 years.
5 years from the notice, and I can't recall when the notice went out.
The Prop 218 notice?
Yeah.
It went out pretty close to the 1st of October.
So 2025.
Or July, it'd give you October of 2024.
Maybe a couple of weeks into October, something like that.
Can you go back to that slide one more time, Doug?
Which slide?
With the numbers, the proposed alternatives.
There you go.
Okay. So we could go out to 2025.
No, 2024.
Late 2024, October 24 probably, October.
Okay.
Gives you another 4 months, 5 months, 4 months.
Because we got approval for the Prop 218 notice on September 22nd. It took about 3 weeks to get the notices out.
Okay. Okay. I'm going to once again ask my colleagues what you think about this. It's kind of hard to do this in the middle of all this. I don't think any of us want to do this.
Chair, it's Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes, Supervisor.
You know, to me, the phrase, whatever that phrase was that keeps coming back for the enforceability is the reasonable attempts, or whatever the phrase is. And it's akin to even when we're dealing with flood control issues in which the federal government says we have to do something, and then they're reasonable and say, but, you know, we'll give you 30 years to do it as long as you show you're making progress. And we've been doing that for decades down here in the pocket. And it's worked fine. I'm not saying stretch it out 30 years, but it seems like if we could stretch some of this stuff out, we could still show that we're making considerable efforts to get to where they want us to be. I think that argument can be made. I mean, we show that, look, we're ordering the trucks. Here's our timeline. I mean, that's all significant effort. Here's our timeline for raising rates. It's just not as aggressive as we had once anticipated, but we're in a different world now. You know, if there's any way we could slow down the expenditures and still show we're making significant progress, or again, whatever the phrase was, is there anyone we can go to, you know, bounce that one off?
I can offer what we've been doing on the commercial side. And again, we've been working closely. It hasn't been until the last couple of weeks that we got really some, in my mind, positive news there. It is substantial effort. I've asked to get something in writing from Cal Recycle to confirm on the commercial side that we're okay. We've gotten a couple emails that I think have established that they are taking into consideration some other things. They're not get out of jail free. You don't have to do the program, but I think there is some opportunity there for us to work with them. And again, if we look at Ms. Edwards' scenario, we have time to try and nail that down with Cal Recycle before we get to January 1 and the $8 increase.
Supervisor Natoli.
Yeah, just kind of piggybacking on certainly what Patrick asked about, and thinking about this some more, that, and I get it, for current operations you need the 1090, or that's what the numbers put out there anyway. And so, and that isn't, if you get additional revenue, then you're trying to make sure you get to a certain bonded capacity amount, the 40 million reserve. But if, for example, you had a $6.50 increase effective March 1st, assuming that's what we did here, does that stabilizes, so you're not building up your reserve, but it stops the bleeding, some of the bleeding.
$3 and was it $3.50 a month per customer? It would still be the red ink.
$3.50.
About, yes.
That's the red ink in the sense that you're still drawing on reserves, you're drawing down your current reserve
Correct.
pool. But as you showed, just even with your alternatives, which were different than what I just asked, that, you still get to a decline. But if we're looking at some other alternatives, because you're trying to build this up, so if you had the 1090, your reserve will stay at what it is now?
In theory, yes.
And that's at what? 27 million? 35 million? What is the?
I'm sorry, I don't know that off the
And so
top
if you
of my
have a reserve, if you took $9 million out of the reserve, it doesn't get you to building the building. I get it, because you're going to finance that. What if you did a one-time expenditure? Again, there must be a way creatively. There's good finance heads, and you're probably a good one too. Figure out. You can go to the bank and borrow money for 2%. Our credit's pretty good. We're not going to charge us 18% to borrow money.
Well, that's why we've been working with Colin and his debt group, was to try and do this balance of, if we don't get the $10.90 right off the bat, we are going to be using reserves. That means our reserve will continue to go down. It doesn't mean we drop off the cliff like we are now. It softens it some, but it does postpone our ability to do the 1383. It does postpone my ability to go out and get non-junk bond financing for the equipment and for the building, which is a goal that we're trying to do, so that we obviously pay less interest over time. If it's I don't know that we're going to make grade A paper, but we don't want to be junk bond either.
No, absolutely not. But you see what you got in the bank today. Obviously, you got to be able to sustain that, and that's built into this rate increase. But again, if you stop the bleeding with the 1090, then you could take $9 million. You only have $18 million left in reserve. Talking rough numbers here, but you could buy all the trucks. You could write the check today. I assume, as long as you knew you had the revenue to back up the operating costs. It doesn't build you the building. Well, it gets close. If your building's $25 million, you're only $7. Again, that's where I'm kind of puzzling on this a little bit. Is you got to have this front load. You got current operating costs. I'm not discounting anything you've said. It's just that.
So let me go back to one of the comments I made earlier. If you look at our just take our accounts receivable balances, and I don't remember whether it was the March presentation or the September presentation. I think it was September. We actually looked at an analysis of the reserve balance, and in perhaps a different way. And we could. There's no way we can do the building without financing help. Right. We just don't have the capital. We're not going to generate the capital.
Okay.
And the equipment is in theory, I could use the reserve to do that. But then I don't have, unless I get another rate increase beyond that to pay for the employees and things, I don't have enough money. Sorry, the department doesn't have enough money to get us where we need to be to pay for all that. And so I'd be reluctant to order all the trucks if I can't pay for the manpower on the other side.
Can we outsource that part of that organic part with someone else who has the trucks?
You mean at the collection side? I don't believe so. And we have unions, obviously, that would be concerned with that approach.
Yeah.
Wouldn't that be a 71J issue?
Yeah.
Yes, it would.
Could I just go back to the trucks here for a moment, though? So the trucks are a $9 million capital. Mm-hmm. Then what do you right?
Right.
Okay. So, and then you're saying in this rate increase, then what's the operational piece going forward? If you had the trucks, you still got to pay for the personnel to operate them, or you're going to shift, right?
The rest of the 1383 expenses, I probably have 20 employees. Yeah. Sorry, 20 to 25 employees, because I've got drivers, I've got a couple supervisors, I've got the staff in the office that have to do all the reporting for 1383. They've increased the data that CalRecycle is requiring on the collection side.
it's almost to the point of ridiculousness. I mean, again, I'd love to have a Cal Recycle representative sit here in the audience and tell us how in these times, granted they got, legislation, statute that backs them up, but to the point that Supervisor Kennedy and others have made here, these are extraordinary difficult times, and we're not going to be out of them tomorrow or March 1st or maybe, hopefully by January of 2021 or 2022.
Well, I just want to go back to a point, sorry, that I got off track a little bit, but if we look at our department, we originally looked at our department as needing a $20 million operating reserve, and that's the way we did everything. And every year in December, we would go through an analysis and say, based on a $20 million operating reserve, when do we need a rate increase? And up until 2018, it was always 5 years. And so and that's really all we looked at. Well, then the world changed, and we knew that it was going to be 2021, 2022, and that's when we started our process. But the real reserve balance in this process, if you take our accounts receivable analysis, which I think was in the September 22nd board report, I think that showed that we had to have $50 million or $60 million as a operating reserve under just the criteria of looking at our receivables and the delay in terms of when we invoice and get the money.
Okay.
Dropping down to 30 is
right.
Cautionary.
Yeah, we're cautionary. But for the truck purchase, okay, Swall, you've got some ideas. I'm sure we all have ideas of how they'd like to get more litter cleaned up, and we're going to, under your proposal here, have a, more robust lifeline rate. But even there, you could pledge, if you took, backed out the $800,000, another $400,000, and figured we get roughly $2 million to this county, give or take. If you took pledged $1.25 million for 6 years or 7 years, you could buy the trucks. I mean, you got a revenue stream that you could do. Now it requires policy direction and guidance from this board. And same thing, we're slow pay on the tipping fees for a couple of years. At some point you may have to make up the difference. And again, I don't want to get us in trouble. And Ann said we could take a look at that. It's just the front load piece of this, and I'm going to quit talking here right now. But it's just very problematic. And I appreciate trying to go get 6.5 now. I'm not prepared to go to 860 in January 1. I mean, I like the caveat of coming back, but I think there's some possibilities that we might even be able to bridge in a very short amount of time. And if you got to get to 10.5 or 10.90, almost $11 for operating costs, maybe to spread that over a couple more years and get that, and then figure out a way to finance this. But again, I don't have all the answers. I've asked enough questions, so maybe others are prepared to go with the recommendation, but I'm not. I could go for a $6 increase as a part of that, but beyond that, there's a lot of numbers here that just are, particularly $8.60, Madam Chair.
Could I ask a quick question of the County Council? So,
yes.
For instance, if we wanted to set, at least for now, approve today, a lower amount in January of next year, if Doug needed more than that, then he would have to come to us to exceed that amount.
Correct. Right? He'd have to go through the 218 process and then...
he'd have to start the 218 process.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
But we could approve a series of years and then come back and reduce it
That's right. Yes.
Mm-hmm. I thought the 218 process was, in the span of the 5 years, as long as you don't exceed what that $19 is or total.
Right, but you would have to adopt the actual amounts at the time of the Prop 218 hearing, which is today.
Okay. So I guess what I'm kind of suggesting is, could we adopt amounts that spread it out, maybe more equally, and if for some reason next year Doug says, hey, this, $5 or whatever you approved for next year is not enough, we need to accelerate that. Could we still do that without running afoul of
I don't think so.
Okay,
no.
That's what I was asking. Got it.
You can always ask for or charge less, but you can't charge more.
In my experience, that usually wouldn't happen, right?
Right. But no, but I did give the example of regional sand. I mean, it actually did happen. So there's at least one example of it, and good for them, good for us.
Thanks. Thank you.
That at least does give us the ability, when the 860 would kick in, to look at it ahead of time and do an analysis and see where we're at.
So how do you feel about approving or looking at delaying the increase after this year? And maybe even reducing it? I guess then we have to come back and you're still going to need Rich, Desmond.
But one of the things, now, what are the, so in order for a rate increase to go into effect in March, what's the latest this board needs to act to approve that? In other words, are there some of these things you could follow up on in the next 2 weeks and we can bring this back again? I know that's not what you want to do, but.
I think sorry, I did not check this with Cubs, but I believe if we miss this date, we will miss the March 1st.
Okay.
So
with this Prop 218 process.
Well, no, from
Cubs wouldn't
Actual
have
billing, yeah. The billing process.
The billing wouldn't have time to make the adjustments they needed to do for a March payment.
Okay.
Right, it wouldn't be a Prop 218 violation. Right?
No.
We wouldn't have
Correct.
to start over.
No.
You just wouldn't be able to hit that March.
Correct.
Right.
Correct, because they have a program they have to write for the rate increase for all the different services they charge for.
Supervisor Natoli.
Okay, maybe take another try at this. It will fall a little bit short, but if we went with a $5 increase, again, this all has impact, so it's not like just talking in dollars that don't impact people's budgets. $5 for the March 21st, and then put a cap at 5 for the January of 22. And then I think with the recognition that doesn't get us to where you have brought us to today, gives us a chance to seriously look at these alternatives. If we have to go out to another 218, there are costs associated with that. But if we can get a picture that I think would allow us, and then it might, and then if it's needed, because we were going to go that direction potentially with the 860 in January. If those things are known, then you've got another 5-year period which to take that into consideration. You have the costs that are sunk into the 218 process, but you've gotten close to the operating costs. And again, I think there are some things that we've talked about here that would allow this board, certainly with the research that Ann and finance folks would bring us, and and I don't know when those street sweeping issues, but I'd like to keep that on the table for a conversation anyway. And we'll know more about the SWA and about the funding. We will have had budget proposals. We can, and I think one caveat to what I've just offered though is to find a way to bridge finance so those trucks can be ordered. I mean, I get the imperative there. That's and so and that way I think folks are assured, at least for the first 2 years of this, that it's it's no more. It's a $10 increase. That's significant, and allows us to revisit the last 3 years, maybe for another 5-year period. Again, not without obviously some effort and costs associated with that, but I think would allow us to chart it out in a way that's takes into account things we've talked about here over the last couple of hearings. So.
You're saying over 2 years, just a $10 increase over 2 years, and then come back and revisit the Prop 218.
And with the recognition that if we're going to come back in January, that you get back to us quickly with and it might require another process. That's not without a lot of effort, and it may provide some uncertainty. But it seems to me it softens the impact during these times, and would allow a real active and diligent pursuit of things that we've talked about, including the 1383, and see where we're at. And it keeps pressure on us as board members, but also I think and it's not pressure for Doug, but it's to take a look at some things that aren't all based upon the residential ratepayer.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I don't know. I offer that as another suggestion.
I think your recommendation was actually 1 year, because you said January of 22, correct? $5.
Right.
Yeah. Just to clarify.
Yeah. So it would be a 1 year.
Yeah. So
2 years. Two increments,
two
but 1
increments.
year.
Within the same 12-month period. Yeah. Right. Exactly.
Correct.
Good, Lisa. Yes.
Supervisor Desmond.
So Madam Chair, this is Supervisor Cerna.
Yes, Supervisor
If,
Cerna. Sorry.
Thank you. If Supervisor Natoli is willing to make that an official motion, I'll be willing to second it.
Okay, and Supervisor Desmond.
I just had one clarifying question on that. But if we say we said $5 now, $5 in January, and we today agreed on additional rate increases that got us up to the total of $19, we wouldn't necessarily have to redo Prop 218. We may have to.
Correct.
But we might as well have a motion or move forward today that if everything works out, if we're able to find some of these other alternatives that Supervisor Natoli is talking about, and right, we may not have to do Prop 218 over again. So I think whatever the motion is, it should certainly include that provision in there for other rate increases. So we get to that $19 after 5 years. I would think that, I don't know if that would be something that you would consider.
Well, one of the things that I was offering, Rich, again, and I appreciate what you said, and that if you had to go out again, not that that's preferable, you could then get additional years to stretch out if you needed to, but if we lock ourselves in here, then you get to it obviously in this scenario, but then you don't have the ability to push it out beyond 2024. I guess we talked about maybe October of 2024, if we were inclined to go with the full $19. And I guess I'm not going to go with the presumption today that the $19 all has to come in that period of time without some other means of financing that might help buy that down. Now, again, it might be preferable from the standpoint of time and effort on a 218. I mean, obviously you have a rate study, but you would just update that, I guess. So that's why I was offering that. Basically, it keeps some pressure, certainly on this board, but on all of us to come back and see what we can figure out. But it would, you're right, it would dictate another 218 process, because we would basically cap it at the $10 over the 12-month, less than 12-month calendar year, and then we'd have to figure out what happens in subsequent years from 22 on. So
under the current motion, I believe, I don't know if you made a motion, but
I was
the contemplated
preparing
motion, you would have to come back with another 218 process, because you're only enacting the rate increase for a period of 1 year, and not what was noticed for the 5-year period.
But with the understanding that if we're aggressively pursuing these other things, yes, we may ultimately have to do another 218 evaluation, but we may be saving some money. I mean, we wouldn't have a $19, right, okay.
Right, and you might be able to spread it out going forward for a 5-year period to elongate that. So
how much was the 218 process?
I believe the notice process was $60,000.
So if we went ahead and just approved it with adding the language that it can be reduced in subsequent years, we could put in something also that says it's revisited, publicly revisited every year, so that it's not an automatic. It's a conversation that we have to have with the public under this 218 Prop 218 process.
I don't know if that's a question directed to me, but it sounds like it is. So if you went ahead with some sort of rate increase from now until July 2024 for the amount of, what was it, 19, whatever that amount is, you could put in the resolution that on this date, this is the amount, on this date, this is the amount increase, on this date, this is the amount increase, and then you could also put in language that that's the maximum, but it must be, I guess you would say, revisited prior to it being enacted or being put into the CUB system.
Seems like that could potentially save us money, and it would require a public process for us to revisit it and renew it each year.
But let me just make a caveat. It wouldn't be renewed. It would be automatic, but you would be able to decrease it. So you would be enacting the amounts today.
But we could decrease it, and we would have to bring it back publicly.
Correct.
To either automatically go forward or decrease it based on what's happening at that time.
Yes.
That seems doable. How does everyone feel about that?
That was not the motion that I was contemplating, but I understand the reason behind it, and that may be preferable to a majority of the board. I'm certainly not interested in spending, $60,000 necessarily on a 218 process, but I think it relies really heavily on the ratepayers again, because basically we're probably improving and, just reorganizing the way the rate increase has been presented to us, and still essentially doing the same thing with the caveat that we would revisit it. And I think that's sincere, and it can be done. I've seen it at least in one case. It's not the norm. I can tell you that to Lisa's point, that typically when rate increases, there's always a reason why that you need to, maintain whatever was in that schedule. But Regional Sand was one with a capital project of significant size that we were able to, as a board, to come in lower than what we had contemplated.
Supervisor Desmond.
So just to be clear, if we did that and say they didn't want to decrease the rate, that $19 gross increase over the 5 years would occur, right? We would lose the ability to stop that from happening.
Correct, unless the board chose to reduce it at a future point. When it has to come back every year, if you put that in the resolution.
So we would be able to do that, absolutely. Okay. We would preserve our ability.
We would have to revisit it, and we could reduce it at that time.
If that's how the motion/resolution read, yes, that would be correct.
I feel like that gives us the most flexibility and the most future savings on another Prop 218. And when we know we have to, the problem is we know we have to do this. It's not like we're going to get away with it. It's sooner or later we have to figure out how we're going to do it.
I guess I would just comment that if we took the approach I suggested a moment ago, which is not inclusive of the 5 years, it really requires a real, not just serious, but I think a diligent exploration, because again, we know we're going to face another 218 process, but I think it also allows us to look at something that could be much more modest. Granted, there would be costs of revisiting the issue and you open up to the public, but I think it shows not only good faith but also creativity. And I appreciate that. Ann certainly has suggested that those are things we could look at, and I'm trusting that we would. But it still comes down to it that basically it's the full package, just redistributed over different years, contemplating that we could and probably would come back, at least take a look at it. But there's no certainty to that. The only certainty that's built into that is that the increases will occur on those dates unless there's some other action that's taken. So,
well, you said we could require that it comes back, though, right?
You could require that it comes back, but as Supervisor Natoli correctly points out, the rate would be established. So if you brought it back, you could certainly decrease it, but you would have to take action to do so.
Supervisor Cerna or Kennedy? No comments.
Well, this is Kennedy, and I just want to once again repeat myself and say that in the midterm, that we continue to make because words are important, but they're also subjective, I should say, and that we're making substantial efforts, and we continue to make that case. I mean, I think that even a properly worded resolution could help make that case, and that hopefully there would be sympathy on the other end of the phone, considering we're in the middle of COVID-19 still.
Yes. So do we have a motion on the floor? Did you make a motion, Supervisor?
Well, I was prepared to. I wanted to certainly allow for the conversation. Again, I think, the conversation kind of went in a bit of a different direction, but I'd be prepared to make the motion and take no offense if there's not, support for it, but to, in light of everything we've heard, and again, it would require us coming back for subsequent increases and probably require a 218 process under the scenario, but I would move that we would approve a $5 a month increase for the residential component, March 2021, effective that date, and then a second $5 a month increase would be effective January 2022. And I would anticipate, doesn't need to be part of the motion, that we would be back before this board to discuss, what would happen in subsequent years. Again, I know that falls short of obviously what the staff recommendation is. So again, I don't know where it's going to land, but that would be my motion. And if there's something I should be...
This is Supervisor Cerna. I continue to second the motion.
Okay, and is there any further conversation? Questions? Okay, the clerk will please call the vote.
Yes, Supervisor Cerna?
I'm sorry, is that me?
Yes, Cerna?
Yeah. Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
And Frost?
Aye.
And the motion carries by unanimous vote.
Thank you. That was hard. These are difficult times, and we'll just keep working through it. And I kind of have an appreciation for what Supervisor Kennedy said, because hopefully on the other side of that phone, there will be some understanding at how hard this is and some help. So,
Madam Chair, maybe to just, from a timing standpoint, if I could.
Sure.
I think in light of the conversation, again, there's going to be a lot of activity this year related to budget, obviously, but I do think that as it relates to this and some of the things we've talked about, it might be wise to try to get a target date for come back to the board, because again, I think Doug obviously has some certainties he needs to have relative to ordering trucks and certainly going forward with certain activities, and I would suggest it might be a good idea, and I don't know, Ann, what you might think, but to come back, again, giving some time to do a little bit of work, but before we get mired in everything else, because again, I think this could get potentially lost, and we're next October, November, this year looking at this, and we know we've got a rate increase, but we still got other needs. I would just like to have maybe get a date coming back with some certainty on it, so that, and I don't know if there's some suggestion of 3 months or 120 days, or
I would say at least 3 months. I mean, this is going to take some time to research all of these options, and we won't know what kind of outcome we're going to get, but we can certainly come back in a few months, maybe in March.
Okay.
I also like the idea of talking with LA, and also possibly reaching out to our legislature to see if there's any way we can seek some kind of funding to help us with it.
Yeah, I think our best bet is going to get a delay of implementation, but we can certainly ask all of those questions.
Okay. Thank you, Ann. All right, next item, please.
Okay, so for your next item, item 44, this would be the appointments to your own ranks. So in your packet, you should have a spreadsheet. There was an attachment, and I'll just go through this attachment. And everything that's highlighted, I'm going to ask the board to make a decision. So are we ready, Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Cerna? Do you have your documents?
Yes.
I do.
Okay, awesome. So our first commission is the Adult and Aging Commission. This is a chair or chair designee, and so Supervisor Frost, you would need to make an appointment for the designee. Currently, Aaron Chong is sitting in that seat, and that's because he was with District 1 last year.
Okay.
If you need time to think about that, that's fine too.
I can continue it?
Yeah, you can let me know by next meeting or so.
Okay, yes, I'd like to continue it.
Okay, so at this time, we'll leave Mr. Chong in that seat until we get that reappointed. And then next would be the Area for Agency on Aging. This is the governing board. These are one-year terms, and so obviously the board members are here. Supervisor Desmond will assume the seat for District 3. If you could take a look at your alternates, that would be for Mr. Cerna, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Desmond, and for you, Chairperson. Supervisor Natoli doesn't typically have an alternate on this board.
I'm sorry.
Supervisor Cerna, I'm good with my alternate.
Okay, we'll leave Maxine Krugman. Supervisor Kennedy?
Supervisor, also good with my appointment.
Okay, Supervisor Desmond?
Likewise, please reappoint Carl Burton.
Okay, and then Supervisor Frost?
Reappoint Felicia Bay.
Okay. And Supervisor Natoli, would you like to just remain on that?
I would.
Okay. Okay, next we are going to the County Leadership Advisory Committee. Just want to point out that we need to have Ann Edwards in this seat here.
Yes.
Okay.
That's our leader.
Okay, and then for the Criminal Justice Cabinet, this is also the chair or chair designee. We went a little bit out of order last year.
May I make a suggestion, Chair? I would say, you know, I've served on it for the last 6 years. I really enjoy it. You get a lot of good information, but I would say that our newly elected supervisor is highly more qualified with his both legal and law enforcement background, and would probably add quite a bit to that.
Are you speaking about alternate? So I'm assuming, does the chair take the cabinet, or is it whoever's nominated?
No, in the last 6 years anyway, I've been appointed by the chair, and alternate
Oh, I
has been
see.
appointed.
Oh, yeah. I agree with you.
Replace me with Supervisor Desmond.
Okay, I think that's fine. I second that.
Okay.
You can say no, Mr. Desmond. So
Do I have to consent?
Have you
No, thank you.
You see that list growing over there?
I'm keeping track. Thank you. No, thank you, Supervisor Kennedy.
Supervisor Frost, would you like to remain the alternate?
Yes, I can, or unless someone else would like to do it. Okay. Also, I'd like to ask you to go back. Can we go back to Adult and Aging Commission, and I can just reappoint?
Yes.
Or Aaron Chong.
You'd
or
like-
reappoint Aaron on the Adult and Aging Commission. Did we continue that?
Yeah, we'll just leave Mr. Chong there until.
I wanted to just reappoint.
Okay.
Aaron Chong.
Okay. Thank you. That's on the record. And is it okay to go to the next one, which would be Freeport?
Yes, please.
Okay, so now we're on Freeport Regional Water Authority. And there's a couple of things here. First, we will put Ann Edwards there as the county executive. And then currently you have Supervisor Kennedy, and then Supervisor Frost, you are also on this board. I think this is mixed up.
Yeah, Supervisor.
Yeah,
And also Supervisor Natoli.
Correct. My apology. We'll get that reflected. So Supervisor Kennedy and Supervisor Frost are members, and Supervisor Natoli is the alternate.
No, Supervisor
No.
Frost is alternate. Frost is alternate.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I was thinking of the tobacco board that we did this morning. Sorry
That's okay.
about that.
It's a little confusing. It's easy to get lost in
water?
this.
I don't know. I guess they're closely related.
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I think it's just 4:57. Okay.
Yeah.
What are we doing with this board, please? Forgive me respectfully.
The same as it is, Kennedy, Natoli, and Frost as the alternate, right?
And Edwards,
Got it. We'll leave that as is. We're adding Ann Edwards. Next would be the Greater Sacramento Economic Council. This was formerly known as the Sacramento Area Commerce and Trade Organization. We do need to change the county exec to Ann Edwards. And are we, these are indefinite, so unless you have any changes to the current seating, are we?
I'm okay with it if Supervisor Desmond would like to serve, unless someone else has a different idea.
I'm great staying on as the alternate, if that's okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sure. Okay, and then next, we are to the Law Library Board of Trustees. This is a one-year appointment, and you have your county council. So we'll just reappoint the county council, Lisa Travis.
Yes, please.
Okay.
Yes.
Lower American River Conservancy Program Advisory Committee. What are we doing here? Just pointing out that Supervisor Desmond is now going to take the place, and want to make sure that we're okay with that. Yep.
I'm okay with it. Thank you.
Okay. Next would be the Northern California World Trade Center Board. This is the chair. The chair is the member, and the vice chair is the alternate. And I think that we did something a little bit outside of the box last year. Are we okay with leaving it this way, or does anyone want to make a change?
I am.
I'm happy to serve as the chair.
Okay.
I don't know how
Are they still meeting?
Supervisor Natoli.
When's the last time they met?
I don't even know what it
noticed
is.
on that body for a long time.
Yeah,
I'm not saying they're, you know, they. When
How often do they meet?
I don't have that information about that board.
Maybe you ought to bring it back and see what the status is. I mean, I don't think they've dissolved, but I don't know if they rolled it in with.
Yeah, if we haven't received notice about dissolving it.
I'm not sure they did, but I don't know if they got rolled in. Like,
okay, so let me ask this. Do you want to make the changes, and then if it has dissolved, I can give you that information, and then I could make a note that the board had been dissolved. So if that's the case.
I don't think that it has. Don't let me leave you that impression. I don't know. I just don't. But we never see any notices on it. If I was, was I the alternate last time?
We give them a small amount of we do give them a small amount of TOT money every year, so I'm sure they haven't.
Right, so there still exists. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Kennedy currently is the alternate. Supervisor Desmond would be taking the place of Supervisor Peters, who is the member. But I heard that Supervisor Frost would like to be the member.
No, but it's not that big of a deal. So would you like to take it, Rich?
Sure, I'll take it.
You'll be in charge of world trade.
Doesn't sound like it's a busy board.
Northern California, that's right.
And Mr. Kennedy, are you okay remaining the alternate?
Yes, it has taken a considerable amount of my time.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, next is the Regional Human Rights Fair Housing Commission Governing Board. These are one-year terms, and alternates must be elected officials. I just want to point that out. So do we want to change this, or are we going to leave it as is? Currently, Kennedy is a member, Supervisor Frost is an alternate, and Supervisor Natoli is a member.
Meet once a year. To do
I'm fine with it. It's 10 minutes a year.
Okay.
If somebody else wants to do it, it's fine, but it's just a short meeting because we have the PERS contribution with the city and the county, so.
Are you okay with this, Supervisor Frost?
Yes.
And Mr. Kennedy said he was fine. Great. Okay, next is the Sacramento Area Council of Governments. This is SACOG.
Madam Chair, I'd like to nominate Supervisor Desmond.
Okay. In Susan Peters' place?
Correct.
Yep.
Yes.
I'm good with that.
It's a great idea.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Supervisor Serna.
Okay, and then the other two terms do not expire until 2022, so we're good there. Okay, next is Sacramento Area Flood Control Agency, that's SAFCA. I just want to point out that Mr. Desmond, you are on this board now in place of Supervisor Peters, and who would you like to appoint as your alternate?
Can I please hold that to the next meeting?
Yes.
I haven't checked with him.
Okay,
Thank you.
no problem. Let me just write this down. Okay, now we're on to the next page. And next would be the Sacramento County Disaster Commission. This is a chair and a vice chair. Chair is the member. Let's see, how did we do this? Chair should be the member and the vice chair is the alternate, but it looks like we kind of flipped it around last year. So I'll leave that to you, Supervisor Frost.
I can be the member.
Okay. And Mr. Natoli, would you like to be the alternate?
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
When was the last time that commission met?
Now you're asking me these difficult questions.
Probably not difficult. It's been a long time, I think, but I could be wrong.
Let me write a note to follow up on that.
Yeah, we haven't been lacking in disaster.
That's true, Mr. Kennedy. That's true.
Okay, so just for the record, Supervisor Frost is the member and Supervisor Natoli is the alternate for the Sacramento County Disaster Commission, and I will follow up about the meeting frequency. Sacramento County Mental Health Board. The chair or chair designee must be the member of the Board of Supervisors. So currently we have Supervisor Kennedy and the alternate is Mr. Natoli. Would we like to
I think they enjoy that board, if my memory serves, so I'm happy with them staying on it.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep.
Okay.
Yes, sure.
Great. Next is Sacramento County Public Facilities Financing Corporation. And the chair is the president and the vice chair is the vice president. So we would, that would change. Supervisor Frost, are you okay with that becoming the president?
Okay.
And then Supervisor Natoli, you would be the vice president.
Okay.
Please excuse my weeping as I come off as president.
I'm trying to remember how many times we met for that one too. So, okay.
Okay. All right. Next, we're jumping down to LAFCO, Sacramento Local Agency Formation Commission. And it looks like Supervisor Desmond, your term expired and same as yours, Supervisor Frost, so we just need to reappoint for 4 years on that.
I really enjoy LAFCO, so I wouldn't mind staying on it. And
I'd like to serve on LAFCO unless someone else.
Good.
Are you okay with that, Supervisor Natoli and Supervisor Kennedy?
I'm okay with it.
It conflicts with mental health.
Okay.
Oh, that works out good.
Okay.
Okay.
So for the record, we have Supervisor Cerna as an alternate. His term expires in 2022, and then Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Frost are members with a new 4-year term. Okay, Sacramento Metropolitan Cable Television Commission. These are indefinite terms, so Supervisor Desmond, did you want to think about your alternate?
No, please appoint Vanessa McCarthy
Vanessa.
Olmsted. Yes.
Yes.
As an alternate. Thank you.
No problem. Okay. Now we're at the Sacramento Public Library Authority Governing Board. Supervisor Desmond.
Please reappoint Saul Hernandez as my alternate.
Great.
Thank you.
These are indefinite positions, so you don't have to do anything else. Sacramento Regional Solid Waste Authority. Why do I have... Oh, I'm just making a note that we're putting Supervisor Desmond in the seat of District 3. Sacramento Regional Transit District.
And just on
Am
that
I going to
one,
become an alternate?
Right, the chair becomes the alternate.
Oh, I'm
Yeah.
so sorry. Yes.
Yeah, it's one of the great benefits of being chair.
Well, you didn't think I was going to let that get away.
Thank you for helping me with that one.
Thank you, Phil.
For the record, on Solid Waste Authority, Supervisor Cerna is now a member and Supervisor Frost is an alternate. Okay, the Regional Transit District. Supervisor Kennedy, your term is expired, and so you would, this is a 4-year term. Would you be interested in doing another 4 years, or I'll leave that discussion to the
He's
board?
a vice chair, I think. So
I'd like to nominate Supervisor Kennedy.
Yeah, I'd second.
You just elected me vice chair, so yeah.
Okay, so for the record, Supervisor Kennedy has a new 4-year term on Regional Transit District. Sacramento Transportation Authority. So Supervisor Desmond and Supervisor Frost, we need to do another 4-year term on that. And Supervisor Cerna, just double checking, are you okay with leaving your alternate? Your current alternate?
Yes.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Perfect. Okay, now, well, that's it. That concludes your own ranks.
That was
that was
pretty good.
And so
Hey, Supervisor Desmond, do you remember what I told you about that?
I remember.
The added responsibility when you're elected supervisor?
Yeah, yes, I do. And I was expecting a lot more X's next to my name here. So thank you for.
Hey, it's only 3 pages.
All the boards.
I told him it was part of the hazing process.
That's right.
Okay, so for item 45, we do have one public comment waiting to discuss this item. I think I should go through your nominations and then we'll take the public comment if that's the will of the board.
Sure.
Okay. So item 45, let's refer to your nominations. You are continuing to January 26, 2021, Children's Coalition and the Cosumnes Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to February 9th, the Carmichael Old Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, Natomas Community Planning Advisory Council, and the Vineyard Area Community Planning Advisory Council. You're continuing to February 23rd, Area for Agency on Aging Advisory Council, the Carmichael Recreation and Park District, Human Services Coordinating Council, Law Library Board of Trustees, Lock Management Association, the North Highlands Foothill Farms Community Planning Advisory Council, the Sacramento County Youth Commission, and the Sacramento Housing and Redevelopment Commission, and the South Sacramento Area Community Planning Advisory Council. It's a lot to get out with the mask. Okay, so for today's items on the Assessment Appeals Board, Supervisor Frost?
Chiefs recommend continuing to February 9th.
Okay, and Equal Employment Opportunity Advisory Committee?
Chiefs recommend continue to January 26th.
Maternal, Child, and Adolescent Health Advisory Board.
Chiefs recommend reappointing Catherine Andrew, Ryan Spielvogel, Christy Kagstrom, and Robert Hickman. Continue the remaining to February 9th.
Rio Linda Alberta Community Planning Advisory Council.
Please continue to January 26th.
The Sacramento County Mental Health Board, Supervisor Kennedy.
January 26th.
Okay. And Supervisor Desmond.
Please continue to February 9th.
And then Supervisor Frost.
Please nominate Bradley Luth and continue the remainder to February 9th.
Okay. Sacramento County Treasury Oversight Committee.
Please continue to January 26th.
And then the Sheriff's Outreach Community Advisory Board, Supervisor Cerna.
Please continue to February 23rd, please.
Okay. Okay, so that concludes your notes on for your appointments, and then we'll go ahead and take the public comment now. Could you please transfer? Hi, caller. Please start with your comments. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, Board of Supervisors, and welcome to the new supervisor, Desmond. Thank you so much. I am calling with my ongoing concern. Hello?
We're still here. Please go ahead.
Okay, I'm sorry. My concern regarding these nominations for the several boards here under your jurisdiction, boards and commissions, is that there is still no material available to the public. Your packet says no materials document, and there's no names associated with who's being nominated to these boards and what their qualifications are. Some of these boards and commissions have legislative governing powers over people under their purview. I'm specifically very concerned about Lock Management Association, which is a common interest development and requires elections of its board members by the general membership. The law was changed regarding common interest development boards 1 year ago in January of 2020, requiring elections, valid elections with third-party inspectors of elections to be done for its boards, again, by the general membership. This is not being done, and I've made the same type of comment now since June with my concerns that the illegal board appointments are being made. So I don't know who you're nominating this time, the Lock Management Association, and as it's a Brown Act violation if you don't allow the public to have access to the same materials that the supervisors have.
Can you please wrap up your comments, please, ma'am?
Yes. Thank you very much, and please correct this Brown Act violation. Allow the public to have access to the same materials that you folks have. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
That concludes your public comments for item 45.
Okay, and it's my understanding that we need to revisit item 43. There was something we did not do.
Yes, sorry to bring this up. It was a difficult decision. There's a few things that staff was asking for action on, and the board's motion did not address those things. So if it's okay with you, I'll just mention those.
Okay.
In the recommended action number 3, the board needs to make a finding that written protests related to the utility fee did not meet the majority threshold required by Prop 218. The board also needs to consider whether or not it wants to direct staff to increase the solid waste lifeline rate assistance program from $5 to $10. And then lastly, I'll just point out that the resolution that was submitted by staff will have to be amended to address the $5 increase rather than what was requested.
Okay, and can we do that all in one motion?
Yes.
Okay, and so
do you need a motion for reconsideration, or what do you need to do, or do you just need a subsequent motion?
I think we can just do a subsequent motion because it's on a different topic.
Okay.
Okay, and since you just recited all that, I'm in favor of increasing Lifeline to $10 and the other items. So the chair will move those items. Second by Supervisor Desmond, and roll call vote, please.
Supervisor Desmond?
Aye.
Kennedy?
Aye.
Natoli?
Aye.
Cerna?
Aye.
Frost?
Aye.
Unanimous vote.
Thanks for catching that.
Thanks.
Okay, and at this time, item 46, county executive comments.
I just want to say thank you and congratulations to Supervisor Desmond, and congratulations for your reelection as well, Supervisor Frost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And do we have any board members who have any announcements or comments before we close our meeting?
This is Supervisor Kennedy.
Yes.
I guess this is probably aimed at the CEO, and she can figure out what to do with it. In light of last week's antics in Washington, D.C., and the fact that we now are hearing from the FBI that all state capitals are maybe targets, I'd like to get better understanding as to, because we had a, albeit much smaller incident in our own building, and there was no response except for our detail, who they did a great job, but there's 2 of them, by any uniformed deputies. We had to wait for the SAC PD to come. And, the claim was that it's SAC PD jurisdiction, but that's contrary to what we've done in the past. When the jail is threatened, we block off I Street and there's, 20 uniformed deputies there. So I don't understand why our building is different than any other county building, and, why they can't respond when we have an incident like that. So I'd like to find out what the policy is, and see why it is that's now happened on 2 occasions.
And I think Supervisor Desmond had a comment. Okay.
So I have similar concerns, Supervisor Kennedy, and I am looking at what I understand. There's an MOU between the city and the county about how these things are resolved. I do think there are some jurisdictional issues that certainly got in the way last time, but I'll be working with both the city and our sheriff to try and figure that out so that we don't have a similar incident again.
That's good.
Okay, thank you.
I agree with Supervisor Kennedy. We definitely don't want, peaceful protesting is the right thing. And did you have anything, Supervisor Desmond?
Just really quickly, not on that item, just wanted to thank my fellow supervisors for welcoming me and indulging me with a lot of my questions. I'll be learning from all of you, and I just I'm honored to join you on this board, so thank you.
Thank you. Welcome. And Supervisor Cerna?
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I would add to what Supervisor Kennedy rightfully brings up is, I had a conversation with Ann about this during our briefing, at the conclusion of our briefing. That is the security measures and what should the expectation be around building security, especially when we are conducting the public's business in chambers. Given the fact that there is an emerging amount of information about, and unfortunately history about, the targeting of elected people that may not agree with some aspects of national governance or national politics. I think in addition to understanding what those expectations should be when it comes to county property, and the safety of our public servants on our county property, I think we should also understand what, if any, measures are going to be deployed, given kind of this, hyper threat that's been leveled within the last couple of days, when it comes to off-site presence. Meaning, is there an expectation that we should have in terms of keeping our families safe in our own homes? Of course, the FBI's most recent warning is relative to state capitals, and that most likely means the edifice of the building itself. But I could also see elected officials locally, regionally, being targeted as well. So I would just like to add to what Supervisor Kennedy mentioned, that we also understand what it means to have response and security offsite.
Maybe we can get something in writing regarding the protocol, or and who we call, and in the event of something happening. I know I have our security detail in my phone, and I'm in close communication with them because of past situations, but we may not all have that, so.
We can include that as part of the discussions that I'll be having in the coming days.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, any further comments or questions? If not, this meeting is adjourned. Have a good evening, everyone.